Hi students, I am Prakash, Chartered Accountant and acting as academic advisor in Masterminds from the past 20 years. Here is a short video introducing matchless Masterminds briefly for the convenience of the students who came to this channel for the first time. Masterminds was established in the year 2002 and has been acting as a reliable platform to offer coaching for CA and CMA courses. Masterminds is undeniably the pioneer and the leader in MEC, CEC, CA and CMA courses with nearly 20,000 admissions per annum. This is an incredible initiative by three edupreneurs, namely Mohan, Radha and Prakash, that is me. All three qualified CA at a very young age of 21 years and started this organization under the mentorship of my father, Mr. M. Siv Prasad Garu. So Mr. Mohan is my brother and Radha is my sister-in-law. And by the way, it's me, Prakash, Chartered Accountant. So here are the courses for which we offer the coaching. We offer coaching for MEC, CEC groups exclusively at intermediate level. And we also offer integrated coaching for MEC along with CA-CMA Foundation. And we also take exclusive admissions for CA-CMA Foundation or CA-CMA Inter. And we also offer coaching for CA-CMA final level as well. Recently, we have started a unique academic program at intermediate level, that is MEC Pro, aiming for the students who want to pursue BBA or MBA or CLAT courses in future rather than CA or CMA, and we have received a huge applause for the same. So 20 years of experience, and we have finished more than 155 batches of CA or CMA Inter in Guntur alone and similar number of batches in all our branches together. So till now completed 17 batches of CMA Inter and 18th batch is going on. Successfully completed 25 batches of CA final till now and 26th batch is running now, and we have also successfully completed 4 CA or CMA final batches in Hyderabad. So till now our students are able to achieve 990 All India ranks at various levels of CA-CMA courses, and our students are able to achieve first rank for 48 times in various courses for which we offer coaching. So in a single year our students are able to achieve 3 All India first ranks in the year 2020, and till now our students are able to achieve state first rank at MEC intermediate level for 18 times, that too 8 times in a row. In a single attempt, our students are able to grab 98 All India ranks at CMA Inter and final results of January 2021 and our All India ranks in February 2022 CA results. And here are the 10 All India ranks in CA final results of 2021 alone. And till now our students are able to secure 93 All India ranks at IPCCR CA Inter level in the last 9 years. And here is our physical presence: Guntur, Vijayawada, Hyderabad, Amirpet, Dilshuk Nagar, Vizag, Tirupati, Kurnool and Rajahmundry. And here are the locations where we have branches, and here are the contact numbers. Here is the list of our physical presence and here is the list of our online presence. And for your kind information, we don't have branches in any other locations other than stated here. So please do install our Android app Masterminds Online Classes from Google Play Store, and if you belong to iOS platform, then install an app called Class Plus from Apple Store and enter the organization code as MZGUN. In this app, you can find a large number of useful content like regular batch videos, crash batch videos, rapid revision batches, guidance classes, motivational videos, amendment videos, Masterminds test series, whatnot. Large amount of useful content is already available in the app. In our app, you can find a section called study material where large amount of free content is also available, and till now more than 24,000 students have already downloaded our app and we are nearing to 25,000. Sir, is it possible to interact with the directors directly? Yes. If it is an administrative issue, you need to contact Mr. Mohan sir on this mail ID. If it is academic issue, you need to contact me on this mail ID. So thanks to all our students who are our true brand ambassadors and who helped us to reach this position. All the best. I am elated to introduce our faculty, Mr. Chandrasekhar sir, having 15 years of experience, and students who studied in Masterminds know him very well since he is highly knowledgeable. Students give wonderful feedback to him for his extraordinary knowledge and teaching skills. And there is a popular demand from our students to upload the rapid revision batch videos of strategic management, which are being sold like hotcakes in our app. But still, since our students had made this request, and for us our students are very important and we honor their request like anything, and we have decided to upload all the videos of this rapid revision batch on strategic management, popularly known as marathon classes, which run for 23 hours. Yes, what you heard is right. Just by watching the videos of this 23 hours, you can revise the entire subject of strategic management. And in these videos, our faculty has explained everything in a very detailed manner. And I am confident that you will definitely love these videos and you will give a wonderful feedback on these videos. The quality of these videos will be extraordinary, and it is quite enough to watch these 23 hours of videos to revise the entire subject, and this will be very much useful to revise the entire subject in this short span of time. And I hope that you will enjoy this service. All the best.
So greetings of the day and welcome to the session. So from this session onwards, let us see the strategic management subject in RRB. So you know, strategic management and EIS together form paper 7, and strategic management is for 50 marks. So what are the chapters in this strategic management? We have 8 chapters. The first one is Introduction to Strategic Management. Second lesson, Dynamics of Competitive Strategy. Third lesson, Strategic Management Process. Fourth lesson, Corporate Level Strategies. Fifth lesson, Business Level Strategies. Sixth lesson, Functional Level Strategies. Seventh lesson, Organization and Strategic Leadership. Eighth lesson, Strategy Implementation and Control. So now, let us start with the first lesson, that is Introduction to Strategic Management. See, before going to start the subject of strategic management, it is better if we know the objectives of the subject. Why a student of chartered accountancy should learn the subject of strategic management. You see, today strategic management, today chartered accountants are playing a very important role as business consultants. They are offering their services to business people in the development of their business, and they are offering consultancy services. So definitely a chartered accountant should have the knowledge of strategic management. So this subject gives the knowledge regarding how to manage a company, how to direct a company, and how to make the company to win the challenges of the future. So by going through a subject like strategic management, you will have that knowledge, and that knowledge is very much important to the present day chartered accountant. That is the reason we need to go through this subject called strategic management. See here, one particular thing is given by ICAI. With the increased competition, the management of business has acquired strategic dimension. Means you have to think about the future and you have to turn your business according to the challenges, according to the opportunities and threats that you face in future. That means rather than concentrating on the current situations, you should also make your business future ready. You should think about how to make your business to face the challenges of the future. For that, the subject of strategic management is very helpful. All executives and professionals, including the CAs, working towards the growth of their businesses must possess sound knowledge of strategic management. So this is the reason why you should study the subject of strategic management. Now, let us start with the first lesson, that is Introduction to Strategic Management. Now, the first question is explain the evolution and importance of business policy. See, today strategic management is taught in various universities, in various management institutions across the world. But once upon a time, the word strategic management is not used. Instead, the word business policy is used for the subject of strategic management. And even today, in some of the management institutions, we find the word business policy and strategic management. That means we can interchangeably use the words of business policy and strategic management. And actually, when it all started, when this strategic management started, or when this business policy started, see, in the year 1911 at Harvard Business School, they thought of introducing a new subject into the curriculum of the students, which teaches about the general management of the business. That means already at Harvard Business School, they are teaching subjects like marketing management, financial management, human resource management, and many other areas. But they felt that there is some deficiency in teaching the management of business to the students. So in order to fill up the deficiency, they have introduced the subject called a business policy in the year 1911. And it was taught using some interactive case studies. That means they have taken some case studies and they tried to explain to the students the concepts of business policy or strategic management with the help of case studies. And see, why this subject is introduced into the syllabus? The reason is to enhance the general managerial capability of students. That is, if you study specific subjects like marketing, finance, human resources, production, operations management, then you will get the knowledge related to that particular area. But if you are at the top of the business, that means if you occupy the top level role in the business, then you require general management capability. You need to think about the future of the business. You need to design plans, policies, strategies for the sake of doing the business in the future. See, the role of top level management is always to make the business future ready. So for that purpose, a subject called business policy is introduced into the syllabus. And however, the introduction of business policy in the curriculum of other business schools and management institutes came much later. This actually happened. See, Harvard University is the top-notch university in teaching business studies. So at first it was introduced in the Harvard Business School, and later in 1960s it found place in other curriculums of the other institutes across the world. So that is a little bit of history that you need to learn about the evolution of business policy as a subject. So you please remember, this business policy is further renamed as strategic management. Now let us understand the definition of business policy. See, generally policy is a very, very important word. The simple definition or the simple meaning of the word policy is just rules and regulations. Many people used to say that meaning. Policy means rules and regulations. But the word policy is having a very big meaning. The policy tells the attitude of the management. So business policy represents the attitude of the management, the thought process of the management, what management wants to do in the future. What are their aspirations, what they wanted to do, what is their attitude, how they want to run their business, what is the framework in which they want to run their business, how the decisions are to be taken in the business. This is what is policy. Means the simple meaning is rules and regulations, but you have to understand it deeply. Business policy means not simple rules and regulations. The policy statement tells the attitude of the management, the thought process of the management. And you know, policy making is very, very important. We call the Prime Minister of the country as a policy maker. The government is a policy maker. And the future of the country depends on the policies they make. So that's why we have different policies like EXIM policy regarding exports and imports, fiscal policy regarding the budgetary considerations, we have credit policy, we have monetary policy. So for all the major decisions, for all the major frameworks, we use the word policy. Likewise, in business also, the top level management should have a policy to run their business. Okay. Later that policy is called as strategy, that is a different issue. But first you need to understand that every business should have a policy. Okay. So basing on that policy, everything should take place in the business. For example, you have to take a decision. So you should not take decision immediately on an ad hoc basis, that is instant basis. You should not take like that. You should have a policy for everything, and you have to make a policy based decision. That means your decision should be based on your policy. That means before making a decision, you should make your policy, and that policy should be known to everyone in the organization. That is the most important thing you need to understand. So according to Christensen, business policy is the study of. See, what is the business policy actually? See, Christensen has defined it in this way: the functions and responsibilities of the senior management. That means the business policy tells the role of senior management, the role of top level management, what they should do. What they should do? The top level management have to make right kind of decisions. Like government, the top level management is the government of the organization, and they have to make policies towards the business and the crucial problems that affect the success of the total enterprise. So what we discuss in business policy, we discuss about the crucial problems, that is the important problems that the organization will face in the future, how to address them, how to approach them, what should be our attitude, in what way we should proceed, in what direction we should go in the coming future. This all will be discussed in the policy statement, that is the business policy statement. Okay. The decisions that determine, yes, the direction of the organization and shape its future. This point is very, very important point. Okay. So what is it? A policy statement consists of the decisions that determine the direction of the organization and shape its future. This is very, very important. This is actually what is policy. A policy will guide the organization. Basing on policy, the organization is driven forward. How the organization should move forward, that all things will be clearly described in the business policy statement. That means each and every business organization should have a business policy. And what that business policy should contain? The decisions that tells the direction of the business, the attitude of the management, how they run the business. These all things a business policy statement should consist of. Now, what is the importance? Business policy mainly stresses on the rational and analytical aspects of strategic management and strategic decision making. That means every decision you make in the business should be rational. That means you have to analyze all the pros and cons. You need to make a 360 degrees analysis. You need to make a 360 degrees analysis. Means you have to think in all the probable ways before making a decision. That is called the rational. And analytical means you have to analyze Everything, every small thing you have to analyze, and you have to decide the direction of your business, in what direction your business should move in the future. That is what is business policy. And business policy presents a framework for understanding the strategic decision making. See, generally, we make lot of decisions regarding the future of the company, or we make lot of decisions for everything in the business. Then generally people will get a doubt. Sir, how you are taking those decisions? See, if you take a decision, there should be some base for the decision. What is the base for your decision? Basing on what you are making the decision? Basing on policy. Basing on policy, we make the decision. This is the most important thing. That means you should not take ad hoc decisions. Of course, sometimes we may take ad hoc, means instantaneous decisions. But in the most possible cases, you should always take your decisions based on policy. That means at first, a business organization should have a policy statement, a business policy. That is the most important thing. And everything should run in the organization basing on that policy. You should not deviate from the policy. You know, this policy is the guiding principle. This policy is the framework. It is the framework. You know what a frame do? A frame binds. So you also have to bind your decisions. You should not exceed this policy framework. That means whatever decisions you take should come within the purview of this policy or policy framework. So a policy is a framework, and you know, frameworks are very, very important to us, because if there is no framework, then we waste lot of time. We think all unnecessary things. But if we design a framework, that means what is to be considered. If you make a policy framework, then decision making becomes very easy, because you need not think more. You just consider the framework and you consider the decision. That is a very, very important thing. And this framework helps the managers in handling general management responsibilities. See, in a business organization, in day-to-day life, at daily operating level, we come across lot of decision-making situations. We have to make decision for every small thing. Then, what is the guide? Whom you will consult before making a decision? Every time will you take up your phone and call the chairman of the company to make a decision? For example, a marketing manager has to take a decision. So will he ring up to the chairman and asks, sir, what to do? No, this should not be done. Then what to do? You need to have a policy, and that policy is to be communicated to all the managers who has to take decisions, and they have to read that policy, they have to understand that policy, and accordingly they have to take the decisions. That means policy is the reference. Whenever you get a doubt, you should refer to the policy and then you take the decision. Okay, that is the importance of business policy in business. See, that is the reason why we use the word policy for everything. Foreign policy, industrial policy, agricultural policy, everything is a policy. That means the decisions are taken based upon the policy. Okay, right. So policy is the guide which we refer when we get a doubt, when we have to make a decision. By reading the policy, by going through the policy, we make decisions. And general management responsibilities means we have to manage the company. We have to plan, organize, staff, direct and control. These all things should not be done without any basis. These all things have to be done with a basis, and that basis is policy. Okay? Right. Now, the second question, define the term strategy. See, actually the word strategy comes from strategos, means move forward. Okay, so and the dictionary meaning of the word strategy is something that is related to war and ways to win over enemy. See, the words like logistics, strategy, deployment, they all come from military terminology. Okay, they are war related words. And the basic textbook for strategic management is The Art of War, written by Sanju. Today, all the business people, they follow the book called The Art of War, written by Sanju, S-U-N-T-Z-U. So, this is the best textbook for strategy. Okay, so strategy is a word related to war. And what is strategy actually in military means? Means ways to win over the enemy. How you have to win over your enemy. If you make the plans, then that is called as strategy. So strategy is related to the plans you make to win over your enemy in the war. And in business context, the term is not much different. Businesses have to respond to dynamic and hostile external forces in the pursuit of their mission and vision. See, there is no much difference between business and war. There you have an enemy, here you have a competitor. So all the time you need to think about the ways of winning the competition, the ways of winning over your competitor. And in war also there are hostile external forces. Here also in business we have hostile external forces. Hostile means the meaning, unfriendly. So unfriendly external forces. The external environment like socio-cultural, technological, political, economic, legal, these are all very unfriendly factors to a businessman. So a businessman has to go through all this hostile environment and he has to achieve his vision and mission. See, a businessman will have a vision and mission and he want to achieve that vision. Vision is his dream, his aspiration. What he wanted it to achieve, it is there in the vision statement. And the business should achieve that vision. And in achieving that vision, many problems will come. He has to face lot of unfriendly external forces. Now, businessman has to make a strategy in order to tackle with all these external forces and reach his dream and reach his vision. That is what is strategy simply. Now, meaning of strategy. Strategy is a long-range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction and destination, what it wants to be, what it wants to do and where it wants to go. See, before constructing a building, we will have a blueprint of the building. Okay, that means without constructing the building on paper, we make a blueprint, a plan. Likewise, a strategy is also a blueprint which tells you in what direction you have to go, where you want to reach, how you can reach there. For all these things, we need to make a plan. We need to make a blueprint. And basing on that blueprint, we take decisions and we move forward. So that is what is strategy. And strategy is the unified, comprehensive and integrated plan designed to assure that the basic objectives of the enterprise are achieved. This is the definition given by William F. Gluck. See, strategy is the unified, comprehensive and integrated plan. That means strategy is not a simple plan, it is unified. That means already we have seen here, strategy is a comprehensive, unified. That means you have to unify all the things while making a strategy. That means, for example, if you are making strategy about your business, then you have to think about the socio-cultural factors, the economic factors, okay, and various other micro factors. These all things you have to consider and you have to make a plan. So that is called as unified. You have to unify all the things, because these all factors, both micro and macro factors, will affect your business. So that's why you have to unify all of them and you have to make a decision in a comprehensive manner. That means by considering all of those things. So a strategy is a unified, comprehensive and integrated plan. That means what? A business will have a financial plan, a marketing plan, a human resource plan, a production plan, an operational plan. Likewise, a business will have lot of plans. But all these plans should be included in the strategy. That means your strategy should have everything. That is the reason in this subject we will learn about every topic. We will learn about financial management, marketing management, human resource management, production management, operations management. In the functional level strategies lesson, we will study all of those things. Why? Because strategy is not a single and simple plan. It is an integrated plan. It consists of everything. So that is why strategy making is not easy. Strategy making has to be done carefully, consciously, cautiously, meticulously. You have to make the strategy. You have to include everything in the strategy. It is an integrated plan. Okay? And why? Why you are making a strategy? It is designed to ensure that the basic objectives of the enterprise are achieved. What do you mean by the basic objectives of the enterprise? You know, every business organization is having certain basic objectives. What are they? Survival, stability, okay, growth. Likewise, there are many basic objectives. So, in order to achieve these objectives, you need to have a plan. And how that plan should be? It should not be a simple plan. With simple plan, you cannot achieve these objectives. You need to have an integrated, comprehensive and unified plan. And that plan is called as strategy. That is the definition given by William F. Gluck. Now, we can define strategy in another manner also. Strategy is the game plan used by the management to achieve the desired market position, conduct operations, attract and satisfy customers, compete successfully and achieve organizational objectives. See, a businessman has to do all these things. What he has to do all these things? He wants to grab the market. He wants to be number one in the market. And he wants to conduct his business operations in a smoother manner. Okay. And he wants to attract and satisfy the customers. And he wants to compete successfully with the competitors. And he wants to achieve the objectives. That means many things to do. So how can a business owner can do all these things? Then if a business owner wants to do all these things, he needs to have a game plan. He has to play the game. In order to play the game, he has to make a plan, a game plan. And that game plan is strategy. So if a business owner is having a strategy, he can easily play the game. Because what is strategy? It is a policy. It consists of everything. It is an integrated plan. That strategy is drawn very carefully. So it consists of everything. What to do with the competitors, what to do with the customers, what to do with the production, what to do with the marketing. Everything the strategy consists of. Okay. Now, yes, this is the point I have already told you. Strategy is a consciously chosen and flexibly designed scheme of corporate intent. That means every business corporation will have an intent. Intent means intention. What is their intention? We all know. What is the intention of the business? The intention of the businessman is to grab the market, to attract the customer, to win the competition. And for that, you need to make a strategy. How? You need to make a strategy in a consciously, cautiously and flexibly designed. What do you mean by flexibly designed? See, you made a plan and you are following that plan, and all of a sudden there is this pandemic outbreak, there is COVID-19 outbreak. So now you have to change your strategy, you have to change your plan. You cannot simply say, whatever may come in my way, I will never change my strategy. No, you cannot say like that. Your strategy should be designed in a flexible manner. That is, your strategy should be changed according to the situations. So a strategy should not be rigid, but a strategy should be flexible. Okay, so that is the most important point. And to achieve effectiveness, why you want a strategy? To achieve effectiveness. That means you have to do things on time. See, to get success even in your examination, you have to do things on time. The timing is very, very important. Even for a comedian or for a student or for a businessman, the timing is very, very important. So that is what is to achieve effectiveness. To know what to do when, you need to have a strategy, and to mobilize the resources. Means a business has lot of resources, financial, human, marketing, lot of resources. So you have to use those resources. You have to mobilize those resources in a perfect manner. For that you require a strategy, and to direct and human effort and behavior. See, we work hard, we work a lot, but there should be a direction, there should be a path. Okay, our activity should not be like a rolling stone which is not having any direction. It should not be like a paper which changes its direction according to the wind. No, we need to have a direction, we need to have a path, and that direction and that path in where you want to go, that is given by the strategy. So if you work in that manner, if you channelize your energies, if you put your energies in that manner, then you will definitely become successful, and strategy is helpful for that. And to handle events and problems. See, we come across a lot of events takes place around us, and we come across a lot of problems in our way. So if you have a strategy, then you can easily come across all those problems, you can easily solve all those problems. Okay, next, to perceive and utilize opportunities. See, many opportunities come in our way, but your readiness is very, very important. Your readiness to get use of the opportunity, your readiness to grab the opportunity, that is very, very important. So you have to perceive and utilize the opportunities. That is the most important thing. And for that, a strategy is useful to you. And to meet the challenges and threats of corporate survival and success. See, today especially in this COVID-19 outbreak, it is very tough for the businesses to handle their growth. So that's why definitely they have to have a very good strategy. They have to spend time. The top level management has to spend some time to make strategies, to face the challenges and threats that come in their way for their success. Okay, so that is what is strategy. And one important thing you please remember, you please never expect that questions are directly asked in the examination like define strategy. No. So the question may be asked like this: the word strategy is often misunderstood in the business arena. Many people think that strategy is simply another term for planning. In this context, define the term strategy. So in this way, a question may be asked. So you should pay attention to the similar questions given in the Masterminds material. Okay, that is very, very important. Now the third question: strategy of a company is partly proactive and partly reactive. Explain. See, already in the second question we learned, that the strategy should be flexible. That means you should be in a position to change your strategy according to the situations. Your strategy should not be rigid. It should be flexible. It should be dynamic. Okay. Now this question tells that the strategy of a company should be partly proactive and partly reactive. See, what do you mean by the word proactive? Okay. See, pro means before. Okay. Pro means before. See, pro has several meanings. Before is one meaning, and favorable is another meaning, go with is another meaning, supporting is another meaning. Okay. So here we will take before, the meaning before. So proactive means before the action. That means we have a word in English called adopt. Okay. So sometimes we need to adopt and sometimes we need to adapt. So what is the difference between this adopt and adapt? See, if you observe, it is ADOPT. OPT is option. AD is go with. So if you go with your own option, and if you take an option and you move forward with that option, then it is called as adoption. And there is another word called adapt. Means sometimes you cannot take your own option. Sometimes there will be no options except to behave what is appropriate, what is fit for that situation. You have to do in that way. So that is called apt, the short form of appropriate. So a businessman sometimes has to adopt and sometimes he has to adapt. Sometimes he has to go with his own option. AD means go with, OPT option, and sometimes he had to go with what is apt, appropriate, adapt, and that businessman is called as adept. You know, adept is skillful. He is adept in mathematics, he is adept in management, he is adept in accountancy. So adept is skillful. So a businessman will be skillful only when he knows when to adopt and when to adapt. So that is called, this adoption can be called as proactiveness, and this adaptation can be called as reactive. So your business should comprise of both these things. Sometimes you need to be proactive, sometimes you need to be reactive, sometimes you need to adopt the situation. See, adoption means we have to show like this. You should take in, and sometimes you have to adapt to the situation. Means you have to fit yourself according to the situation. Right. A company's strategy is an effective combination of proactive actions of the firm to improve its market position and financial performance, and reactions to face unanticipated developments and fresh market conditions. See, proactive actions means what? You will take some decisions, you will adopt some principles, you will adopt some plans by yourself to tackle the future. That is called proactive. And sometimes there will be some unanticipated developments like this COVID-19. So you have to face this kind of unanticipated developments and fresh market conditions. So you see, the market conditions are very dynamic because the tastes and preferences of the customers are fastly changing. So you will have a fresh market conditions all the time. So you have to react according to the situation. That is called adaptation. It is not adoption, it is adaptation. Okay. So that means sometimes you need to be proactive, means plan before your action, and sometimes your plans will not work because of the unanticipated developments. Then what you have to do? You have to follow what is appropriate. You have to do what is required to do. That is called reactive strategy. Okay. And proactive strategy is planned strategy, whereas reactive strategy is adaptive reaction to the changing circumstances. See, I have already told you, proactive strategy is a planned strategy. That means you already planned it beforehand. What to do, how to go, what should be our approach, in what direction we have to move, what we have to achieve. These all things you have planned and you are following your plan. That is called as proactive. But reactive means it is an adaptive reaction to the changing circumstances. And you know, circumstances are fast changing and sometimes your plans may not work. Your adaptive plans may not work. Then you have to adapt to the situation. That is reactive strategy. In proactive strategy, organizations will analyze all environmental developments and formulate strategies after proper planning and implement these strategies in a predetermined manner. Yes. See, generally, if everything is fine and if we want to achieve something, what we will do? We will analyze all the situations in a rational and analytical manner. We will analyze all the situations and we will make a plan regarding how to move forward. So that is a proactive strategy. But now here the most important point. However, in reality, no company can forecast both internal and external environment exactly. Everything cannot be planned in advance. And right now, every businessman clearly understood this. What? In reality, no company can forecast both the internal and external environment. You know, internal factors like organization structure, organization culture, human resource relations, these all may change. And also external factors, socio, cultural, technological, political, legal, economic, these are all external factors. So we cannot predict what happens the next moment. And that is not new to anyone. That is in the experience of everyone, isn't it? So everything cannot be planned in advance. So it is not possible to anticipate the moves of rival firms, consumer behavior, evolving technologies, and the natural situations, the pandemics. These all cannot be expected in advance. What strategies our rivals may make, we don't know. Okay, how the consumer behavior changes, we don't know. And it is very fast and dynamic nowadays. For every 6 months, there is a massive change in the consumer tastes and preferences. And that is becoming a big challenge to all the FMCG companies, to all the apparel companies. It is becoming a big challenge because there is a massive change within a short span of time in the market. Okay? So then what you have to do? There can be a significant deviation between what was visualized and what actually happens. That is why we told you that your strategy should be flexibly designed. Why? Because you have to change your strategy. Means you already had a proactive strategy. You are following that proactive strategy. But now an unanticipated situation came. Now you have to change your strategy. Okay. So there can be significant, means a major, massive deviation between what you visualized and what actually happens. You have thought in one way, but the things are happening in another way. Now your strategies may not work. Your proactive strategies may not work. Then what you need to do? You need to be reactive. That means strategies need to be modified in light of possible environmental changes. And reactive strategy is triggered by the changes in the environment. So you have to modify your proactive strategy and make it reactive. Okay? For what? Because you no longer can execute your proactive strategy. Situations changed. Some sudden changes happened. Some new events are taking place in the environment. So you need to have a reactive strategy. That is what you need to understand. And now, see, this question can be asked in this way also. ME Foods and Tasty Foods are successfully competing in the business of ready-to-eat snacks in Patna. ME has been the pioneer in introducing innovative products. These products will give them good sale. However, Tasty Foods will introduce similar products in reaction to the products introduced by the ME Foods. taking away the advantage gained by the former. Discuss the strategic approach of the two companies which is superior. This is the beauty of strategic management subject. Questions are never asked directly. So you have to pay much attention and concentration towards the similar questions given to you by the Masterminds Institute as at the end of every question. Okay. So you please take the advantage of it. Now let us move forward to levels of strategy. That means an organization should have or should formulate strategies at different levels. See, generally we represent an organization in a pyramid structure, isn't it? Like this, we represent an organization. So this will be the low level management, and this will be the middle level management, and this is the top level management. See, why you take the pyramid structure, sir? Why don't you take a circle and tell us? No, we can't do that, because this pyramid exactly, it is a replication, it is a replica for the actual situation in an organization. Because generally the low level management will be much wider. We have many people in the low level management. Compared to them, the middle level management are somewhat less in number, and compared to them, the top level management is very narrow. We have very few people in the top level. So this pyramid exactly replicates the actual organization structure. That is why we take the pyramid structure to explain the levels of an organization. An organization is divided into several functions and departments that work together to bring a particular product or service into the market. That you know, an organization has a lot of departments, you know. See, for example, there is an organization called X. So there will be finance department, HR, production, marketing, accounts, operations, logistics, supply chain, like this. See, introducing a product into the market, making the product reach into the hands of the customer is not an easy thing. It is a concerted effort, or it is the coordinated effort of all these departments. These all departments should work together to make the dream come true. What is your dream? Putting your product into the hands of the customer. And in order to make it happen, several departments have to work in a coordinated manner. That is what you need to understand. And following are the three levels, main levels of management. In general, every organization is divided into like this. The first one, corporate level management. See, who are the people located at the corporate level management? That is here. It is the CEO and other senior executives, the board of directors, the vice presidents of respective departments. These all people come under top level or corporate level management. And what do? They oversee the development of strategies for the whole organization. They supervise. Oversee is to control, to supervise, to organize. So what is the duty of this top level management? What they do sitting at the top? They oversee everything. They visualize the future. They make strategies. They make policies for the organization. Okay. And their role includes defining the mission, vision and goals of the organization. That means vision is, in third lesson you will have a clear explanation regarding what is vision. But as of now, just let us understand vision means what you ultimately want to become in the future. What is your aspiration? What is your dream? That is vision. And mission means that also you will have explanation in strategic management process, the third lesson. But you just understand now, mission means what should be your behavior. Vision means what you want to become. Mission means how you should behave to become like that. Okay. So this top level management designs all these things. They design the vision, they design the mission, and they decide what businesses to enter, and they also decide from which businesses to come out. That means entry and exit of businesses. Where, in which business to enter and from which business to exit. These are decided by the corporate level management. And they also allocate the resources means the allocation of funds, human resources, everything will be there in their hands, and formulating and implementing the strategies that span individual businesses. See, a company may have different businesses, no? For example, you take the case of ITC. ITC is having food FMCG businesses, non-FMCG businesses. ITC is into paper, ITC is into hotels, ITC is into agro, ITC is into technology. So, these are all the different businesses of ITC. So, the top level management at ITC, the Sanjeev Puri, the chairman of ITC. So, what he do? He will always think about the management of these divisions, the fund allocations, the resource allocations of all these things will be taken care by the chairman of the company. And now coming to the next level, we have business level managers, that is here, division. See, this is head office and the company is having 3 divisions. Say let us take the case of ITC, division A is paper, division B is FMCG, division C is agro. So now we have a respective manager for every division. They can be called as divisional managers or business level managers. So what actually they do? The development of strategies for individual businesses is the responsibility of the respective business level managers. See, the ITC chairman Sanjeev Puri, what he do? He always thinks about ITC. He always thinks about ITC. How to build up the brand, how to increase the market share of ITC. He never thinks in pieces. He thinks as a whole, ITC, how to build up the brand of ITC, how to increase the market share of ITC, how to give good returns to the shareholders, what businesses we need to enter, what businesses we need to exit. This is what the top level management, the corporate level management thinks. But these business level managers, what they think, what they do. See, there will be a business level manager for every division. You can see here, for every division there will be a business level manager. And that business level managers have to make plans and strategies for their respective divisions, for their respective businesses. That means, for food business, there will be one manager. For paper business, there will be another manager. For agro business, there will be another manager. So, these 3 managers, what they have to do? They have to make strategies for their own divisions. Okay? Right. They are concerned with the strategies that are specific to a particular business. See, because you are the divisional manager, you are the business level manager. So, you are given a business. So, you have to take care of that business. You have to always think about the strategies to be formulated in that business. That is the most important thing. And their role is to translate the general statement of direction and intent of corporate level management into concrete strategies of individual businesses. See, the corporate management, that means the top level management, will give some basic guidelines to whom? These business level managers. And now what these business level managers has to do? They have to turn those simple guidelines into more specific, detailed, concrete strategies. See, now the Sanjeev Puri, the chairman of ITC, calls the business heads, the business level managers, and he will tell them, Mr. X, the general manager, the business manager of foods division, I am expecting some 20% growth in foods by the next year. Mr. Y, agro general manager or agro business level manager, I am expecting that we need to launch new products in your sector and we have to increase our market share by 10%. So, like these targets, in a simple way, the core strategy is given by the chairman of the company. And now these people, what they have to do? They have to make detailed plans how to achieve that 10%. The chairman told that we need to achieve 10%. How we can achieve? What we should do to achieve that 10%? These all things the business level managers has to think and make detailed and concrete strategies for individual businesses. And now the functional level managers, they are responsible for the specific business functions or operations That means the third level. See, every division or every business will have again some business functions, isn't it? See, ITC. ITC is having different businesses, food, hotel, agro, like this. And again in food division there will be marketing, production, operations. So that is called as functional level. So how this functional level operates? They are responsible for the specific business functions. Means again there will be a functional manager for everything. See how we should visualize this? You should visualize this like this. You take case of ITC, they have food, they have agro, okay, they have hotels, and now again in food there will be marketing, there will be HR, and there will be finance. Like this in agro also you will have marketing, HR and finance, likewise in hotels, isn't it? So these people, they are called as functional level managers. So what they do? They are responsible for the specific business functions or operations. That means specific business functions means what? The marketing manager of foods division of ITC, do you understand? The marketing manager of foods division of ITC. ITC is a corporate, foods division is a business, and marketing is the function. So what he has to do? He has to always think about the marketing strategy of the foods division of ITC, okay, right. So that is the thing. So we need not discuss question number 5, already we discussed here about the corporate level management, the same thing are given here, but we need to discuss this 4th point, what they do actually. They provide a link between the people who oversee the strategic development of a firm and those who own it. See, this corporate level management, they act as an important link between the company and the shareholders. No? So it all depends on the decisions of this top level management, how the company runs and what benefits the shareholders gets. And it is a responsibility to ensure that the corporate and business strategies that the company pursues are inconsistent with the maximizing the shareholder wealth. See, maximizing the shareholder wealth is the most important thing, isn't it? And the top level management, the corporate level management should always work towards that. And business level managers, everything we learnt, so we need not learn it here. And the activities performed by the functional level managers, already we learned the first point in the above question, and the second point also we learnt the third one. They provide the most of the information that makes it possible for business level and corporate level general managers to formulate the realistic and achievable strategies because they are closer to the customer. See, the business level managers and corporate level managers, if they are intelligent, they have to take the feedback from the functional level managers in making their strategies. Why? Because it is the functional level managers who are in direct contact with the people, with the customers. So they can give you good feedback regarding what people are thinking about our products, what people are thinking about our company. You will get a ground report, you will get a field report, because these functional managers, they work in the field, they work at the ground level. Okay. So the corporate and business level manager should listen closely to what these people are saying. You take their feedback, you consider their feedback, and then if you formulate business level and corporate level strategies, then it is damn sure that your business strategies will become successful. That is the most important thing. And it is the functional level managers who will implement the strategies. Okay, they are also sometimes called as operational level people. So see, the corporate level people, they formulate the strategy, and the business level people, they also formulate the strategy. But who will implement the strategy? It is the low level, it is the functional level people who implements the strategy in the business field. And right here we have another question, what is strategic management and what are its objectives? So already we understood the meaning of the word strategy. In a highly competitive marketplace, companies can operate successfully by creating and delivering superior value to target customers and also learning how to adapt to a continuously changing business environment. Yes, today there is overriding competition. See, once upon a time there used to be a overtaking competition like this, but today we have overriding competition. So it is very hard to survive in this overriding competition. So definitely every company should have a strategy, and you can survive in the market only when you provide superior value to the customers. That means the company should work always on value proposition. What customer is expecting from you, you have to give him. You have to give value to the customer money. That is very, very important. And also you should learn how to adapt to the changing situation. So these things are all possible only once you have a policy or a business strategy. That means you have to sit, you have to think, you have to gather a lot of information, you have to analyze many factors, and you have to make a policy, and you should follow that. Then only you can handle business in the modern world. So to meet the changing conditions in their industries, companies need to be far-sighted and visionary and must have a system of managing strategically. Yeah, strategic management refers to the managerial process of forming a strategic vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and evaluating the strategy, and making necessary and corrective adjustments which are deemed appropriate over a period of time. So these are all very, very important. See, what do you mean by strategic management, or what do you mean by managing your organization strategically? So we are telling we need to have a strategy, you need to manage your organization strategically. But sir, what actually you mean by that? What actually is meant by strategic management? What should we do to manage our organization strategically? If that is your question, then here is the answer. What is that? If you want to run your company in a strategic style, first what you have to do is you need to have a vision and mission, and you need to set the objectives, and you need to craft a strategy, and you need to implement that strategy, and you have to evaluate continuously whether your strategy is working properly or not, and you have to make necessary and corrective adjustments which are deemed appropriate over a period of time. So if you follow these 5 steps in managing your organization, then you can manage your organization in a strategic manner. And what are the objectives? Sir, if we manage our organization by following this 5-step process, what do we get? What we can achieve? Yes, here is the answer. To create a competitive advantage so that the company can gain advantage over competitors and dominate the market. That means if you follow those 5 steps and run your organization in a strategic manner, you can get competitive advantage. See, that is the most important word in strategic management, competitive advantage. And you have the definition of that competitive advantage in lesson 2. See, competitive advantage means, yeah, you observe this picture here. You have to win over your competitors. You need to be 1 step ahead of your competitors. And when you can do that? Once you have a strategy and to guide the company through all changes in the environment. Now, environment is very dynamic, and if you want to go through all the dynamic changes in the environment, definitely you need to have a strategy. Okay? So, we will stop there. Thank you. So, greetings of the day and welcome to the session. So, in strategic management, we have seen 8 questions in the previous session. And what is the 8th question? Just let us revise shortly. What is strategic management and what are its objectives? See, what are the objectives of strategic management? To create the competitive advantage and to guide the company through all the changes in the environment. And this you have to remember carefully. This is the entire subject matter of strategic management. That is, strategic management is a managerial process of forming a strategic vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and executing, evaluating the strategy, and making necessary and corrective adjustments which are deemed appropriate over a period of time. Those all things we have learned. Now, let us go to the 9th question. Explain the importance or benefits of strategic management, and do you think companies should be managed strategically? Discuss. See, do you think that companies should be managed strategically means yes. The answer is yes. Yes, definitely the company should be managed strategically, because today companies face a lot of problems, and without having a right kind of strategy, if you move forward in your business and try to achieve the objectives, then it becomes very tough. So that is the reason you definitely need to have a strategy to achieve your objectives. Right, let us start this question. Strategic planning and implementation is must for all organizations for their survival and growth in the present turbulent business environment. You see, all the time the business environment is turbulent only, and especially in this outbreak situations, in this pandemic situations, the environment is more turbulent. So turbulent means not stable, it is unstable, it is called as turbulent. Okay, so strategic planning and implementation. So every organization should have a strategic planning and implementing that strategy in order to get their survival and growth in the present turbulent business environment. And companies should be managed strategically because the success of the efforts and activities of the enterprise depends heavily on the quality of strategic management. That means how effectively you make the strategic management process. What do you mean by the quality of strategic management? That means already we studied the things here. You have to form a vision and mission, you have to set your objectives, you have to craft a strategy, you have to implement and evaluate the strategy, you have to make necessary corrective adjustments to your vision and mission or your strategy deemed to be appropriate. So this is what is strategic management process. So how you carry all these steps, that will determine the quality of strategic management. Okay, so every organization should have a qualitative strategic management process. Now, what is the importance of strategic management for an organization? The importance of strategic management is highlighted as under. Strategic management gives a direction to the company to move ahead. So strategy itself is direction. So strategic management gives a direction to the company. In what direction the organization should move ahead? That strategic management will tell you. That means, sir, how we will get the direction? Once you design your vision, once you define your mission, once you set up your objectives. And how this vision, mission and objectives should be defined? By analyzing the internal and external environment, by knowing your strengths and weaknesses. So, strategic management will tell you that first you analyze the internal and external environment. Try to know your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Then you set up your vision. Then you set up your mission. Then you set up your objectives. And then follow a strategy, a direction. Strategy can be called as a direction. In which direction you should move forward. Okay. So, it defines the goals and mission. It helps the management to define realistic objectives and goals which are in line with the vision of the company. This is very, very important. Realistic goals. You should not have some imaginary goals, some fancy goals. Your goals and objectives should be realistic. Okay. Then how can you make that? By analyzing the environment, by scanning the environment. Okay. Next. A strategic management helps an organization to be more proactive instead of reactive in shaping its future. See, already we had a discussion regarding the proactive and reactive strategies. And if you follow the process of strategic management, what is the process? That is why I told you it is very important. What is the process? Setting vision, mission, objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and evaluating, this all. So, if you follow this procedure, then you can move forward in a more proactive manner. That means, See, generally people who don't have right kind of strategies, people who don't have right kind of direction, they have to make some reactive decisions. That is, depending on the situation, they have to react. But if you have a vision, mission, and if you have a strategy, if you have done a lot of environmental analysis, then you can have more proactive plans rather than reactive. That means, see, already you have analyzed the environment, already you have guessed what comes in your way. So then you can proactively plan. But some people, if they do not proactively plan, what they have to do? See, in EIS subject, you will have a very beautiful concept called as ERM, Enterprise Risk Management. Okay, there one important point is there. If you follow ERM, you can minimize operational surprises. See, these operational surprises are the biggest problems. We are simply going in our way and suddenly, all of a sudden, there will be a risk. And that risk we did not analyze. That is a surprise to us. We never expected that. We never expected that risk will come. But that risk came. Now you don't know what to do. Then you need to have a reactive strategy. But on the other hand, if you analyze the things, if you have a vision, mission and proper environmental analysis, and if you make your strategy accordingly, then you need not face any operational surprises. You can smoothly make your organization run forward. So with the help of strategic management, organizations can analyze and take actions instead of being mere spectators and control their own destiny in a better manner. Yes, how beautiful. See, in strategic management, you will have a very beautiful English. Okay, and the sentences are framed in a beautiful manner. You should understand the meaning of those sentences. See, with the help of strategic management, organizations can analyze and take actions instead of being mere spectators. See, if you don't have a vision, mission, and if you don't have a strategy, and if you don't analyze the environment, what you can do? Just you have to spectate. What is going to happen? What is going to unravel? What is going to be unveiled? We are very much confused about the future because we never analyzed it. We never have make any plans for it, isn't it? But on the other hand, if an organization is having a good strategic management process, again, strategic management process means what? Vision, mission, objective, strategy, implementation and evaluation of the strategy, these all. So if an organization follows this approach, then organization need not be a mere spectator, need not look at the environment, need not be reactive. It can act in a proactive manner. It helps them in working with the forces of environment and shaping it instead of getting influenced by the turbulence and uncertainties. That means, if you are not ready with your strategy, then you have to face the uncertainty, the turbulence of the environment, the instability of the environment. But on the other hand, if you are prepared with a strategy, with a vision, then to some extent at least, you can manage the situation. You know, it is like something is better than nothing. So if you have a strategy, you can have something in your hand so that you can to some extent tackle the situations. Okay. Next, it provides a framework for decision making. Strategic management provides the framework for all major business decisions of an organization, such as decisions on business, products and markets, manufacturing facilities, investments and organization structure. See, these are all very big decisions that are taken in an organization. In what direction should our business move? Should we behave in an offensive manner or in a defensive manner? Or what products we need to manufacture, in what markets we need to enter, how many factories we need to set up, how much of investments we need to make, what should be our organization structure. See, these are all not simple decisions. These are all major decisions. Okay. So, then who will help us? Who will help us in making all these decisions? It is the strategic management process which will help you. That means, if you make a vision, if you make a mission, if you have an objective, if you have a strategy, then decision making becomes very easy. You need not make ad hoc decisions. You need not make instant decisions. You can make strategic decisions. You can make decisions based on strategy. That is the most important thing you need to understand, and makes the company future driven. Strategic management is concerned with ensuring a good future for the firm. Why there will be a good future? Because you are planned. You are moving with a guide. What is your guide? Your strategy is your guide. You have a vision. You have a clarity regarding the path. See, clarity, strategic management gives you clarity. So once you have a vision and you prepare a mission, you will get a lot of clarity regarding the direction in which you are moving. And you know, in management it is quite often said that clarity is rarity. That means very few people will have that clarity. Clarity is a rare characteristic. Many people, they are confused about what they are doing. They don't have a vision. They don't have an objective. Just they carry on the business in a normal way. So, but if you are following strategic management process, definitely you need to have a vision which gives you a lot of clarity. So then how to set up the vision? That we will study in the strategic management process lesson. Okay. Next. And it tries to prepare the firm to face the future and acts as a pathfinder to various business opportunities. The strategic management process is a torchlight when you are moving in a stark darkness where you cannot see anything in the future. See, future is dark for everyone. But if you have a torchlight called strategic management process in your hand, to some extent, you can move forward in that dark future. Okay. Next, defense mechanism. Strategic management serves as a corporate defense mechanism against mistakes and pitfalls. It helps organizations to avoid costly mistakes in product, market choices or investments. See, you ask any business manager or you ask any business owner, they'll tell that they made some mistakes in the product market choices. That means they made some mistakes by launching some wrong products into the market. They made some mistakes by entering into wrong markets. You know, recently Sunil Bharti Mittal of Airtel, he repented for doing business in Africa. He said that I have wasted 7 years of my valuable energy, time and money to do business in Africa. And he told that it is my wrong decision. And Ratan Tata said, launching Nano and not doing marketing in a proper way for Nano is the biggest mistake I commit. So these are all very costly mistakes. Airtel did a costly mistake by entering into African continent. Now they are repenting, but earlier they did not know that. So if you have a vision and mission clarity, then you need not do some costly mistakes. You can defend, means you can protect yourself, you can protect your organization from doing costly mistakes. That means you can ask me, sir, can you give me guarantee that if I have a strategic management process in my organization, if I follow what you say, like setting a vision, mission and all this, can you guarantee me that I will never commit a mistake in my organization? I'll never commit a mistake in my organizational decision making? No, I cannot give you any guarantee. The reason is, mistakes are common, but you should not do costly mistakes. Costly mistakes should never be committed. And strategic management will help you to avoid those costly mistakes. Okay. Next. Coming to the next point. Strategic management helps to enhance the longevity of the business. See, all the time if you make wrong decisions, wrong product choices, wrong market choices, then the going concern status of your business is greatly hampered. Okay, and you have to face a lot of challenges to run your business. But on the other hand, if you move with the strategic management process in your hand, that increases the longevity of the business, that ensures the going concern status of your business. With the state of competition and dynamic environment, it may not be possible for organizations to survive in the long run. But strategic management helps the organizations to take a clear stand in the industry and make sure that it is not just surviving on luck. See, many of the organizations today, they are just surviving on luck. Yes, really, it is a fact. Many people, they are not managing their organizations based on a strategic management approach. Somehow they are getting sales. That is sheer luck. But how many days will you run your business basing on your luck? You may have luck for 5 years or 10 years, but business is a going concern. It should survive. There should be stability in the business. Then how can you get that for a long time? Definitely with the help of strategic management process. If you follow those steps what were discussed in the strategic management process, that definitely ensures that your business is not surviving on luck, but your business is surviving on strategy, on vision, on mission, on strategy. Okay, that is the most important point you need to remember, and helps in building core competencies and competitive advantages. See, if you want to have longevity in your business, if you want to maintain the core competency, if you want to maintain the going concern status of your business, definitely you need to have competitive advantage, and definitely you need to have some core competencies. See, business is an art. Business do not happen simply. Doing business requires a lot of knowledge, lot of skill. That is why we used the word crafting a strategy. What is meaning of the word crafting a strategy? What is the meaning of the word craft? Craft means skillfully done. You know, handicraft. Handicraft means it is made skillfully with the hands. It is an handicraft. So that is why here we used the word crafting a strategy. Why to use the craft? Why can't we use develop a strategy or design a strategy or formulate a strategy or devise a strategy? No, why don't we use all those words? Why we use the word craft? Because the strategy has to be made carefully, with utmost care, meticulously. That is the most important thing. So, doing business is not joke. It is an art. So, if you want to run your business in the long run, you should always focus on developing your core competencies. Means some unique capabilities that only you can do. That is the most important thing. And you will learn about core competencies in the next lesson. But what is core competency? Core competency is a unique capability that you only possess, where others in the industry, where your competitors do not possess. So you should focus on that. So how can we get that core competency? Core competencies do not happen on a single day. You have to constantly work with a plan, with a strategy, with a vision to get that core competence. And you should always try to have an upper hand on your competitors. That is called getting the competitive advantage. So with the strategic management process, you can have that core competence and you can get the competitive advantage. So this is about the importance or benefits of strategic management. But this question may not be asked in the same way. See, here it is asked in a similar manner. Organizations sustain superior performance over a long period of time in spite of the rapid changes taking place continually in its competitive environment, if they implement strategic management successfully. Explain. See, here the word importance or benefits is not used. But by reading that question, you have to understand what answer you have to write. That is the most important thing. Pay attention to the similar questions and application oriented questions and scenario based questions. And next, what are the limitations of strategic management? See, everything will have its fair share of limitations. Nothing is there in this world which is free of limitations. Even strategic management process has its own limitations. Okay? So now let us see what are the limitations of strategic management. The presence of strategic management cannot prevent all hindrances and always achieve success. See, even the big companies like Amazon, Reliance, they get losses and they have strategies. Then you may straightforward ask me a question. Sir, you are telling in the previous question that you can extend the longevity of the business, you can avoid doing mistakes. Then why companies, even though they are managing strategically, do you think that Airtel don't have any strategy? And why did Sunil Bharti Mittal said that he made a mistake? What is the reason? So, the thing is, even though you follow the strategic management process, but the environment is much bigger. The environment is much turbulent. The environment is very dynamic. It is more dynamic than your expectations. See, anyone in the beginning of the year 2020, have anyone expected this outbreak of this virus? No, no one expected. So the environment is so turbulent. It is unstable. It is dynamic. Sometimes our expectations cannot match the changes that are taking place in the environment. So that's why sometimes our strategies, in spite of having a vision, mission, we cannot deal with the environment. Okay? Right. There are limitations attached to the strategic management. This can be explained in the following lines. The first one, environment is highly complex and turbulent. I have told you. It is difficult to understand the complex environment and exactly pinpoint how it will shape up in future. See, we have 6 micro factors and 6 macro factors. Okay. Generally, business environment means we have to consider 6 micro factors and 6 macro factors. See, micro factors, they are called as cosmic, which you have studied in your CA foundation. And macro factors means spelt G, isn't it? So, total of 12 factors. And you know, these 12 factors, they keep on changing all the time. You know, what is cosmic? In micro level, you have to analyze about the competition, the organization, the supplier environment, the market, intermediaries and customers. And in the macro level, you have to study about the socio-cultural changes, population trends, economic policies, legal political environment, technology and the global changes. Do you think that it is an easy task to analyze all these things? Companies are spending crores of rupees to analyze all these factors. And that is why companies are setting up enterprise information systems. Yes, EIS is an enabler to SM. IT is an enabler to businesses. If you want to do your business in a more strategic manner, you have to take the help of information technology. You have to set up enterprise information systems to get a better idea about your business. Don't think that these are all different things. Okay, EIS is different, that is related to computers. SM is different, it is related to management. No. You have to integrate. Everything is for business. Strategic management is for business. EIS is for business. And EIS helps strategic management to analyze all these factors and come out with a beautiful strategy. Okay. So, environment is highly complex and turbulent. So, we cannot predict what happens in the environment. So, yeah. The organizational estimate about its future shape may badly go wrong and put all the strategic plans at risk. The current situation, how efficiently you made your vision, how efficiently you made your strategy. But sometimes when the environment is so unstable or turbulent, beyond your imagination, no strategies will work. Okay. The environment affects the organization as the organization has to deal with suppliers, customers, governments and other external factors. I told you 6 internal factors and 6 external factors. They all will affect your business. Okay. Now, strategic management is a time-consuming process. See, making a strategy is not easy. With one simple meeting by the top-level management, you cannot come out with a strategy. Strategic management involves a lot of analysis, which is a time-consuming process. And you know, the organization has to engage itself in the day-to-day activities. It has to engage itself in the day-to-day activities on one side. And on the other side, it has to plan for the future. And meanwhile, many things come on the way. So you have to tackle all these things. That is why strategy is an integrated plan. And that integrated, unified means it takes a lot of time. It is a time-consuming process. Organizations have to spend a lot of time in preparing and communicating the strategies that may disturb daily operations and negatively impact the routine business. See, if the marketing manager is involved in making the marketing strategy, okay, that is fine, that is good. But what happens to the regular operations, what he has to perform? Where is the time? So, organizations have to manage. That is the reason in EIS we will learn. If you automate the business processes, then employees will get some free time, so that free time of the employees can be used for this strategic management process. What a big strategy it is. What a big thing it is. Combine the subjects EIS and SM. Then you will get a better and clear understanding of the things. Okay. Now, strategic management is a costly process. Why it is very costly? For strategic management, you have to set up information systems. You have to take advantage of the modern business intelligence softwares. You have to analyze the environment. You have to gather a lot of environment. And that is a costly process. And you need to appoint the business consultants. So, companies like Ernst & Young, E&Y, McKinsey, ADL, BCG, these all consultants you need to appoint. And they charge high fees. They charge very high fees. But you have to do it. Do you think that, or do you have any doubt that will companies really do all this? Yes, no doubt. Companies will definitely do all this. You know, Reliance constantly talks with Michael Porter. Michael Porter offers his services to Reliance. He is a good strategist. And you know, these strategists, they charge very high fees in crores, which you cannot expect. That is why once you become a chartered accountant and once you have a good knowledge about business strategy, you too can charge good fees from your clients, offering them good strategic services. That is the beauty of this subject, strategic management. Now, strategic management adds a lot of expenses to an organization. Expert strategic planners need to be engaged. And efforts have to be made for analysis of external and internal environments, devise strategies and properly implement them. Yes, these strategists, they charge high fees, and it is a time consuming process, and time and costs are interrelated. If it takes more time, it incurs more costs, and these can be really costly for organizations with limited resources, particularly the small and medium sized organizations. Yes, this is definitely a big drawback. Small companies, they cannot hire the strategic consultants because of their limited resources. But even then, strategy is required, strategic management process is required by all the organizations. Whether you are a micro, small, medium, large, very large, ultra large, you require strategic management process. And now, above all, uncertainty. You know, uncertainty is the best friend of the businessman. A businessman has to befriend uncertainty, and businessman and uncertainty go hand in hand. Okay. And in a competitive scenario where all organizations are trying to move strategically, it is difficult to clearly estimate the competitive responses to a firm's strategies. We cannot handle uncertainty, and we don't know how it is uncertain, how frequently it is uncertain. Okay. There will be lot of trade cycles, market cycles that takes place in the environment. So, these are all the disadvantages or the limitations of the strategic management. And now, the application of strategic management, where you can make use of this strategic management. See, without any exception, whether it is a economic organization or a non-profit organization or a governmental organization or a hospital or an educational institution, every organization, it requires to be run in a strategic manner. That means every organization should adopt the strategic management process. Okay. Here some instances are given where you can apply the strategic management. The first thing is, explain the significance of strategic management in non-profit making organizations. See, business organizations can be classified as commercial and non-commercial on the basis of the interest they have. And typically a non-profit organization may function without commercial objective of making profit. They might be established for social, charitable and educational purposes. These all things we know about non-profit organizations. And generally their aim is to provide services to members, beneficiaries and public at large. Examples of non-profit organizations, ICAI, municipal corporations and so on. There is nothing to explain there, already you know what a non-profit organization is. Now what is the importance of strategic management to non-profit organizations? Strategic management process can be used effectively by non-profit governmental organizations. Many non-profit and governmental organizations outperform private firms and corporations on innovativeness, motivation, productivity and strategic management. Sometimes it happens. Some non-profit organizations, some trusts, they offer better services. Like Infosys Trust. Even though it is just non-profit organization, they have lot of strategies how to spend their money, how to attract the funds, how to distribute the resources, how to make use of the resources. So they will have strategies for that. That means strategies are required for everyone. And non-profit governmental organizations may function as a monopoly, produce a product or service that offers little or no measurability of performance and are totally dependent on outside financing. See, there may be some non-profit organizations which offer some unique services. So, see, there will be measurability of performance once there is a competition. But once you are a monopoly and there is no measurability of, once there is a monopoly, you are a monopoly and once there are no competitors, how can you measure your performance? But even then, if you follow the strategic management process, that will be of great help to you. And strategic management provides an excellent vehicle to such social and charitable institutions for developing the needed financial support. You see, generally these charitable organizations, they depend on external financing. Always they depend on the funds that they get from the public outside. So if they run their organization in a strategic manner, then many people get attracted to the work done by them and they may give lot of funds to the organization. And the next one, explain educational institutions require strategic management. Definitely. That is what? There is no exception. Everyone requires strategic management. Education is a noble profession. An educational institute usually functions as a not-for-profit organization managed by trusts and societies. They include schools, colleges and universities. No need to explain, you can understand that. Then what is the importance of strategic management for those educational institutions? On the account of the significant changes in the competitive environment of educational institutions, they have to adopt different strategies for attracting best students. See, once upon a time, students used to search for the educational institutions to join. Now the case is reversed. So now the educational institutions are having intense competition. So they want to attract the best students. They want to have good students. And for that, they are doing lot of, making lot of things. They are following different strategies. Okay. What kind of strategies are followed? Joining hands with industries or companies in order to deliver education to make graduates more employable. See, this is the most important thing. In colleges, we enter to learn and we leave to earn. So that's why it is the responsibility of the universities and colleges to make the students more employable. Means the colleges and schools, in addition to developing the academic skills, the thinking skills, the reasoning skills of the students, they also have to develop the employability skills. See, that is the biggest problem in the Indian education scenario, where the students are given some academic skills or some basic skills, but they are not given employability skills. So many top-notch organizations like Harvard, Stanford, Kellogg's, Wharton, London School of Economics, these all top-rated institutions across the world, and IIMs and IITs in our India, IISc Bangalore and several other institutions, they always try to give more employability skills to the students by joining hands with the industry. That is called as industry academia interface. That means what industry requires, that the educational institution should understand and should give those employable skills to the students. So that is a very good strategy. If an educational institution follow that strategy, then it is very good to both the students and the organization. And introducing modernized teaching methods such as computers, internet technologies and online degrees. And during this pandemic outbreak, we are seeing how the entire educational system has a new makeover. You know, completely things are changed. Today everything is based online, especially in the education system. And during this time, some organizations which are not prepared, which are not tech savvy, they are losing their competitive advantage in the market. And getting better name and recognition that everyone wants. And designing the curriculum in such a way to provide better citizenry and employability that every organization should look forward. And write a short notes on strategic management in government agencies and departments. Already we discussed that. Even the government organizations, even though they don't have better measurability of performance, they have to be very careful, and they have to run the government organizations in a strategic supportive manner. Generally government organizations operate with less strategic autonomy. See, in private organizations there is freedom. Autonomy means freedom. So there is freedom for the private organizations to have their own strategies. But in the government organizations there are some restrictions. There will be lot of hierarchy. Okay, you cannot implement strategies as you like. So there are some restrictions. But even then, they are government organizations also, they are consulting the business consultants, they are also making the strategies, they are also implementing the strategies, and they are also getting good performance. Okay, that is the question related to strategic management in government agencies and departments. So with that we have finished the things. Application oriented questions also you have to just check them. Okay, means the concept is already studied, so you have to read that. Now let us see the supplementary material regarding this lesson. See, here some points are given. These may be helpful to MCQs, so you need to go through them. And now let us see one question here. Explain the significance of strategic management to medical organizations. No exception, I told you, even medical organizations require strategic management. The whole strategic landscape of healthcare is changing because of the internet, and especially today in this outbreak, even doctors are preferring online consultations, doctors are preferring telemedicine. Okay, that means we expected all these changes that they take place some after a period of 5 years or 10 years. But with this pandemic outbreak, things are fast. Okay, they are very quick. What things they should come after 10 years, now they are now implemented. Okay, and especially this thing, internet. See, generally God has given us internet as a blessing in disguise. He has given us a threat, and at the same time internet as a blessing. Okay, so modern hospitals are creating new strategies as advances in the diagnosis and treatment of chronic diseases are undercutting the earlier mission. See, many new diseases. See, this coronavirus is the biggest challenge to the hospitals, to the medical institutions, to the pharma companies. Okay, and a successful hospital strategy for the future will require renewed and deepened collaboration with physicians who are central to hospitals' well-being, and a reallocation of resources from acute to chronic care in home and community settings. See, today, rather than patients going to hospitals, especially in this COVID-19 situation, home care, home isolation, home quarantine, these are all preferred. And the strategies are changing. Now the doctors are attending the patients at home quarantine using telemedicine concepts or using online consultations. So that is the latest strategies implemented by hospitals. And hospitals can go for backward integration. That means they can start their ambulance services, they can start diagnostic services on their own. And you know, generally every hospital is doing that. That is called as backward integration. And we will learn about this backward integration in the coming lessons. And Intel recently began offering new secure medical services whereby doctors and patients can conduct sensitive business on the internet, such as sharing results of medical tests and prescribing medicine. That has become a common thing nowadays. Okay, right. Now there is one scenario based question. Do Good Group is not for profit organization based on Northern India working towards child care. The group educates the people towards immunization, sanitation and works in coordination with the local hospitals or medical centers. Recently, a new team has taken over the management of its activities. Explain whether tools of strategic management are relevant for the group. Why not? Definitely, strategic management will help the Do Good Group. So, the tools of strategic management process are effectively being used by a number of not-for-profit or charitable organizations. While Do Good Group may have social and charitable existence, still it has to generate resources and use them wisely to achieve the organizational objectives. That means, strategic management is also helpful for Do Good Group, even though it is a non-charitable organization. Organizations need to be managed strategically irrespective of whether they have profit motive or not. The strategic management of Do Good Group should essentially cover these all things we know. They have to analyze their vision, mission, they have to have a strategic intent, which we already discussed, and they have to generate required resources in terms of finance and manpower, and they have to take a SWOT analysis, means they have to know the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats from time to time, and they need to set the goals in the area of child care and what geographical coverage they want to make. For all these they need to make objectives, and they have to analyze the desired future position with past and present situation. That means they have to make a vision and they have to make a strategy. So you should learn how to answer this kind of questions also. Okay, these are called as scenario based questions. That means to answer this type of questions, you require the knowledge of the entire lesson. Okay, with that we finished the first lesson. Thank you. Okay, greetings of the day and welcome to the session all of you. So, in this session, we will see the second lesson in strategic management, that is dynamics of competitive strategy. See, the first lesson is about introduction to strategic management, and this lesson is about the dynamics of competitive strategy. That means, if you want to make a competitive strategy for your organization, definitely that competitive strategy will depend on certain forces. So those forces, they are called as dynamics. See, many people, they think that dynamics is the plural of dynamic and they think that it is changing. No, it is not changing. Dynamic is different, dynamics is different. Dynamics means forces. See, we have in physics, we have thermodynamics. That means the study of thermal forces. So likewise, the dynamics of competitive strategy. That means whenever you make a strategy for your organization, different factors, different forces will influence your strategy. So before making a competitive strategy for your organization, see, actually the strategic management process will start in the third lesson. Okay. So before going to the third lesson, in the second lesson, we have to study about different forces that will show impact on our strategy. So without having the knowledge of these forces, we cannot come out or we cannot make out a good competitive strategy. And these are all mandatory things that every businessman has to keep in mind before making a strategy. So all these things we will study. So what we will study in this lesson? We will study about the competitive landscape, portfolio analysis, industry and competitive analysis, and the concepts of competitive advantage, core competence and value chain analysis, internal and external analysis. In that internal and external analysis, again we study all these factors, and we also study about globalization. See, these are all the basic things which you need to keep in mind before you go for making a strategy for your organization. That is very, very important to know. Okay. So now let us start the things. competitive strategy, what it is? A competitive strategy will be developed after analyzing several external environmental forces. That is the most important thing. See, you cannot make your strategy blindfolded, no? You have to observe what is happening around you. Externally, what is happening, what your competitors are doing, what the government is doing, what the technology that is coming new. Okay, these all things you have to monitor, and accordingly you have to make your strategy. That is very, very important. And the expectations of the society, what people are expecting from you, what are the tastes and preferences, what are their choices. You have to keep all the thing in mind before you make your strategy. See, strategy is the direction in which you want to move. For what? For competitive advantage. You want competitive advantage. You want an upper hand in the market compared to your competitors. You want to win in the market. You want to be in the advantageous position in the market. For that, you need to travel in a proper direction. And before choosing the direction, you have to know all these things. You have to know the expectations of the people, expectations of the society, different external factors. These all things you should know. Without knowing all these things, how can you decide your direction? And going in that direction, how can you get the competitive advantage? You cannot. Okay. Next. A firm must identify its position relative to the competitors in the market. That is what I told you. You need to know about your competitors, and the objective of a competitive strategy is to generate competitive advantage. That is what I told you. Why you are making a strategy? Why you want to move in a particular direction? Why you want to channelize all of your resources in one particular direction? Because you want competitive advantage. For that competitive advantage, we are making the strategy. And while making the strategy, you need to know a lot of things. You need to know the dynamics, the forces that will affect your strategy, that will affect your direction. That is the most important thing you need to understand. And with your strategy, what should happen? What should be the result of your strategy? It should be the competitive advantage. It should be the increased market share. It should be helpful to beat the competition. And a competitive strategy consists of moves to attract the customers, withstand the competitive pressures, and strengthen the market position. That means a strategy is an integrated plan to achieve all these things. Not only profits, we have to attract the customers, we have to withstand the competitive pressure, we need to strengthen our market position, we need to have a competitive advantage. In that way, you should formulate your strategy. That is why we frequently say that strategy is not a simple plan. It is an integrated, comprehensive plan. Okay? It is a unified, integrated, comprehensive plan. Means which focuses on many things, achieving many things at a time. Okay? Next, a firm must have competitive advantage to compete in the market. Competitive advantage comes from a firm's ability to perform activities more effectively than its rivals. For that only you require strategy. How can I do my work more better than my rivals? More better than my competitor? That means you need to have clarity. You need to have a proper direction. You need to channelize your energies. You need to put your efforts. But in what direction? That is what the strategy will tell you. Okay? Right. We read a short note on competitive landscape. Now we started our analysis of the dynamics of competitive strategy. First, let's start with the competitive landscape. That means first we need to understand the competitive environment where we are doing the business. How many competitors are there? How many direct competitors are there? How many indirect competitors are there? What are their strategies? What they are doing? These all things you need to know at first, because this competitive landscape, your competitor strategies are the number one dynamics which show a great impact on your strategy. Your strategy should be an offensive strategy to your competitors. You need to beat your competitors. You need to beat in the sense you need to win over, outsmart your competitors. Yeah, the right word is not beat, it is outsmart. You need to outsmart your competitors. That means if you want to outsmart them, what you have to do? You have to know what they are doing. What are their strategies? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? What are their opportunities? What are their threats? What do they think? What do they launch? So these all things you need to know. This is the first dynamics. This is the first force which you need to analyze very much. Okay, right. The competitive landscape is a business analysis which identifies direct or indirect competitors. See, we have two types of competitors, direct and indirect competitors. So direct competitor is in the same line of business, whereas indirect competitor can be from any part of the business. Okay, and it is about identifying and understanding the competitor's vision, mission, core values, niche, market, strengths and weaknesses. Some pronounce it as niche and some pronounce it as niche. Yes, either things are correct. You can pronounce it as niche or niche. Okay, niche, market and strengths and weaknesses. That means you have to know the strengths of your competitors, the weaknesses of the competitors, their vision, their mission, their values and their special focus. Niche market means the special focus made by them. You need to know all these things. And you know, your competitor will also know all these things about you. Okay, this is common in business. You have to know about your competitor and your competitor will try to know about you. Okay, right. Understanding of competitive landscape requires an application of competitive intelligence. See, whenever you want to know about someone or something, you need to use intelligence. See, government also will have an intelligence department. So with the use of that intelligence department, using that intelligence department, government will try to know what is happening in the country, what people are thinking, okay, what the political parties are doing, what the terrorists are doing, what any kind of anti-national activity is being done. So these all things using intelligence department, the government will know. Likewise, you need to use competitive intelligence. That means by reading newspapers, by reading the ads of your competitors, by browsing their website, by talking to the common friends, by talking to the common suppliers, okay, by the statements they are publishing in the media. So you have to analyze. This all come under competitive intelligence. That means using all these sources, you need to know about what your competitor is doing. Okay, it helps in formulating and implementing effective strategies that will improve the firm's competitive advantage. Whose competitive advantage? Your firm's competitive advantage. Okay. Now, what are the steps to understand the competitive landscape? First one, identify the competitor. The first step is to identify the competitor and collect data about their market share. This answers the question, who are the competitors? See, you may have many competitors, but some of them are very small and some of them are very aggressive and very big. So you have to precisely know who is your competitor, with whom you are competing. Depending on your status, your market share, your capabilities, whom do you feel as a competitor? First you identify. There may be n number of competitors, but all of them may not give you the right competition. So you need to find the people who are giving you the right competition. Okay, try to know about them, try to know about their market share and understand their competitor. See, once you identified, yes, this is my competitor, then you try to understand the competitor. Understanding the competitor means what? You try to know about them. You try to watch their website, browse their websites, read their ads, read their annual reports. Okay, talk to the people, so then you will get to know about them. Okay, so once the competitors are identified, we have to understand their products and services by referring to market research reports, internet, newspapers, social media, industry reports and various other sources. See, in every possible way, read their Insta posts, read their FB posts, read their video, watch their videos being uploaded by them in the YouTube, watch their advertisements, read their annual reports. In every possible way, this is called as competitive intelligence. So in every possible way, try to get data about them, try to get knowledge about them. So this is called as understanding the competitor, right? And determine the strengths of the competitors. What are the strengths of the competitors? Okay, what is their financial position? Okay, where they are getting the advantage and what are they likely to do next, what may be their next strategies, what may be their next plans, what they are going to launch next, what kind of products they are launching next, and how strong is their distribution network. Okay, what is their human resource strengths? Not only this, these are a sample set of questions, but you need to get answers for many questions about your competitor, their strengths, their weaknesses, everything, and determine the weaknesses of the competitors. Okay, not only the strengths, their weaknesses also. Sometimes the same point may be a strength as well as weakness. For example, human resource may not be a strength to your competitor, it may be a weakness to your competitor. So try to know whether the human resource is a strength to your competitor or a weakness to your competitor, and determine the weaknesses of the competitors. Weaknesses can be identified by going through consumer reports and reviews appearing in various media. This answers the question what they are lacking. So what they are having and what they are lacking, please try to know and put all the information together. At the final stage, the strategy should put together all the information about the competitors and draw inference about what competitors are not offering and what our firm can do to fill the gap. This is the most important thing you need to know. See, strategic management always tells you, you devise your own path, you make your own path, don't copy. Get inspired, but don't imitate. You move in your own direction. Try to know what your competitor is not doing, what your competitor is not offering, where he is lacking, what he is not doing. You should do that. It is not a rat race. You should do what your competitor is not doing. For that, you need to know what your competitor is offering and what he is not offering, what he is having and what he is lacking. This is the most important thing. Okay? Right. See, this is very important to win over the competition. Okay? And what will the business do with the information? What improvements does the firm need to make, and how can the firm exploit the weaknesses of the competitor? See, these three questions are for you. You have to think. See, you gathered a lot of information about your competitor. So, what do you want to do with that information? See, that information should be actionable information. EIS uses the word actionable information. Means you need to use that information, you need to analyze it, and you need to make an action out of it. And depending on your basing on your competitor's strengths and weaknesses, what changes you have to make for yourself, that also you need to think. And how can the firm exploit the weaknesses of the competitors? How you can exploit? See, this is exploitation is the most important word in business. You need to exploit the customers. You need to exploit the customer emotions. You need to exploit the competitors. You need to exploit everyone. But that should be legal and ethical. Okay? You should badly make use of the competitors' weaknesses. That is very, very important. Okay? Right. But be careful in the case of strategic management. Always you will have scenario based questions or application oriented questions. So don't think that questions will be simply asked like this. Write a short notes on competitive landscape or environment. Rather, the question can be asked like this. Suresh Singhania is the owner of an agri-based private company in Sangrur, Punjab. His unit is producing puree, ketchup and sauces. While its products have significant market share in the northern part of the country, the sales are on decline in the last couple of years. He seeks help of a management expert who advises him to first understand the competitive landscape. Explain the steps to be followed by Suresh Singhania to understand the competitive landscape. So this type of questions will be asked. See, once this type of questions are asked, what you need to know is how to link up your answer with the question. See, already you will have the answer. But the thing is the point which links your answer to the question. See, whenever you start writing answer for this question, okay, how will you start? See, already by reading the question, you know that this question is related to competitive landscape. So, will you start by writing this? The competitive landscape is a business analysis which identifies the direct or indirect competitors. No, never do that. Try to connect your answer with the question. What is the question asked here? Explain the steps to be followed by Suresh Singhania to understand the competitive landscape. Now, you start your answer like this. Suresh Singhania should have the following steps followed, or Suresh Singhania should follow the following steps to analyze the competitive landscape, and try to give the definition of the competitive landscape and write the steps. That gives you good marks. This is what is presentation, how you need to present your answer. See, even in EIS and SM, what is the most important skill you need to learn is connecting your answer with the question. Don't try to disconnect your answer from the question. Once a context based question, once a scenario based question or an application oriented question is asked and you know the answer of it, but what you need to learn, you'll need to learn the skill of connecting your answer with the question. This means just 1 or 2 lines you just pick from the question itself, from the context itself, and try to reproduce it in the answer and write the answer in the material. That is the technique you need to follow. And for every question I will not tell you this. You please remember. Okay? Right. Now let us go to the next one. List out the factors to be considered in industry and competitive analysis. See, every businessman before making his strategy, he needs to analyze the industry and competitive analysis. He needs to analyze the industry and competition. So, why he has to do that? Because if you analyze the industry and competition, you will get a lot of information, and that information can be used to make your strategies good, to make your strategies efficient and effective. Okay, so that is very important. So in that industry and competitive analysis, what factors we will analyze? We will try to know about the key industry traits, nature and strength of the competition, the triggers of industry change, identifying the companies that are in the strongest and weakest positions, expected strategic moves of rivals, key factors for competitive success or key success factors, prospects and financial attractiveness of the industry. See, these all things one after one we will learn now. Okay. Now let's start with the first one. State the factors to be considered in analyzing the key industry traits or dominant economic features of the industry. Okay. See, all industries are not alike. The profit margins, okay, the nature of the industry will differ. Iron and steel industry will be in one way, cement industry will be in another way, paint industry will be in another way. So, different industries will have different natures. All industries are not alike. Okay, that is the most important point you need to understand. So, first you need to understand what is the nature of your industry. Okay, or for example, if you want to enter into a new industry or a new business, you need to know about that industry. The traits, the characteristics, the nature of that industry you should know. Because all industries are not same. Pharma industry is different from IT industry, and IT industry is entirely different from iron and steel industry. They have their own traits, they have their own characteristics, and you need to find them. Now, industries differ significantly in their basic character and structure. Industry and competitive analysis begins with knowing an overview of the industry's dominant economic features. Okay, what are the industry's dominant economic features? Every industry will have some dominant economic features like the profit margins, the returns on investments, the return on capital employed. Okay, likewise every industry will be different. In some industry you may have an ROI of 5 years, whereas in another industry you will have an ROI of 10 years. It differs. And what is an industry? An industry, you know, already in economics you might have studied about industry. An industry is a consortium or a group of different, group of similar firms. Okay, so let us see the definition given here. Industry is a consortium or group of firms whose products or services have homogeneous, that is what we say similar attributes, okay, or close substitutes such that they compete for the same buyers. For example, all paper manufacturers constitute the paper industry. Next, the factors to be considered in analyzing an industry's economic features are fairly standard and are given below. That means, yeah, here one template is given to you. That means you can take this for any industry. For example, if you want to analyze about IT industry, you can take this template, you can take these points and you can make a checklist of all these points. For example, if you want to know about a pharma industry, then you can have the same checklist and find out. So this checklist will be like a template, a standard document which will be helpful for analyzing the industry. First one, try to know about the size and nature of the market. What is the size of that industry? What is the size of the market? What is the total sales of all the existing players? And what is the nature of the market? Is it price sensitive or is it price insensitive? See, some markets are price sensitive and some markets are price insensitive. And in a market again there will be price sensitive buyers and price insensitive buyers. And some businesses they are having seasonal business and they have regular business. Try to know all these things. And scope of competitive rivalry. In that industry, how many local players are there? How many national level players are there? How many international players are there? Try to know. And then you can decide. For example, if you feel that there is very high local competition, then you can have a different strategy. You can plan for a national presence. So try to know locally how much competition is there, internationally how much competition is there, nationally how much competition is there, how many players are there. Try to know about them. And market growth rate and position in the business life cycle. For example, if you want to enter into a smartwatch industry, now smartwatch industry is at the introduction stage. It is at the introduction stage. Now you may easily enter into it because there are very few players in that smartwatch industry. But on the other hand, if you want to enter into a cement industry, then you cannot do it very easily because the gestation period will be very high and there are already a lot of existing rivalry will be there. So you cannot easily do it. So try to know. For example, if you want to enter into a particular industry, in the life cycle, where it is, whether it is in the introductory stage or in the growth stage or in the maturity stage or in the declining stage, try to know it. Okay, that is very important. And number of rivals and their relative market share. How many existing people are there? How many existing businessmen are there? And what are their market shares? That already we will know in the competitive landscape, isn't it? And the number of buyers and their relative sizes, whether and to what extent industry rivals have integrated backward or forward. That means, see, whenever you want to enter into a business, always you should look about the suppliers and the buyers. So what about the buyers? What are their sizes? Okay, how many buyers are there? That you need to know. And this is mainly with regard to not consumer care companies. It is related to manufacturing companies. Okay, that you have to find out. And whether or to what extent industry rivals have integrated backward or forward. See, in corporate level strategies, we will study about backward integration and forward integration. Backward integration means you are doing a business and you also want to enter into the business of raw materials. So that is called as backward integration. And if you want to enter into the business of distribution also, then it is called as forward integration. So you need to check out whether how many of your rivals are backward integrated and forward integrated. Okay. Next, the type of distribution channels used to access the consumers. What your rivals are doing, how the consumer is reached. Are you reaching them online, offline, again in offline, how you are reaching the customer? Whether you are doing personal selling, publicity, or direct marketing, telemarketing, there are a number of ways to reach the customer. So how you are reaching the customer? How the rivals are reaching the customer? Can you find a new way of reaching the customer? That is what Patanjali did. That is what Patanjali did. When all the companies are trying to reach the customers in the normal retail, traditional retail model, Patanjali set up exclusive Patanjali stores where everything related to Patanjali will be there. Okay. And that has given a good market share to Patanjali. So try to know what are the distribution strategies of your competitors. So what you can do something different. Okay. See, always try to know, man, what your competitor is not offering. Where the competitor has given you a role. Find out. Find out the niche. That is very important. Find out the niche. The focus area, what your competitor is not focusing, you need to focus on that. It is not a rat race, it is a strategic management. Okay. And the pace of technological change taking place in both the production process, innovation and new product introduction. See, today technology is playing very important role. Okay. At every phase of business, in production, in marketing, in shipping, in packaging, everywhere there is technology. So, technology is a very expensive thing. And how your rivals have procured the technology and how much it will take to you to procure the technology, you have to find out. And whether the products and services of rival firms are highly differentiated, weakly differentiated or essentially identical. See, already how the existing players are offering their products. Are they offering the same products or similar products? Or there is a lot of difference between one competitor's product and another competitor's product? You need to find out. See, if there is very high differentiation, then it becomes very tough to you to enter. But on the other hand, if the rivals' products are similar, then you have a large scope to enter into that market. Okay, that is what you need to understand. And whether the organization can achieve economies of scale in purchasing, manufacturing, transportation, marketing, advertising. See what your rivals are doing, from where they are getting the advantage, where they are getting the large scale economies. And if you want to get the large scale economies, where can you get it? Can you get it in marketing? Can you get it in advertising? Can you get it in production? Can you get it in transportation? Where can you get it? Because already you studied about large scale economies in your economics. So you need to have large scale economies for your business. Definitely. Okay. So you please find out where can you get the large scale economies. Because you want to know the areas where you can save your money, where you can get good profit margins. So for that, try to find out the large scale economies. And whether the key industry participants are clustered in a particular location or scattered across a wide geographic area. See, we have all IT companies mostly concentrated in Bangalore, and right now they are concentrating on Hyderabad. Of course, Kolkata is also having IT companies, Chennai is, but we cannot, we will not call them as IT hubs. For example, if you say the Silicon Valley of India, the first name that comes to your mind is Bangalore. See, whenever a group of companies are established at one particular place, definitely you will have some economies of scale over there. Definitely you will have some developed infrastructure there, and you can have better labor availability, better workforce availability there. So that's why you need to check out. Likewise in India we have for chappals, Kanpur, for saris, Surat, okay, and for locks, Aligarh, for IT companies, Bangalore, for slates, Markapur in Andhra Pradesh, for limestone, Piduguralla in Andhra Pradesh. Okay, we have like that. All the firms are located at that location. So you need to find out. And if you go there and start, you will definitely get some economies. You will definitely get some large scale economies. That is the most important point. Because if there is a group of, if there are a group of firms there, definitely the infrastructure will be developed. So you need not worry about the infrastructure. See, this is what is strategy making. These many things you need to consider before you decide your strategy, before you decide your direction. Okay, very beautiful things these are. And capital requirements and the ease of entry and exit. So how much capital is required? See, some kind of industries, they need to be started very big. Then only you can manage them, and then only you can get good profits. See, for example, if you start a cement factory in a small way with small capital, you cannot do business sufficiently. So certain industries require certain amount of capital. So you try to find out what is the basic requirement of capital. How much capital is required to start an industry basically. And is it very easy to enter into that industry? because there are some industries like iron and steel which are having very high gestation periods, So it's not easy to enter into that kind of industry, and especially in India where there is lot of legal framework, exiting from an industry is not so easy. So you need to find out the entry and exit barriers, okay, and whether industry profitability is above or below par. See, all industries will not have the same profitability levels. In airline industries, profits will be different from that of railways, and IT industry profits will be different from that of pharma. So you need to check out. And this already we covered, this is a repetitive point, and whether certain industry activities are characterized by strong learning and experience curve effects such that unit costs decline as cumulative output grows. See, this experience curve effect will always be there. What is that experience curve effect tells you? See, whenever you are producing more number of goods, you will get some experience, and with that experience the cost of production of your goods will come down. So how much time it takes to reach that position, you need to check it out. That means, sir, experience curve effect of 5 years is there. That means you need to get 5 years of experience in order to get economies of scale and lot of savings. So like that you need to find out how much output we need to produce, how many years we need to wait. So these all things we need to understand. See, this is a very beautiful thing, once again I am telling you, because this gives you a lot of insights without knowing all these things. Who will tell you all these things? So without knowing all these things, if you make up a business, if you make up a business strategy, it is not correct. Okay, right. Now let us move to another concept. Explain the concept of driving forces or triggers of change. So already we finished the key industry traits. Already we came to know the characteristics of an industry, the key industry traits of an industry. Now the next one, concept of driving forces or triggers of change. We need to learn about that. Okay. So what do you mean by the driving forces or triggers of change? Driving forces means the most important happenings that will have a significant impact on your business. They are called as driving forces, because they drive you, they change your direction. A big collapse of the economy is a driving force. Entry of a very big competitor, an aggressive competitor, is a driving force. Internet is a driving force. Zoom app is a driving force. Okay, so there are some driving forces. Digital education is a driving force in the education industry. 3D printing will be a driving force in the apparel industry in the coming days. Internet of Things is a driving force for consumer durable industry in the future. So there will be certain happenings, whether that happening may be, there will be certain events. That event may be the entry of a competitor, the entry of a technology, the launching of an app or anything that will have a great impact on your business, that will change the face and shape of your business, that will change how you do the business, that will change your business model. See, today this corona has changed the business models, especially in the education industry. Today everyone turned to digital learning, and Facebook is full of these digital learning apps, digital learning mechanisms. Okay, and today this corona has given a new inspiration, especially the people in the training industry and in the academic industry, that it has given new hopes, new thinking, new possibilities. So this also can be taken as a driving force. Okay, so that is driving force, and that is a trigger for change. Means that initiates a change. Triggering means initiating. So that initiates a change that will bring about a change in your business. So you need to find out that. What may bring a big change in my business? What technology may bring? Sometimes a competitor may bring. Jio brought lot of changes in the business models of the competitors. If Jio did not enter, the merger of Idea and Vodafone may be delayed, or it may happen after a long time, but it happened in a very short span of time because of Jio. That is a trigger of change. Internet is a trigger of change. 3D printing is a trigger of change. Likewise, a new material may come. See, plastic once upon a time is a trigger of change. The entire wooden industry and iron industry was badly hit because of plastic. Today we have plastic chairs, plastic, everything plastic. Of course, that is best to some extent where we can protect the environment, the trees and all. And on the other side, again, it is quite devastating to the environment. I'm not going into the, I'm not just touching the controversy regarding that, but from business point of view, I am telling. Okay, it is a trigger for change. Okay, so the dominant forces that have the biggest influence on the changes that take place in the industry structure and competitive environment are called as driving forces of industry change or drivers or triggers. Means which changes the industry structure. See, today the Zoom app has changed the industry structure of education. So likewise, there will be certain things. Sometimes it may be things, sometimes it may be people, sometimes it may be technology, sometimes it may be happening like a terrorist attack. See, terrorist attacks in US, the collapse of the World Trade Center has brought out a significant change in the business models of American companies. Really. And for example, the bankruptcy of a company will bring a significant change in the operation of your company. So these are all triggers of change. And a businessman has to observe in the future, in the coming 5 years or in the coming 10 years, what new changes may come in the industry. Okay, this you need to find out. Many events can be considered as driving forces. Some are specific to a particular industry while others may affect different industries simultaneously. See, things like internet, plastic, 3D printing, they are not common to a specific industry. For example, if there is a 3D printing technology, that will show a great impact in health industry, textile industry, automobile industry, and many other industries. That means that is not specific to a particular industry. Likewise, internet. Internet has impacted all the industries without any exception, right? Likewise, plastic, it has affected all the industries. And sometimes we may have some specific industry related technologies, like biotechnology in the case of pharmaceuticals. That biotechnology will affect the pharma industry mostly. So that is a specific, that biotechnology is specific to pharma industry. But whereas this internet, plastic, 3D printing, they will equally affect all the industries. So some triggers of change may be specific and some may be general, right? And some examples of common driving forces or prevailing in the industry, or that's what I told you, internet, e-commerce, these all things. And globalization. Globalization is also a trigger for change. It has changed the paradigm, the thought process of many business people. And today many Indian companies, they are going global. They are having a lot of international revenues because of globalization. That globalization is definitely a very big trigger of change that already happened. And changes in the long-term industry growth rate, product innovation, entry and exit of major firms, diffusion of technical know-how across more companies or countries, and changes in cost structure and efficiency. These are all some examples of drivers of change. See, what do you mean by diffusion of technical know-how across more companies or countries? For example, a company got a patent and no other companies have the patent for that. So that company will definitely do it. That is what is happening in COVID-19 vaccine, where every company is trying to file patents for its own vaccine. and the entire world is eagerly waiting for University of Oxford and AstraZeneca vaccine, Covaxin its name is, I think. Okay, so if that is successful, then that will bring a lot of change in the industry. Okay, so these all things you need to understand. So what you have to do, you have to identify the driving forces and assess their impact on the industry. That means you have to identify what new technology or what new person, what new competitor or what new thing will affect my business and how much it will affect. How should I react? These all things you need to do. That means before making your strategy, for every question I am telling you, before making your strategy, you need to identify all these forces. That is the most important thing. Okay, next. What is strategic group and what are the areas of similarity among companies in a strategic group? Now we are moving further. We are moving to the third concept of industry and competition analysis, that is strategic group. See, always there will be some similarity among your competitors in the business. So, for example, if you feel that you have 50 competitors, okay, and keeping in mind these 50 competitors, analyzing them, okay, analyzing each one of them individually will be a cumbersome task. You know, if you have only one competitor or two, you can easily analyze them, you will have sufficient time. But once you have 50 of them, once you have 20 of them, once you have 10 of them, analyzing each and everyone individually, it's not very easy. It will be very tough. So the better idea is you just group them. Because all these competitors will have at least something in common. Definitely they will have something in common. What things they will have in common, sir? I'll tell you. See, they may have the same product lines. For example, you have 20 competitors. Among those 20 competitors, 5 of them may have the same product line. 5 of them have the same product attributes. 3 of them may have the same price range. 2 of them follow the same distribution channel strategies. And one of them may have the separate technological approach, and 3 of them may offer the same technical assistance to the buyers. Now things becomes easy to you, because rather than studying about each and every competitor individually, if you group them basing on certain criteria, okay, then things becomes easy to you. You can easily get an idea regarding your competitors, and you can select your strategy, and you can select the best possible group to target. See, with your strategy, you cannot target everyone. See, for example, if you have 50 competitors in the market, say not 50 or at least 20 competitors in the market, you cannot target all the 20 competitors at a time on everything. So first you need to get a clarity. Okay, with whom you want to compete, with whom you want to compete. That is what you need to understand, and how to compete with them. For example, for this what you have to do, you have to draw a 2-variable map, that is called a strategic group map. See, you need to draw a 2-variable map like this. Now you take the attributes here. Product quality, say price. Say for example, let's talk about you are in detergent soap business, okay, detergent soap business, and the price ranges are 20 rupees per 1 detergent cake, 30 rupees per 1 detergent cake, and 40 rupees per 1 detergent cake. So you have 20 competitors, and 3 competitors are selling at 20 rupees price range, and 5 competitors are selling at 30 rupees price range, and some 12 competitors are selling at 12 rupees price range. Now you have to decide what will be your price range. For example, if you also want to introduce a detergent soap into the market at a price range of 20, then you have 3 competitors. See, now the things have become so easy, no? Now you have only 3 competitors and not 17 of them, because they are in different price range. You are in 20 rupees price range. At 20 rupees price range, for your detergent soap, there are only 3 competitors, not 20. But if you exclude this and if you say there are 20 detergent soap makers in the market, then you feel that you have 20 competitors. But actually you don't have 20 of them. You have only 3 of them. First you decide what is your price range. Okay, so things are very easy, man. That is the beauty of strategic management. Okay, right. Likewise, you can do like this. Okay, this is called a strategic group. In this way you can do, or you can give some colors to different companies. And see, actually strategic group means a cluster. Cluster means, say for example, you have 20, no? Say A, B, C, D, E, F, like that you just name the companies. Say for example, rather than simply drawing like this, you can say 20 rupees price range, we have A, we have K and we have J. Now this A, K, J, these are 3 different companies. A is a different company, K is a different company and J is a different company. So at this 20 rupees price range, this is the group, this is the cluster, this is the strategic group. And likewise, basing on distribution technology, distribution. How many of them distribute online? How many of them distribute offline? And how many of them distribute both online and offline? How many of them use personal selling? How many of them use mass media advertising? Like that you need to make groups. And now you have to decide in what manner you want to sell. For example, if you want to sell in a personal selling mode, then you need to check out in your group. Your group is personal selling group. So in your personal selling group, how many competitors are there? Maybe 3 or 4 of them, not all the 20, because all of them, they'll not follow the same strategy, no? So this strategic group is a very helpful concept to dissect your competition, to have a clear idea regarding your core competitor group, and you can directly concentrate on them without wasting your time. See, that is why in the drawbacks of strategic management, we say that strategic management is a costly process and a time consuming process. So if you use these techniques like strategic group mapping, you can save a lot of time and energy. Okay? Because it is highly impossible to analyze each and every competitor individually. So techniques like strategic group mapping will help you a lot. Okay? Right. Let us study about this strategic group mapping. A strategic group is a cluster of competitor firms with similar competitive approaches or strategies and positions in the market. What do you mean by the cluster here? Here, 3 of your competitors, A, K and J, follow the same price line, 20 rupees. So that is a cluster, that is a group, that is a strategic group. Okay? Right. And they compete more directly with one another than with other firms in the same industry. See, you have 20 soap manufacturers, man, but in your group, at your 20 rupees price range, there are not 20 of them. There are not 20 of them. There are only 3, A, K and J. Do you understand the logic here? Yes, that is the beauty of strategic group mapping. An industry contains only one strategic group if all the firms follow identical strategies and have comparable market positions. You may tell me, sir, we have 20 competitors in the market and 20 of them have the same price range at 20 rupees. All of them are selling the soaps at 20 rupees range only. What should I do? I am totally helpless. I cannot do anything, because if all of them have the same price range, then there will be only one strategic group and you have 20 competitors. But generally that will not happen. Generally that will not happen. See, you take the shampoo market. At 1 rupee price range, there are shampoos like Chic and Clinic Plus. At 3 rupees, you have All Clear and Head and Shoulders. also at 2 and 3 rupees. And at 5 rupees range, we have Pantene, we have Tresemme, like this. So definitely at different price ranges, different products will be there in the market. For example, if you say, sorry sir, in our industry, we have all the people selling at the same price range, then you have to accept it. There is only one strategic group. There are no strategic groups there. And sometimes the opposite thing happens. Everyone will have their own price ranges. One sells at 1 rupee, another company sells at 2 rupees, another company sells at 3 rupees. Likewise, starting from 1 rupee to 20 rupees, all these 20 companies are selling at different price bands. Then how many strategic groups are? 20. Then what you have to do? Then you have to observe your nearer fellows. For example, if you want to launch at 5 rupees, then this 4 rupees and 6 rupees will be your more direct competitors. So in that way you need to understand. Okay. Areas of similarity. Sir, how can I make the group? I have already told you. These are some clues here. Basing on product line, you may make the grouping. See, for example, there is a soap manufacturer. See, Dettol, Lifebuoy. They have the same product line. They are concentrate on germ killing, and they make soap, they make hand wash, they make sanitizer. Okay, and slowly Santur is also becoming like that. That means it is also joining into that group, having the same product line. So like that, how many people are having the same product line? For example, you make only soap, you don't make hand wash and sanitizer. Then your product line is different. You will not enter into that product line. So likewise, you can take product attributes, price, distribution channels, any criteria you can take. Among these 6, you can take any criteria and you can make that 2 variable map like this and you can check out. Okay. So this is a very beautiful thing, strategic group mapping. And write short notes on strategic group mapping and what are the steps to be taken while constructing a strategic group for an industry. See, strategic group mapping is an analytical tool for comparing the market positions of each firm separately or for grouping them into like positions. See, if we want to group them into like positions, then things becomes easy for us to analyze rather than analyzing about each and every firm individually. Okay. And when an industry has so many competitors, it is not practical to examine each competitor in depth. This is what I am telling you. This is what I am telling you. It is very time consuming process to know about your competitors. It's a time consuming process. So that's why if you group them into these strategic groups, things become easy to you. An industry contains only one strategic group, that we have already seen that, and it involves plotting the firms on a 2 variable map using pairs of differentiating characteristics. This is what do you mean by the 2 variable map? Like this, you draw a 2 variable map like this using x-axis and y-axis and try to plot some areas on x-axis and some criteria on y-axis and try to map basing on the data. Here we have done on an example basis, but in the real world, you have to take the actual data and you have to see, here comes EIS, data analysis, big data, database softwares. These all come here. See, IT is the biggest enabler. What is more important is strategic management only. You need to manage your company strategically. And in order to manage your company strategically, you require a lot of data. You require a lot of data analysis. You need to have accurate information and you need to get the data. So that all data collection, processing of data, security of data, storage of data is taken care by the IT, and that IT department gives the data to the managers. They use these kind of tools and finally the strategy is made. Then who said EIS and strategic management are entirely 2 different subjects? No, they are not entirely 2 different subjects. They are one and the same. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Next. Yeah, this we need not discuss already. I have told you the procedure, how to do it. Now, let us move to another important question. Competitive intelligence or likely strategic moves of the rivals. See, as business organization can't win the competitive battle unless it pays attention on what the competitors are doing. A company can outperform its rivals only by monitoring their actions, understanding their strategies and anticipating their next moves. As in sports, scouting the opposition is essential. What do you mean by scouting? See, we have scouts and guides, no? So, scouting means observing what the other people is doing. That is called scouting. So, the scouts at the time of this Pushkaras and all these congregations, there will be scouts who observe what the people are doing. Okay. So, likewise in business also, always you should have one eye. See, you should have one eye for yourself and one eye for your competitor. That is the most important thing. And competitive intelligence is the knowledge about the these all we have studied in a competitive landscape. Okay. And competitive intelligence can help a company to decide whether to defend against the moves of the rivals or to offend. See, you please remember, there are only two strategies. One is the offensive strategy and second one is the defensive strategy. If the competitor is having more weaknesses and we have more strength, hit him, offensive strategy. But on the other hand, if competitor is having more strengths and you are having more weaknesses, then try to defend your position, try to have a defensive strategy. So now you have to choose which one to follow, the offensive strategy or the defensive strategy. How can you know that? By competitive intelligence and trying to know about your competitor, right? So we will stop there and continue in the next session. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So we have studied 8 questions in the previous session. We studied about key industry traits and we studied about competitive intelligence, competitive landscape and strategic group. Now let us study about key success factors for competitive success. See, every industry will have certain key success factors, and if you want to win in your business and if you want to have a competitive advantage in your business, definitely you need to understand those key success factors and you need to work out. Okay. And it is the duty of the managers to understand the key success factors and the trends that are happening in the industry. See, for example, if you take automobile industry, in an automobile industry, the key success factors will be the technology, safety and the design. Likewise, in textile industry, the key success factors will be the color combinations and the quality of the cloth. Likewise, in a soap industry, the key success factors will be fragrance, design of the soap and the durability of the soap. Likewise, in every business, we have certain key success factors. And in manufacturing industries, some of the key success factors will be plant utilization. See, companies like Toyota, Suzuki and Mazda, they pioneer in making use of the factories, the installed capacity of the factories. So, every industry, whether it is IT, technology, pharma, iron and steel, cement, construction, health, education, every industry will have its own key success factors. And knowing these key success factors and mastering one of these key success factors is very important for the competitive success of your product in the market. Okay. So, the key success factors are those things that most affect the industry's ability to prosper in the marketplace. That means, if you want success and prosperity in the marketplace, definitely you have to work out these key success factors. And some of the important areas in which a business may have key success factors are particular strategic elements in production and marketing. That means you have to understand in what way you have to make the production, how to make use of your factories, how to make use of your production technology and how to market your products and how to distribute your products into the market. And the product attributes like the color, the fragrance, the shape, the look, the size of the product also becomes key success factors, especially in FMCG sector, in fast moving consumer goods. And resources will also be the key success factors, especially you are in pharma or in automobile. The human resources, your employee strength, your employee capabilities also come under key success factors. And certain core competencies which uniquely you possess apart from your competitors will also be your key success factor. And some competitive capabilities which you have gained will also be your key success factor. And you should know what will be the favorable business outcomes, okay, what you should do to get that favorable business outcomes. So that also becomes a key success factor. Key success factors are so important that all firms in the industry must pay close attention to them. That means before making your competitive strategy, you should find out the key success factors, and in your strategy you should embed those key success factors. That means your strategy should target those key success factors. That means you should focus on those key success factors while you are implementing your strategy, so that only then your business will become prosperous and successful. They are the prerequisites for industry success. This is the most important point we need to understand. They are the prerequisites for industry success. That means they are very much important to be successful in a particular industry, and they serve as the rules that shape whether a company will be financially and competitively successful. That means if you want to know whether your company will be successful either financially or competitively, then it all depends on how you make use of the key success factors. Okay, so key success factors are very important. Managers should understand the industry situation well to know what is more important for competitive success and what is less important. See, there will be many factors which influence the success of your business in the industry, but you have to prioritize which one is more important and which one is less important. See, sometimes you will have some 4 or 5 key success factors and you cannot work out all those key success factors at a time. So you have to prioritize and you have to choose 1 or 2 key success factors and you have to work on it, so that you create your speciality, you create your differentiation in the market. Okay, so that is very important. And here some examples are given. In the apparel or garment manufacturing, appealing designs and color combinations will be the key success factors, and low cost manufacturing efficiency compared to others is a key success factors. And a company which can understand the industry KSFs can gain competitive advantage. See, whatever we are doing, whatever strategies we are making, whatever analysis we are making, we are all doing it for the sake of gaining competitive advantage. That means we want to be one step ahead of our competitors and we want to grab the market share. So in order to do that, we need to understand the KSFs of the industry. And as I have already told you, every industry will have its own KSFs. The key success factors in automobile industry will be different from that of key success factors in IT and from that of key success factors in pharma. So these entirely, they are different. So basing on your industry, you need to make a list of key success factors and you need to target on 1 or 2 key success factors to improve your business. See, this is very important by training its strategy on industry KSFs. That means, see, this lesson is a preparatory work. This lesson forms the ground preparation for making your strategy. That means, whenever you are designing your strategy for your organization, your strategy should include the key success factors. That means, you should make your strategy in such a way that the key success factors are utilized and you have to win in the market. Dedicate its energies to become distinctively better than rivals on 1 or more KSFs. This is very important. See, once you identify your KSF, you should work in such a way, or your strategy should be in such a way that you do better work on that particular key success factor. That means, see, for example, you have identified that design is the key success factor in your industry. Then you should come out with such magnificent designs of your products so that your competitors cannot do it. Then only you will get the competitive advantage in the market. And key success factors vary from industry to industry. I have already told you. The key success factors are not same across all the industries. They are different, and even from time to time, because of the changing tastes and preferences of the people, changing priorities of the market, the key success factors also changes. See, for example, once upon a time, safety is the most important key success factor in the automobile industry. But slowly that safety is replaced by cost, design. So this keep on changing. That means we will not have the same list of key success factors all the time. Depending on the situation, depending on the time, these key success factors will vary. And within the same industry, as driving forces and competitive conditions change. See, whenever you have some new technologies, whenever you have some new competitors, the key success factors may change. They are called as driving forces. Already we studied about driving forces. So whenever the driving forces or triggers change, the key success factors may also change. So that is the reason we said that strategic management is a very complex thing, and at the same time it is a very costly process, because all the time you need to understand all these things. You need to keep an eye on all the latest developments in the environment, and accordingly you need to make changes in your strategy. In very rare cases, an industry may have more than 3 or 4 key success factors at any one time. Even among these 3 or 4, 1 or 2 usually outrank the others in importance. So managers shall not include factors that have only minor importance on their list of key success factors. See, I have already told you, sometimes you will have 4 or 5 key success factors, but you cannot concentrate on all the 4 or 5 key success factors at the same time. So you have to focus, you have to prioritize, and you have to focus on at least 1 or 2 key success factors. See, concentrating on key success factors and making your products basing on the key success factors is not an easy thing. It requires a lot of money, investment, research and development. So it is not a wise thing to concentrate on all the key success factors at a time. It is a wise thing that if you concentrate on 1 or 2 key success factors at a time. That is the most important thing you need to understand. And now explain the process of identifying the key success factors of an industry. Sir, how can I identify the key success factors of an industry? See, on what basis do customers choose between the competing brands of sellers? What product attributes are crucial in influencing their behavior? That means you need to make an extensive market survey. The managers should make an extensive market survey and should try to find out the preferences of the customers. What the customers are looking into a product. For example, if a customer is buying a soap, what he is looking in a soap? Is he reading on the label what is there in the soap? What are the contents of the soap? Or is he picking up the soap and just smelling it and buying it? Or is he attracted towards the design of the soap, the color of the soap, the packaging of the soap? So these all things you need to find out. And then you will understand what is the key success factor in selling your products more in the market. Okay. And what resources and competitive capabilities a seller needs to be successful. That means what capabilities you need to develop to sell more in the market. That also you need to find out. And what does it take for sellers to achieve sustainable competitive advantage? See, the word sustainable is very important here. You need to have a sustainable, a continuous competitive advantage. That means the key success factors should give you a continuous, a regular, a perpetual, a sustainable competitive advantage. A competitive advantage not for a short span of time, but a competitive advantage for a long span of time. So you need to focus on that area. What should I do if I want to sell my products more into the market? That is what you need to understand. Okay. So that is about the key success factors. And now, how does the prospects and financial attractiveness of an industry be analyzed? Okay. So far we have analyzed the strategic group, the triggers of change, the key success factors, the competitive landscape. These all things we have studied. Now, how can we know whether a particular industry is attractive or not? Can we enter into that industry, or can we continue the business in that industry or not? That means you need to look at the attractiveness of the industry, whether the industry will give you profitability, reasonable profits or not. That you need to find out. So how do you do that? The final step of industry and competitive analysis is to use the results of analysis of previous 6 issues. What are the previous 6 issues? The strategy group, the competitive landscape, the triggers of change, the key industry traits, the key success factors, and the competitive intelligence. So these all things you need to analyze, and now you need to draw conclusions about the relative attractiveness and unattractiveness of the industry. That means if you analyze all these 6 factors, then you will come to an estimation about the attractiveness of the industry, whether the industry will be attractive for a long time or not. Can we continue in that industry? Do we have capabilities to do business in that industry? Will the returns of that industry be good or not? So these all things we will know. Company strategies have to assess the industry outlook carefully, deciding whether the industry and competitive conditions present an attractive business opportunity for the organization or whether its growth and profit prospects are low. See, for example, at present, in the current situation, a business may give you good results, may give you good profits, but it may not have future prospects. It may not have very good future. So you need to understand that, because a business is a going concern. Once we launch a product into the market, we expect that product to be in the market for a long time. So you need to observe what is the future for this product, what is the future for this business, how long we can do it, what will be the life of this business. If we continue this product or if we continue this business, will we get good profits in the long term? So that you need to analyze. Okay, that is called as the attractiveness of the industry or business. The important factors on the basis of which such conclusions are drawn are, you have to know the industry's growth potential. That means, is the industry having capability to grow in the future or not? That you need to find out. Whether the competition currently permits adequate profitability or whether competitive forces will become stronger or weaker. See, what happens in the future you need to predict. Okay, will the competition be same, or will the competition increase, or will the competition decrease? For example, if the competition increases, can we maintain the same level of profitability? Or what should we do to maintain the same level of profitability even if the competition increases? Can we do that? So this you need to understand. And whether the industry profitability will be favorably or unfavorably affected by the prevailing driving forces. See, these driving forces will always change. New competitors will come, new technologies will come, new laws will come, okay, new game changers will come. So if these all new game changers come into the industry, can we sustain? Can we survive? Can we maintain stability in the business? That is what you need to look out. And the competitive position in the industry and whether its position is likely to grow stronger or weaker. That means, what is your position in the industry? Can you grow stronger in the future or will you become weaker? What are the conditions prevailing? What conditions are there and what conditions will emerge? So you have to analyze all these things and you need to know whether you can maintain your competitive position in a better way or not. And the potential of the company to capitalize on the vulnerabilities of rivals. See, in the competitive landscape, using competitive intelligence, we will try to find out the strengths and weaknesses of our competitors. So here vulnerabilities means weaknesses. So when can we become successful in the business? When we know the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses of the rivals, the competitors, and we need to capitalize on them. We need to make use of them. We need to utilize them. Because the weaknesses of your competitor, you should turn them into your strengths. So can you do that? Is it very easy to do that? See, sometimes it becomes very tough because the competitor is having a weakness and you know that it is the weakness of your competitor. But at the same time, you cannot turn that weakness into your strength because some weaknesses, they are very costly to turn them into strengths. So that also you need to understand. And whether the company is able to defend against and counteract the factors that make the industry unattractive. That means, do you have the capability to face the uncertainties that come in the future? For example, certain factors may make the industry unattractive, unprofitable in the future. So can you arrest them? Can you stop them? Or can you handle them? Can you deal with them? So this you have to think for yourself. And the degree of risk and uncertainty in the industry's future. And this is highly unpredictable. How uncertain the future, no one can say. So do you have that risk appetite? Do you have that capability to handle the uncertainty? That is what you need to understand. And the severity of problems faced by the industry as a whole. See, several industries will have some problems. Like in plastic industry, we have a problem of pollution. In IT industry, we have some behavioral problems. Okay. Likewise, every industry will have certain inherent problems. So, if you want to become profitable in that industry, you have to address those problems. So, can you do that? Do you have the capability to handle all of those? See, these all things you have to understand, and you have to pay attention to all these factors, and then only you need to make your strategy. That is why we say strategy is a unified, comprehensive and integrated plan. This is called as comprehensive thinking. We need to think in all the possible ways. See, this subject of strategic management gives you lot of knowledge, lot of insights, how to think, what are the areas to be focused while we make our business strategy, okay? Whether continued participation in the industry enables the firm to be successful in other industries in which it may have business interest. See, for example, if you are in one particular industry, will this be helpful to you to become successful in other industries also? For example, in future, you may think of expanding your business into other sectors. So, will the current business be helpful to you to perform well in other businesses? That also you need to understand. And if an industry's overall profit prospects are above average, the industry can be considered as attractive. If its profit prospects are below average, it is unattractive. So, if you, by analyzing all the above factors, if you strongly feel that the profits will be above average in the future, in the coming 5 or 10 years, then you can continue in that business. Or if you strongly feel that the profit prospects are very low, they are below average, then you can consider of quitting that business, or you can consider of not entering into that business, okay? And here, this is the most important point here. Attractiveness is relative and not absolute. That means, you may feel that the industry situation is unattractive, but your competitor may feel that the industry situation is attractive. How it can be like that? Yes, it can be, because it all depends on your strengths, weaknesses, your capabilities and your competencies. So, we cannot take attractiveness as an absolute thing. It is always relative. What seems to be unattractive to you, depending on your strengths and weaknesses, may seem to be attractive to your rivals, which have different set of strengths and weaknesses. See, Unilever stopped auto business, but whereas at the same time ITC started auto business. What is the reason? The reason is probably the same. Where Unilever thought that the industry is not profitable for them, whereas ITC thought that it is profitable to them. So, it is all about relative attractiveness. That means, you cannot take it granted in an absolute manner that what is attractive to you is attractive to all others, and what is unattractive to you is unattractive to all others. No, it is not the way. That is why we should always remember that attractiveness is relative and not absolute. See, this gives a lot of inspiration to enter into the businesses and to continue the businesses. That means, even the industry is having lot of pressures, lot of turbulences, but if you have the strengths and capabilities to tackle all of them, to handle all of them, then you can continue in that business. That is what ITC is doing. That is what Patanjali is doing. That is what every other company will do. Okay. An industry may appear unattractive to weak competitors, while the same industry may appear attractive to strong competitors. That all depends on your strengths and weaknesses. Okay. So, that is the most important point. And now the next question. what are the possible decisions based on industry attractiveness and unattractiveness? See, if the industry is attractive, what should be your strategy? What should be your approach? Or if the industry is unattractive, what should be your approach? That is what you need to understand. Okay. If the industry is attractive, what you have to do? You have to strengthen the long-term competitive position in the business. That means you should always think about how you can strengthen your position. You can strengthen your position by mergers, acquisitions, or by organic growth of your business. So you should always find out the methods to expand your business and expand the sales efforts. See, if you feel that the industry is very good or the industry is very attractive, so definitely what you have to do is you have to expand the sales efforts. That means you need to do more advertising, you need to do more distribution, you have to expand your distribution capabilities. So these all things you have to do and invest in additional facilities and equipment as needed. See, as you thought that the industry is very profitable and attractive, what you have to do is you have to go for new factories, you need to set up new factories and you need to concentrate on improving your business. Now, sir, what should be done if the industry position is unattractive? Okay, so invest cautiously. See, industry is unattractive means right now it is profitable, but it is having a bleak future. Means the future is not attractive, but right now your business is performing good. So you can make small investments if you want into that industry, even though it is unattractive. Unattractive means it is not going to give more profits. Okay, it is going to give you profits, but not very high profits. So at the time you please invest cautiously and look for ways to protect the long-term competitiveness and profitability. See, try to know, if I want to make this unattractive industry profitable to me, what should I do? Okay, in the long term, what should I do? Can I merge with other companies? Can I acquire some other companies? And if there is a chance, you acquire smaller firms in the industry. That is what ITC did in the cigarettes business. And diversify into more attractive business. That is what ITC also did. ITC thought that in future the cigarettes business will be unattractive. Then it has diversified into many other businesses like FMCG, fast moving consumer goods, services, hotel industry and all these industries. So this question gives you a great understanding regarding what you should do if the business seems to be attractive and if the business seems to be unattractive. Okay. Next. Yeah, with that we have finished industry and competition analysis. That means we studied about the industry, its future prospects and what we should do if it seems to be attractive and what should we do if it seems to be unattractive. Now we are going to very important concepts of competitive advantage, core competencies and value chain analysis. See, we frequently use the word competitive advantage in the subject of strategic management, and to that extent, not only in the subject of strategic advantage, strategic management, in every subject related to the business studies, whether it is marketing management or whether it is supply chain management or logistics management or human resource management or financial management, what is the most important thing? The most important thing is achieving the competitive advantage. That means whatever you do, whether it is finances, HR, marketing, supply chain, logistics, strategy, these are all helpful for achieving the competitive advantage. That's why in the market, if you observe the textbook names, the textbook name will be written like this: marketing management for competitive advantage, financial management for competitive advantage, human resource management for competitive advantage, strategic management for competitive advantage. That means every branch of management aims at competitive advantage. That means every branch of management will tell you how to achieve competitive advantage. See, if you want to achieve competitive advantage in the market, what you have to do? you have to perform better than your rivals. You need to increase your market share. And if you want to do that, you have to do all the activities in an efficient manner. All the business functions are to be carried out in an efficient manner. That is either finances or marketing or HR or supply chain or logistics. These all things have to be done in an efficient and excellent manner. That is the most important thing. Now let us study about this competitive advantage. Competitive advantage is the position of a firm to maintain and sustain a favorable market position when compared to the competitors. That means in comparison to your competitors, you have to have an upper hand. You have to be at least one step ahead of your competitors, and you should maintain and sustain it. That means you need to continue it. That means if you have competitive advantage in a short time, that is if you have competitive advantage for 1 year or 2 years, it is not correct. Your strategy should be in such a way that your strategy should give you a sustainable competitive advantage. That means, see, why you are making the strategy? For the sake of competitive advantage. That means you are moving in one direction, you are moving in a direction where you want to get the competitive advantage, and that direction, that approach, that game plan is called as the strategy. And what does this strategy should give you? This strategy should give you a long-term sustainable competitive advantage. In that way you have to make your strategy, and for that reason only we are studying this lesson, dynamics of competitive strategy. That means we have to understand all these things, and we have to pay attention to all these things in our strategy, and then we need to decide our strategy, and we need to follow that strategy, and that strategy will gives you the sustainable competitive advantage. Okay. Next, it is the ability to offer buyers something different and thereby providing more value for money. See, when can you get the competitive advantage? Okay, your strategy will give you competitive advantage. Then how you should make your strategy? You should make your strategy in such a way that your strategy should give more value to the customer. That means the products you sell, the services you offer should give more value to the customer in the marketplace. Then only customers are attracted towards your business. Then only there will be customer loyalty, which is very important thing in the business. Okay, that means now you should get clarity. What should be our strategy? Why we need to follow the strategy? You need to have a strategy in order to grab the attention of the customers towards you, towards your products, towards your services. Means you have to think properly. What should you do to grab the attention of the customers, to take the attention of the customers? And when will customer look at you? When will customer use your products? When will customer use your services? If he feels that your product or service is giving him good value in the marketplace. That means you should make your strategy in such a way that by following that strategy, you should able to deliver a valuable products to the customer and service and to the customer compared to your competitors. That is the most important thing you need to understand. And it is the result. See, today the value proposition is the most important thing in the market. Okay. It is not the size of the product, it is not the quantity of the product, it is not the quality of the product. It is the value that the customer gets by purchasing your product. And you can create value to the customers in different ways. For example, you have manufactured a product, you have manufactured a refrigerator and you sold it to the customer. And you don't offer any warranties and guarantees, and you don't offer any after sales service, you don't offer any home service. Then if the customer buys your refrigerator, he gets very less value, even though the price is low. So today customer is looking for many things while making a purchase decision. If he is purchasing a refrigerator, not just he is looking at the price of the refrigerator, but he is looking at several other things. The value he gets, the services he gets. So that is called as value proposition. So you should be focusing on what value we can create to our customers. And in order to create that value, what should we do? For example, if I want to offer after sales services to my customer, then I need to have an servicing team, service engineers, I need to appoint them, and I need to offer services to my customers. So these all things you need to understand. And you have to create a product, you have to design a product or service in such a way that product or service gives much value to the customer in all possible ways when compared to your competitors. Then definitely you will get competitive advantage in the market. So that is called as value proposition. Okay, it is not just making a quality product and selling it. Okay, you made a very quality refrigerator and you sell it. But what happens if it gets a problem? You don't offer after sales service. You don't offer home service. Then customer is not getting good value by purchasing your product. Because later if some problem comes, he has to worry a lot, and in order to get it repaired, in order to get it fix it up, he has to worry a lot. That means the value that the customer is getting from your product is very less. So you should always think about the value the customer gets by purchasing your product. And that value includes the quality of the product, the after sales services, the warranties, the continuity of the service, the interaction with the customer. Okay, these all things are included in value. So today every company is thinking about the value proposition. If a customer purchases my product, what value will he get? You should market that value. You should tell the customer about the value he gets if he purchases your product. And if you want to offer that great value in your product, you have to make lot of arrangements. See, if you make a fake promise that you will offer after sales service, repairing and fixing services, and if a customer calls your call center and if you don't respond properly, then the customer will face a lot of problem. Then he'll make a bad reputation to your company to do the word of mouth publicity. Okay, so you need to take care of all these things. Then only you can get competitive advantage in the market. And it is the result of a successful strategy. This is the most important point. See, when can you get competitive advantage in the market? You cannot get competitive advantage just like that. You cannot get it. You need to make a very successful competitive strategy by knowing the key success factors, by knowing the key industry traits, by knowing the strategic groups, by having competitive intelligence, by keeping all these things in mind. You need to craft. See, that is why in our subject we use the word called crafting a strategy. Why do we use the word called crafting a strategy? Why don't we use other words like devising a strategy or designing a strategy or making a strategy or formulating a strategy? Of course, we use formulation, but the most important word is crafting a strategy. That means you have to design the strategy for your business in a very careful, conscious, and in a skillful way. So the word craft will tell you all those three things. That means you should make your strategy in a careful, cautious, and skillful way so that your strategy should give you the competitive advantage. Then what is the use of spending a lot of money in making a strategy, spending a lot of money in making a lot of analysis, if your strategy is not going to give you competitive advantage in the marketplace? It is useless. It is use of money, time, effort, everything. So, a successful strategy, when can you say that your strategy is successful? Or when can you say that your strategy is working? Or when can you say that your strategy is giving you results? You can know that if you have competitive advantage in the market. If you have competitive advantage in the market, if your value proposition is good, if the customers are attracted to your products and services better than your rivals, then you can say you have competitive advantage. And then you can think that your strategy is successful. That is the most important point you need to remember. And this position gets translated into higher market share, higher profits when compared to those that are obtained by competitors operating in the same industry. Sir, you are telling that you need to have competitive advantage. But what exactly is competitive advantage? How can I say that there is a competitive advantage to me and my strategy is giving me good competitive advantage? How can I say that? Yes, you can say that by some metrics, by some measures. If your market share is increasing, and if you are getting higher profits compared to your competitors, then you can say that you have a competitive advantage in the market, and that competitive advantage you got it by following your strategy. Okay, and competitive advantage may be in the form of low cost relationship in the industry or being unique in the industry in the areas that are widely valued by the customers and the society. And there are two ways of gaining this competitive advantage. What are they? You can be a cost leader. You can always keep your costs at low and make products with good value proposition to the customers and offer your products at low prices. This is one way of gaining the competitive advantage. And there is second way, that is you can make some unique products even though their prices are very higher. Okay, and even then you can get competitive advantage. That means competitive advantage can be achieved. This is what Michael Porter tells in business strategies lesson. That is why Michael Porter is considered to be the father of competitive advantage. Okay, so competitive advantage can be achieved through cost leadership as well as differentiation. Now it is up to you. You have to choose. You have to choose which one is best for your company. Means again, the most important thing we will learn in this lesson, SWOT analysis. Every basic decision related to your business, your strategy should be taken based on the SWOT analysis. So you have to have a clear SWOT analysis and clear portfolio analysis. See, this lesson is very, very important and very interesting because it gives you lot of insights regarding how to make your strategy. That is why it is aptly named as dynamics of competitive strategy. Means these all forces will decide how the strategy of your company should be. So depending on the SWOT analysis, portfolio analysis, you have to decide which one is best for you. That means whether cost leadership strategy is best for you or differentiation strategy is best for you. And you can choose anyone depending on your situation. And these two things are capable of giving you competitive advantage. That means you can choose the cost leadership way to get the competitive advantage, and you can choose the differentiation way also to get the competitive advantage. So that is the most important thing. That means there is no rule that always you should sell products at low prices in the market, then only you can grab customers' attention. No, that there is no rule of such kind. Okay, you can have differentiation, you can offer unique products, expensive products, but still you can get competitive advantage. The automobile companies like Rolls-Royce, they are doing the same thing. Not only that, in every industry, in every sector, there are companies which either follow cost leadership and differentiation depending on the situation. Because market is comprised of several types of customers with several consumer behaviors. Some people are price sensitive and some people are price insensitive. So now it is up to you to choose your target market. So that's why this word is very important, target market. So first you need to choose the target market. If your target market is price sensitive consumers, you want to target them, then you have to follow the cost leadership and get the competitive advantage. This is one route. And if you want to choose price insensitive customers, then you can follow the differentiation strategy and get the competitive advantage. Either way, you can get the competitive advantage. Next, very important question. Write a short note on core competencies. See, Chidambaram Krishnamurthy Prahlad, this man, C.K. Prahlad, is a very great management thinker, and he has offered his consultancy services to many companies across the world. Okay, along with his friend Gary Hamel, and the C.K. Prahlad is also a close friend of Michael Porter. Okay, this C.K. Prahlad made a theory called bottom of the pyramid. Means he asked the companies, especially in developing economies like India, to concentrate on the bottom of the pyramid rather than on the top of the pyramid. See, once upon a time, companies in India, they concentrated on top of the pyramid. Okay, so top of the pyramid they concentrated. See, this is a pyramid, and the companies are concentrating at this level by offering products of high value, high price, high quality. Okay, but what C.K. Prahlad asked the companies is to concentrate on this bottom of the pyramid, because you know the bottom of the pyramid is very wide. That means you have a lot of market here, you have a lot of people here. So why you are concentrating on this narrow market? If you are concentrating on the top of the pyramid, the market is very narrow there. There are very few people there. Then you cannot sell them. Okay, you cannot get considerable sales. But on the other hand, if you concentrate on bottom of the pyramid, here the bottom of the pyramid is very wider, and you have a lot of people there, you have a lot of potency there. So this is what C.K. Prahlad told to the companies, especially FMCG companies, and all of them have followed the principle of C.K. Prahlad. Okay, and they got profitable. Okay, that is the greatness of C.K. Prahlad, Chidambaram Krishnamurthy Prahlad, and he was once upon a time University of Harvard professor also, and he has proposed a theory called as core competency theory to get competitive advantage. See, already Michael Porter told one way of getting the competitive advantage. What is that? Either follow cost leadership or differentiation strategy to get the competitive advantage. And looking the same thing from a different viewpoint, C.K. Prahlad has given you another concept called as core competencies. Okay, core competencies, to look at the things in a different way. That means by developing some core competencies, you can have a competitive advantage. So don't think that competitive advantage is a different concept, core competency is a different concept, and value chain analysis is a different concept. No, value chain analysis and core competencies are two different ways of telling you how to achieve the competitive advantage. See, the ultimate target is competitive advantage. How can you get competitive advantage in the market? This is the biggest question posed by every marketer, posed by every businessman. How can I get the competitive advantage? How can I get it? What should I do? So different professors, different thinkers, they have given different concepts regarding how to achieve the competitive advantage. And core competency theory is one such famous theory which tells you how you can get competitive advantage. Okay. Now, C.K. Prahlad and Gary Hamel have introduced the concept of core competence. They have written a paper in Harvard Business Review, and they have submitted this theory. A core competence is a unique strength of an organization which may not be shared by others. That means a core competence, core means main. Okay. So a core competence is a capability. Competence is a capability. Okay. So a core competence is your main capability, which you can do it better, which you can excel in it, where others cannot do it much better than you. So then that becomes a core competence to you. One more time I am telling. A core competence is a unique capability that you excel in doing it. That means you will do it very excellently. And no one can do it in an excellent manner like you. Okay. And that is very important to get success in the market. So that thing you can call it as core competence. For example, you take once upon a time the design is the core competence of Apple. Okay, and Apple gadgets are designed in such a way that no other company in the world have such kind of designing capability. They cannot design such sleek, attractive, magnificent products than Apple. Now we can say that design is the core competence of Apple. Likewise, in automobiles, Honda is having certain core competencies in compressing the sound of the engines. Likewise, Sony has a core competence in miniaturizing the things, in making the things smaller and smaller, getting all things into your pocket. See, once upon a time you need to purchase a camera separately, a music player separately, a phone separately, a calculator separately, okay, and several other things separately. But today we have all in one smartphone. Now you need not have a calculator, you need not have a music player, you need not have a video player, you need not have an audio player, you need not have a camera and a phone separately. All of them got mixed up into one gadget, that is the smartphone. So Sony always targets on miniaturizing all these things. Likewise, some companies in the world, they have certain capabilities which they are excellent at doing them, which they are very capable of doing them, that other companies cannot do it. Okay. So core competencies are those capabilities that serve as a source of competitive advantage for a firm. This is the most important point you need to understand. And if you don't understand this point, you will think that core competency is a separate thing, competitive advantage is a separate thing. No. It is a source of competitive advantage, because I told you, the marketers, the business people always have a question lingering in their mind. One question is always haunting them. How can I get the competitive advantage? Everyone is telling that if you want to be successful at business, you need to have competitive advantage. But the question is, how can I get it? What are the ways of getting the competitive advantage? And people like Michael Porter, C.K. Prahalad, they told different ways of achieving that competitive advantage. And according to C.K. Prahalad, you can get a competitive advantage in the market if you develop some core competencies, some capabilities, some unique capabilities that you only can perform, that others cannot perform as best as you. Then that capability can be called as core competence. It cannot be shared by others, or if it wants to be shared by others, they have to spend a lot of time, money and energy. See, for example, if Honda is having a technology and if Toyota want to have the technology, it cannot simply copy it, no? Toyota has to develop the technology and it has to spend time, money and energy to develop the technology, and it should be impossible for Toyota. So in that way, you have to think about in your business. See, these all things will be done by the people when they feel that they want to continue their business in the long run. If they want to have going concern status for their business. If they want to do their business for a long time by having sustainable competitive advantage. Only then you will understand all these things. In the short run, these all things are not required if you want to become successful. But in the long run, if you want to become successful, if you want to maintain your market status, if you want to maintain your dominance in the marketplace, then these all things are required. Okay. And a core competence is defined as a combination of several skills and techniques rather than individual skill or separate technique. See, this core competence is not a separate technique. What C.K. Prahalad is telling is, you are doing certain things. You should do those things in such a way that no others can excel than you, that no others can do better than you. So you should do that thing in such a way. So that thing becomes your core competence. And sometimes a core competence may have different skills put together. For example, a company may have good HR, good marketing and good distribution. That means it is excelling in all these three things. And these three, HR plus marketing plus distribution, they are giving the competitive advantage to that company. And these three put together can be called as the core competence of that particular company. In that way you can think. So core competence need not be an individual skill. It can be the combination of many skills. Okay. So that is the most important thing you need to understand. And it is created by superior integration of technological, physical and human resources. That is what I told. If you want to have core competence, if you excel only in technology, it is not enough. See, you should make things complex for others, man. That is the most important thing. You should make things complex to others. You should make things impossible to follow to others. That means others should not easily follow your strategy. Others should feel it difficult to imitate you, because it is imitation that immediately comes to the people's mind. They always want to imitate you. So you should make things tough for them. You should make things hard for them to imitate you. Okay. So that is the main concept in core competence. They represent distinctive skills as well as intangible, invisible intellectual assets and cultural capabilities. See, you can have core competency by integration or combination of many things, either tangible things or intangible things. Okay. So you should make your own formula. You should make your own equation. Okay. What you should do to excel in the market. Now, in order to qualify as a core competence, the competency should differentiate the business from any other similar businesses. See, if your competitor can also do what you do, then you are not having the core competence in it. Your competitor should not be able to do it. Okay. Now, sir, how can I know that I am having a core competence in a particular thing? Now, this C.K. Prahalad has given 5 tests. For example, you are thinking that you are having one competence. So, can I call it as my core competence? Now, you should go through these 5 tests. First one, scarcity test. That means, is that competence accessible to everyone or only you have it? No sir, only I have it. Others do not have it. And because having that is very difficult, then you pass it the scarcity test. And leverage or extensibility test. Using your capability, can you use it in the market and get more sales? Yes sir, I can do it. Then you pass it leverage or extendability test. Value enhancement test. See, if you use this capability, do really the customer feel that it is a valuable thing to him? See, for example, you have developed a technology in your vehicle and you have told your customer that you are having this technology in the vehicle. So, do really customer think that it is a valuable thing for him? Because the value proposition is the final thing. Whatever you do, if the customer do not feel valued about it, then it is useless. Okay, so you have to think that. Then if the customer also feels that it is valuable to him, then it can be called as your core competence. And can others easily copy it? If you say, yes sir, others can easily copy it, then it is not your core competence because the other fellow will do it. And durability test. How long can you do it? That means, what is the expiry date of this competence? Can you use this core competence for the coming 10 years, for the coming 20 years and do your business? Yes sir, then you pass it the durability test. That means, whatever competence, whatever skills you have to make your skills to pass these 5 tests, to qualify these 5 tests, then they become your core competence. That is the most important thing you need to understand. And this core competency theory has given a new thought, a new way of understanding, a new way of thinking in the business industry. A theory proposed by Mr. C.K. Prahalad along with Gary Hamel. It is a very beautiful theory. And today, every company is concentrating on developing their uniqueness, their core competencies rather than in the rat race. See, strategic management always tells you not to be in the rat race. Do something unique. Pave your own way, pave your own path and move in that direction. So that will give you the competitive advantage in the market. It is not imitation. Okay. Not imitating others and doing what others are doing. If you do what others are doing, then you become redundant, you become duplicate. So why customers should value you? So that is the most important thing you need to understand about core competency theory. Okay. So we will stop there and continue in the next session. Thank you. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So in the previous session we have seen core competency theory proposed by C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel. Okay. Now let us see the value chain analysis proposed by Michael Porter for achieving the competitive advantage. That means every business organization should focus on core competencies as well as maintaining or managing their value chains to achieve the competitive advantage. That is what you need to understand. And this value chain analysis is a very intelligently made analysis by Michael Porter for providing competitive advantage to the business organizations. Okay. Now let us read this value chain analysis. Value chain analysis is a means of describing the activities within and around an organization and relating them to an assessment of the competitive strength of an organization. That means, see, this value chain analysis is all about creating value to the end customer. In the previous session, I have already told you that value proposition is the most important thing. Value proposition is the most important thing. So whatever, see, we do lot of activities in our organization. We do marketing, we do sales, we do logistics, okay, we do lot of things in our organization. So what we have to think is, we have to do all these activities in such a way that they create value to the final customer. That means whatever activity you do, whether it is sales, marketing, finance, human resources, logistics, whatever activity you do, it should create value to the final customer. That means all your activities should be contributing to the value creation of the final customer. That is what Michael Porter tells in value chain analysis. And for this purpose, Michael Porter tells to divide all of the activities that are performed by your organization into two categories for value chain analysis. What are they? The primary activities and the second one, supporting activities. See, primary activities are the activities which directly serves the customer, and the supporting activities are the activities which help you to perform your primary activities in a perfect manner. See, that is what I told you. This value chain analysis is a very intelligently made analysis by Michael Porter to create value to the final customer, and finally which gives you competitive advantage in the long run. See, we want sustainable competitive advantage. That is the most important thing. What we want? We want sustainable competitive advantage. Sustainable CA is what we required. Okay. Right. Value chain analysis is a means of describing the activities within and around an organization and relating them to the assessment of the competitive strength of an organization. That means your activities will give you strength. Whatever you do to serve the customer will give strength to your organization. So you have to plan your activities, you have to plan your functions in such a way that they create value to the final customer. Okay. Value chain involves two basic steps: identifying separate activities and assessing the value added from each one of them. Identifying separate activities means what? See, in value chain analysis, what we did, we have identified all of the activities that are done by an organization into two major categories, the primary category and the supporting category. And I have already told you, this primary category provides value to the customer directly, and these supporting activities will help these primary activities to be performed properly. See, let me tell you, you take the case of marketing. marketing is a primary activity, which is a very important activity in any business. Marketing is a very important activity, and your marketing people should be polite, your marketing people should be interactive, should be competent enough to take your product into the customer place and to sell your product to the prospect customers. Okay, so for that what you need to have? You need to have competent people, well-trained people, and who will take care of the recruitment of the competent people and well-trained people? Who will take care of the training of the people? It is again HR department. Now what happens? HR becomes human resource activity of your organization, becomes the supporting activity, and marketing becomes the primary activity. That means marketing has to be done perfectly, and for marketing to be done perfectly, what is required is good HR practices in your organization. That means HR will help in marketing. If you recruit right kind of people, if you train them well, if you train them regarding how they should interact with the customers, how to talk to the customers, how to offer services to the customers, then these marketing people will do well, will perform well, and finally the marketing activity is carried out in a fantastic manner. So what is required is this combination of both primary and supporting activities. Likewise, for example, logistics. You take the logistics. Logistics comes under primary activity. Logistics comes under primary activity, and you have to carry out your logistics in a perfect manner so that you will achieve perfect deliveries to the customers at the right time, at the right place, and in the right packaging and in the right manner. Okay, so this all comes under logistics. So you have to perform the function of logistics in a good manner. So now you can take the help of technology like GPRS, okay, and other vehicle tracking systems. These all things you can take help, and you can make your logistics more efficient and effective. Now the technology becomes the supporting process and the logistics becomes the primary process, and this technology should be used to keep track of these logistics services in a perfect manner. See, this is the division: primary activities and supporting activities, and these supporting activities will support the primary activities to be done perfectly. Ultimately, the primary activities ought to be done perfectly, because it is the primary activity which creates value to the final customer. But if you want to do the primary activity perfectly, it should be backed up by some supporting activities. Logistics should be backed up by technology, marketing should be backed up by human resources, and several other functions should be backed up by good financial resources. Likewise, so this is the division what Michael Porter told. That is what I am telling you. It is a very intelligent division. He has identified the direct activities which show direct impact on the end customer, and the activities which will help those direct activities, they are termed as supporting activities. That is the main concept in value chain analysis. One of the key aspects of value chain analysis is the recognition that organizations are much more than a random collection of machines, money and people. This is a very beautiful point, very important point. See, you have a lot of people, you have a lot of machines, you have a lot of money, but still you cannot offer a product of value to the customer, because it is not the thing what you are having. It is the most important thing that what you offer. What you offer is most important. What you have is not very important. So you may have a lot of money, you may have a lot of people, you may have a lot of machines, but there may be some collaboration problem, there may be some communication problem, or there may be some design problem, where all these things, the money, men, materials, machines and methods, they could not offer value to the final customer, then it is waste. See, you may have many people, you may have much money, you may have a lot of technology, but if it could not offer value to the customer, if the customer cannot see value in the product or service, that is offered by you, then all your resources, all the possession of your resources is mere waste. Okay, so that is what you need to understand. These resources are of no value if they cannot help to produce goods and services which create value to the final customer. This is what many business organizations, they have to learn. One more time I am telling, it is not what you have, it is what you offer. Your offering should have value. Your product offering, your value offering to the customer should have value. Customer should feel that value in your product. If the value is not reflected in the service or the product that you offer to the customer, then whatever you may possess, that is all mere waste. Okay, so that is the most important thing you need to understand. A very beautiful thing it is said. And how are business activities classified for VCA purpose? I told you we have divided them into primary activities and support activities. What are primary activities? Here some primary activities are given. The first one is the inbound logistics. See, logistics generally refers to transportation and allied areas, not transportation alone. Many people are thinking that logistics is another name for transportation. No. Transportation and its allied areas like packaging, storing, insurance, okay, warehousing, transporting, these all come under logistics. So, inbound logistics, that means, see, for example, if I want to provide services to my customers on time, I need to get the materials on time, isn't it? If I don't have the possession of raw materials on time, how can I deliver the customer, how can I deliver the product to the end customer on time? I cannot do it. Okay, so you have to take care of the inbound logistics. That means these inbound logistics are concerned with receiving, storing. Yeah, this is the perfect definition of logistics, you please remember. Don't think that logistics only means transportation. Okay, that is a wrong thing if you just think that logistics only means transporting. That is a simple answer to the word logistics, but logistics is much more bigger than transportation. Okay, receiving, storing and distributing the inputs to the product or service. This includes material handling, stock control, transport. So, these all things, material handling, stock control, transportation, storing them, these all come under logistics. So, you have to do this activity perfectly. That means you should receive the raw materials on time, you need to store them, you need to supply to the production department so that they produce the things on time. That is the most important thing you need to understand. So, inbound logistics is one of the first thing that is helpful to create value to the final customer. How? See, once you have a very good system of inbound logistics in your organization, you can provide goods to the customers on time. You can make promised delivery. Okay, and the second important thing is your operations. Operations means what? Operations is again a very complex thing which involves lot of things to convert the inputs into outputs. That means all the production process comes under operations. And you know, production should be done as per the schedule. There should not be any delay in the schedules of production. Then only you can make promised delivery to the customers, isn't it? See, for example, I made a promise to my customer that I will deliver the goods within 5 days of the order. But if my operations, if the operations in my organization are not good, suddenly there is a problem with the machine and the machine is not functioning properly, so that I could not make the production and I could not deliver the final goods to the customer, then it is a big problem. Okay, so I need to keep my operations perfect. That is what in EIS also we will learn. In risk management, we will always learn that there should not be any operational surprises. That means suddenly a mission has been halted. The mission is not functioning. There is a power cut and we don't have backup power. So this all creates a lot of problems. So you need to make your operations like manufacturing, packaging, assembly, testing, maintenance of plant and machinery, providing the power. These all things comes under operations. So you have to take care of all these operations in a proper manner. And the third one, outbound logistics. See, inbound logistics means the goods that are coming inside of your organization. And now, okay, the goods are produced. Now you need to deliver the goods. That comes under outbound logistics. That means you need to take care of again warehousing, delivering to your distributor's place, delivering to your stockist's place, delivering to your wholesaler place, and ensuring that your goods are received by the customer on time. Okay, so that all come under outbound logistics. Outbound logistics collect, store and distribute the product to customers. That means we will collect the finished goods from the factory, we store them, we pack them and we distribute them. We will distribute the goods to the final customer. For tangible products, this would include warehousing, material handling, transportation, etc. In case of services, this involves arrangements for bringing customers to the service if it is a fixed location. Means this value chain analysis is equally applicable to both product oriented companies and service companies. If it is a service, you need to ensure that your service reaches the customer or customer comes to your place and have your service. Okay. And marketing and sales, it is very, very important because it is through marketing that the customer will become aware of your product. Okay. So your marketing people should be very polite, very competitive, very competent, capable, okay, interactive, intuitive, creative. See, it all depends on marketing. Okay. How best you do your marketing, how you reach your target market, how you convince your customers, how you persuade your customers to buy your products. So you need to have a very strong marketing and sales team for the success of your product in the market. Okay. And marketing and sales provide the means whereby consumers or users are made aware of the product or service and are able to purchase it. These include sales administration, advertising, selling, etc. So these all activities come under marketing and sales activities. And see here, one very important point is given: service. Services are all those activities which enhance or maintain the value of a product or service. You please underline the word the maintain here. See, in the previous session I told you, you have made a fantastic refrigerator and you sold it to the customer, but you don't offer after sales service to the customer. Then what happens? The value of your product comes down. It is not the technology of the product. It is not the quality of the product. We are not talking about all those things. We are talking about the value. Whenever customer has any problem, you should be able to address it. Okay, that is the most important thing, and that gives value to the customer. Okay, so you have to maintain the value of the product or service. Don't think that the value of the product will be inside the product. No. Value will not be inside the product. Value has to be offered by you. The quality will be there in the product, but value is different and quality is different. I can give you a quality refrigerator, but if I don't provide after sales service or repair service or some other service the customer requires, then the value of the product comes down. Here we are not talking about the quality of the product. Try to make the difference between the quality and the value. We are talking about value. Okay. So how can you maintain the value of the product? By offering after sales services, by attending the customer grievances, trying to solve the customer problems with related to your service or product. That is very important. Okay. And see, here we used a fishbone diagram. Why we used this fishbone diagram? See, we use this fishbone diagrams. This was a diagram made by one Japanese professor. This model of diagrams, fishbone diagrams. See, generally we use this fishbone diagrams whenever we want to represent the cause and effect relationship. Okay, the cause and effect relationship. See, these are all the effects: inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, service. These are all the effects. Okay, and if you want to have all of these things in a proper manner and to create value to the customer, These are all the causes. These are all the most important things. Your infrastructure, the technology, human resources, procurement, these are all very important things. So these all things will help you to offer all these services to the final customer. That is what you need to understand. So these are all the effects and these are all the causes. These are all the support activities and these are all the main activities. And you can do the main activities perfectly only with the help of support activities. Okay, that is why we have used this fishbone diagram. Okay, right. Now come to supporting activities. These are the activities that support the primary activities. Each of these groups of primary activities are linked to the support activities that I have already told you. For example, I have already told you marketing is a primary activity and it should have a good support of human resource department, so that these HR people should recruit the right kind of people in marketing department. Likewise, if you want to make your logistics fantastic, then you need to take the help of technology. So likewise, we take the help of support activities and perform the main activities in a successful way. Right. What are the support activities? Procurement. This refers to the process of acquiring various resource inputs to the primary activities. That means you need to procure right kind of people, right kind of goods, right kind of technology, right kind of finances in order to help the primary activities. So the procurement of the resources, here not just the procurement of the raw material, procurement of everything. In business you need to procure everything, you need to procure people, you need to procure finances, you need to procure technology, you need to procure infrastructure. So you need to do all of that. And second one is technology development. All value activities have a technology, it is know-how. That means technology is involved everywhere. I have given you a simple example of how technology helps in logistics, but you can use this technology for all the main activities. That means you can use technology in inbound logistics, in operations, in outbound logistics, in marketing and sales, and in services. So you should know how to make use of the technology in various main activities, and that finally produce value to the final customer. These are all very interesting concepts for the top level management. See, strategic management can be enjoyed by the people who are in the top levels of the organization, who wants to make a strategy for their organization, who want to run their organization with a lot of competitive advantage. And coming to the human resources, this is an important area which is required in all primary activities. Means everywhere you require people, and people are recruited by human resources. So if you have perfect HR policies, if you have perfect human resource policies, if your recruitment procedures, if your training procedures are good, then you will have right kind of people, the right man in the right job. That is the most important thing. But at the same time, it is the most difficult thing to find the right person for a right job and to place the right person in the right job. It's not so easy. It's very difficult. But if you could do that, if your HR department, if your HR policies are very good, then you will have the right people to work with, and definitely you can offer value to your customer. And coming to the infrastructure. See, infrastructure means whatever things that are required to offer your services. You require finances, you require quality control, you require information management. These all come under infrastructure. Information management means you require some EIS also, enterprise information systems you require. So these all come under infrastructure. Okay, many times I am telling you, don't try to separate EIS and SM. It is ultimately SM, strategic management. What we require ultimately is the strategy, a winning strategy to win our business. Okay, to have the competitive advantage. And for that we definitely take the help of enterprise information systems. That is why IT is called as an enabler. IT is an enabler. It will enable you to discharge your duties in a perfect manner. And this infrastructure like finance, information management, quality control, these are all to be there in your organization. Then you can do these main activities in a perfect manner. So, very beautiful thing it is. And now, let us go to portfolio analysis. Okay. That means this entire lesson is related to analysis only, because these are all the dynamics, these are all the forces which impact your strategy. So, definitely you have to learn about all these things. Without having knowledge about all these things, if you make your strategy, then that will not be a competitive strategy. That strategy will not give you any results or any competitive advantage. See, why we are making a strategy? We are making a strategy to get the competitive advantage in the marketplace. So, your strategy should be unified, comprehensive and integrated. That is what William F. Gluck said in his definition of strategy. So, you need to make your game plan perfect by knowing all these things. Okay, anyway, come to portfolio analysis. It is a very important concept, both from the conceptual wise and examination wise. Okay, we have a good number of questions in this portfolio analysis. Now, let us try to understand the concept. What is portfolio? Now, let us try to understand the meaning of the word portfolio at first. Portfolio. See, folio, I am telling you the literal meaning, the English meaning. Folio means paper or page. It is called as folio. That is why in accounts you use ledger folio number and journal folio number, LF number and JF number. Means the ledger page number and journal page number for cross reference we will use. So, folio means paper or a page. So, porting means joining. Porting means joining. So, that means joining the pages or papers, making it like a bunch, collecting the papers and making it a bunch. That is called as portfolio. Okay. So, this is the literal meaning of the word portfolio, means a bunch of papers, a tagged set of papers, that is called as portfolio. But generally, we use the word portfolio to refer to collection. Collection. So, collection of what? Actually, it is collection of pages, collection of papers. But we can use the word portfolio to the collection of anything, to the collection of your investments, okay, to the collection of your products, to the collection of your businesses. We can use, we can say business portfolio, we can say product portfolio, we can say investment portfolio. But we will not study about investment portfolio here. That comes under, that is covered under financial management subject. At your CA final level, you will study about the portfolio management, okay, of investments. But here in the strategic management, we will study about the portfolio of products and businesses of a company. That means the collection of products and the collection of businesses of a particular company is called as its portfolio. Okay. See, every company makes number of products, every company have number of businesses. Here the portfolio of Unilever is shown. So, likewise every company, ITC has a very large portfolio, and every business always concentrates on expanding its portfolio for business growth. Expanding its portfolio in the sense either expanding its product portfolio or business portfolio. That means the growth of the business is achieved. The growth of the business is achieved by increasing or expanding your product portfolio or business portfolio. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Now, sir, why should we study the portfolio? What is the reason to study the portfolio? See, whenever you have more than one, definitely you will have a choice problem. See, when you make multiple products and all products will not perform in the same way in the market, then definitely you will get a doubt, you will be in a dilemma, you will be in a confusion regarding which products to continue and which products to stop. Recently, ITC announced that they are going to stop the lifestyle retailing, John Players. Okay. that is their decision regarding their portfolio. And recently they launched a Faberle brand of chocolate which is very expensive in the world, almost nearly 4.3 lakhs per kilogram, Faberle brand of chocolate. See, that means companies, they continuously do this. What? They stop some products and they launch some new products. They come out of some businesses and they enter into other businesses. So this is a continuous process in any organization. And now the thing is, how do they know what to stop and what to continue and what to start? So these three questions: what to stop, what to continue, and what to start. So how a company will know? Using portfolio analysis. Portfolio analysis is a very powerful tool in the subject of strategic management, which helps the business people and strategists to make right kind of decisions regarding their product or business portfolio. See, all the time we need to have a very efficient, profitable portfolio in our business. Okay, it is not the number of products you offer to the market. That does not matter. It is the performance of the products, how the products are performing, what value they are giving. That is most important thing that you need to understand. Okay, so business portfolio analysis is an answer to the choice problem faced by the business people. Always they face the problem of choice. Which one to continue, which one to stop, where to invest, where to divest. See, in corporate level strategies and in functional level strategies, okay, we will study about divestment decisions, okay, retrenchment decisions. At that time, this portfolio analysis is very helpful. Because how will you make a divestment decision? How will you make a retrenchment decision? There should be a basis for it, and that basis is the portfolio analysis. Hence, in the subject of strategic management, for a businessman, this portfolio analysis is a very powerful tool. Okay? Now let us study about that. Define the term portfolio or business portfolio. A business portfolio is a collection of businesses and products that make up the company. See, every company offers number of products into the market. Companies like Unilever, they offer 100 plus products, and companies like Nestle, they have 2000 plus products. Okay, and definitely they face a problem regarding the continuation of the products, the continuation of the businesses. Companies like Tata, companies like ITC, always they face this problem. Which business to continue, which business to divest, which business to invest. So, to find answers for all these questions, the only answer is portfolio analysis. Okay. The best business portfolio is the one that best fits the company's strengths and weaknesses. That means all the time you need to have the best portfolio. The portfolio that best fits your strengths and weaknesses. See, sometimes we make some wrong decisions and we enter into businesses and products that do not fit our culture, that do not fit our capabilities, that do not fit our structure. You know, companies like Dell, they acquired some companies which did not match their culture, and later they sold off those companies. So sometimes we make some mistakes in our product choices or in our business choices. Then in order to correct that, in order to correct the mistakes, the portfolio analysis will help you. Okay? And what do you mean by the portfolio analysis in the context of strategic management? See, already portfolio analysis is there even in financial management, but that is an analysis of investments you make. But in the subject of strategic management, we don't bother about the investments. Our main focus is related to the products and businesses. Okay. So, in the context of strategic management, portfolio analysis can be defined as a set of techniques that facilitate in taking strategic decisions with regard to the individual products or business in a firm's portfolio. That means, what do you mean by taking strategic decisions? Means whether to continue the product, whether to invest more into that product or business, or whether to divest from that business or product, whether to stop that business or product. Many choices. Okay. Portfolio analysis is a tool by which management identifies and evaluates various businesses, product lines, business units and investments of the company and the returns expected or obtained from them. That means, see, before making a strategic decision of either investment or divestment, first what you have to do, you have to find out what returns the product is giving to me or what returns I am getting from that business. What is the return on investment? What is the return on capital employed? How much effort I am putting into that product? How much return I am getting? So these all things you need to have a clear-cut idea. Okay. And how do you know that? Using the tools of portfolio analysis, you can definitely get an idea. Okay. Right. In order to design the business portfolio, the businesses must analyze its current business portfolio and decide which business should receive more, less or no investment. This is what I am constantly telling you. You should decide what? Which business should receive more, less or no investment at all. How can you decide that? You can decide that using portfolio analysis tools. We have some 3 portfolio analysis tools in our syllabus, like the BCG matrix, like ADL matrix and GE matrix. Of course, we have n number of other portfolio analysis tools, but these 3 are most popular and most basic portfolio analysis tools which we learn in our syllabus, right? And depending upon the analysis, business may develop growth strategies for adding new products or businesses to the portfolio, right? Right. Advantages of portfolio analysis. How portfolio analysis will help you? It helps in the channelization of resources. This is the most important thing to get competitive advantage in the market. See, it is not the possession of the resources. It is how you channelize your resources. That is very important for a better strategy. See, always channelization. Where to put your efforts, where to put your infrastructure, where to put your resources, how to get the best out of them. See, a businessman always thinks about getting the maximum returns by having minimum investments. So, in that game of finding out the maximum returns with minimum investments, this portfolio analysis will help the business people. Okay. See, portfolio approach helps multi-product, multi-business firm to channelize its resources to the businesses that have greater potential. Yes, this is a very important point. See, I have 10 businesses. Okay, I have 10 businesses and always I wanted to know which business, for example, there is a company called X and it has 10 businesses like this, or 5 at least, and now it always wanted to know what returns I am getting from the first business, from the second business, from the third, fourth and fifth, and where I need to invest my money, whether it is in the first business or in the second business, because already we have studied key industry traits, and in that key industry traits, what did we study? All industries do not have the same profit margins. And all industries do not have the same traits, same characteristics. And also, depending on the situation, depending on the external environment, okay, depending on the external environment, a lot of changes takes place. A business may be very attractive and profitable at one point of time, but the same business may not be profitable at another point of time. The attractiveness may change depending on the changes in the external environment. So that you need to understand. Okay? Right. For example, a diversified company may divert resources from its cash-rich businesses to more prospective ones that have scope for faster growth so that the company achieves its corporate level objectives in an optimum manner. A very beautiful point which you need to understand. See, for example, there is a profitable business to you. It is giving you good returns, but there is no much growth in that business. See, growth is different, returns are different. See, for example, that is why we learn about the product life cycle. For example, a product is there, it has already reached its maturity level, and maturity level means there will be no further growth. Already that business, say for example, business number 1. See, you have started this business long time back, okay, and this business is giving you very good cash returns. But the problem is, there is no scope for further growth in this business. There is no scope for further growth because that business already reached the maturity level. Okay. Now, what you need to think is, you are getting a lot of returns from this business. Now, what you have to do? Will you invest in the same business? There is no scope. If there is a scope for growth, then you can invest. But there is no scope for growth here. Then what you have to do? Now, there may be another business, business number 5, which is having a lot of growth prospects. Okay. That means this business is very attractive. In future, it will have faster growth. Now, it is a wise decision to turn your resources, your reserves from the first business to the 5th business, and you put more focus on 5th business because that is going to give good returns in the future, because that have a scope for growth in the future. Okay. So, in order to make all these decisions, see, for example sake, I told you a very simple situation, but in practice it is not so easy. So, we need to make a lot of analysis, we need to take the help of information technology. Today we have things like big data, okay, data analytics. Do you remember all these things we studied in EIS? Data analytics and business intelligence softwares, data mining softwares. So, today companies are using all these things like big data, data analytics, business intelligence and data mining to get the data, to process the data and to understand the situation and to make the decisions. That means for making good portfolio analysis, you need to take the help of technology, because today the data is enormous. You have a large amount of data today. You need to filter the data, you need to go through the data, and you need to get out, you need to get the outcomes from the data, and you need to make the portfolio analysis. Means my intention to tell you that is the technology is helpful for strategy, for making a strategy at various places. I want to show you how technology will help in making the strategy so that you will understand the right place of technology in the business and why you should read EIS, Enterprise Information Systems. Okay? Right. And the second one, facilitates strategy formulation. Facilitates strategy formulation. Based on the portfolio analysis, firms will develop growth strategies for adding new products or businesses to the portfolio. That means, that's what I told you. Every company will make a portfolio analysis and then only it comes to a conclusion whether to add new products or whether to stop the products or whether to continue the products. The strategy may relate to the stability or expansion or retrenchment or an appropriate combination thereof. Very beautifully said. See, generally we have 3 main corporate level strategies. Okay, we will say 4, but the 4th one is a combination. So, we have 3 corporate level strategies: stability, expansion or retrenchment. Now, the organization has to make a decision in which business we need to follow stability strategy, in which business we need to follow expansion strategy, and in which business we want to retrench. So, how can a company know? How can a businessman know? By using portfolio analysis, he will get a clear idea regarding in which businesses he has to follow the stability strategy, in which businesses he has to follow the retrenchment, and in which business he has to expand. Okay. So, these all things will be known by the portfolio analysis. That is why I am telling you, this is the fundamental and very basic analysis for a multi-product and multi-business organization. See, this portfolio analysis is not helpful for a businessman having a single business or a single product. If you have a single business or single product, what is there to analyze? You will not face any choice problem. See, this portfolio analysis is helpful to the people who are facing the choice problem. They have to make a choice among many, but you have only one business, one product, then you don't face any choice problem, isn't it? Yes. So, this portfolio analysis is helpful for multi-product and multi-business organizations. And generally today, each and every organization is having multiple businesses, multiple products. So, definitely it is required for all companies. Okay, right. Write a short notes on SBU. See, before learning about the portfolio analysis, we need to learn three small and at the same time very important concepts. They are SBU, experience curve and product life cycle. Because these three things, basing on these three things, SBU, product life cycle and experience curve effect, we will analyze the portfolio. That means while you are analyzing the portfolio, you should take into consideration about these three things, SBUs, experience curve and product life cycle. So, that is the reason we are getting introduced to these three concepts. After knowing these three concepts, we will go to the main concept of portfolio analysis tools. Okay, right. Write a short note on SBU. See, SBU stands for Strategic Business Unit. SBU stands for Strategic Business Unit. See, generally the companies which are having multiple businesses or multiple products, multi-product or multi-business organizations, they will divide the company into divisions. Like Tata have lot of divisions, like electrical division, automobile division, foods division, beverages division, chemicals division, financial services division, like that. Likewise, ITC has hotels division, foods division, fast moving consumer goods, cigarettes, stationery, aqua. Likewise, ITC is having these divisions. But see, once you have more number of businesses, say some 50 plus businesses or 30 plus businesses or 50 plus products or 30 plus products, this divisioning is also not appropriate. See, why we make divisions? Because division always gives you clarity. See, in the word clarity only we have means classify. You classify, then you get clarity. You divide, then you get clarity. And in confuse, confuse. Con means at one place, fuse means joining together. If all things joined at one place, that creates confusion. And the opposite of confusion is clarity. So, don't try to con and fuse. Try to clarity, try to classify to get the clarity. So, generally what the organizations do, the organizations will try to divide their businesses, their products, okay. They will try to divide their businesses, their products into different divisions like this. But sometimes you know what happens? These divisions will be many in number. These divisions will be many in number. So that's why they want to make further classification. Already you classified. See, you classified, say for example, take ITC. It has classified its businesses into foods, or FMCG, stationery, hotels, cigars, like this. But again in FMCG, there will be lot of things. Again in stationery, there will be lot of things. So now again it becomes very difficult when the divisions are growing like this. Okay. Now what should be done? Now again you need to make another level of classification, another level of division, and that is called as SBU. SBU division. That means Strategic Business Units. Now ITC has 5 major SBUs. That means all the divisions of SBU, all the divisions of ITC, they are now divided into 5 main divisions. Why we do this? For the purpose of getting flexibility, for the purpose of getting clarity, for the purpose of easiness for the top level management to manage the organization. We do like this. Now ITC is having 5 SBUs and Tatas are having some 8 SBUs. That means they have further classified their divisions. Already they classified into divisions, and now again these divisions are further classified into SBUs. Okay, and that gives you more focus. Why we go for SBU in our business is for more focus. Means the less number of things you have, the more focus you can. But at the same time you want to do all the businesses. Then what you have to do? You have to go on dividing, classifying and make things easy for the top level management. So, see, for example, you may have some related businesses, okay, and that relation can be of any way. For example, you have 2 divisions. Say for example, ITC is having 2 divisions, like foods division it has, and confectionery division it has, and bakery division it has. Now ITC is making chocolates, biscuits, and it is into atta and all. So there is some kind of relation between these 3 or not? Actually these are 3 different divisions. Foods is 1 division, confectionery is 1 division, and bakery products is 1 division. But there is somewhat similarity. They are all related to the food. So now you can join these 3 divisions and you can make them into 1 SBU. This is one way of making SBU. And I will tell you another way. That means you can have SBUs in different ways in your company. That is what I wanted to tell you. For example, model number 2. For example, you have again many divisions like this, and you have 3 divisions which will give you 10% returns, 4 divisions which give you 15% returns, and 3 divisions which gives you 20% returns. Okay, now you can group them into 3 SBUs. 3 SBUs. Okay, that means all the 3 divisions, 3 different divisions which give you the 10% returns, you can put them into 1 division again. This is called further classification. Already these 3 divisions are separate, na? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like this they are all separate divisions. But your division number 1, division number 5 and division number 11, they give you 10% returns. Now what you can do? You can make 1, 5 and 11 into 1 SBU because they all give you the same rate of return. And 2, 3, 6 and 7, they give you 15% returns. Those businesses give 15% returns. Now you can place 2, 3, 6 and 7 into another SBU. And you will have, already you will have divisional managers. Already you will have business level managers or divisional level managers. Now you will have another manager called SBU manager, who is the head of all these divisional level managers. So in this way also you can divide. See, in the first case how we divided? Based on some commonality. Okay, and in the second case also there is some commonality. What is that? Returns. Okay, that's why sometimes SBUs are also called as profit centers. That means you can divide your company based on the profits you receive from your divisions. So this, in this way you can do. Or now at Tata, this is what is happening. They are restructuring their businesses. Now Tatas are having 3S strategy. Okay, simplify, scale and synergy. This is the strategy followed by Tatas today. And this 3S strategy they are going to follow for the coming 5 years. Simplify, scale and synergy. That means They want to simplify their businesses, and wherever there is a scope to grow, those businesses have to be grown, and they have to join the businesses. Wherever they can join the businesses. Okay. So that is 3S strategy Tatas are following right now. That means they are restructuring their businesses. So SBU is such kind of concept where we try to restructure our business. Okay. Next. So this is about SBU. Let's try to understand in detail. Analyzing portfolio begins with first identifying the key businesses or strategic business units. That means if you want to make an portfolio analysis, the first thing what you have to do is you have to divide your organization, you have to divide your divisions or products into different SBUs like that. Okay. Next, SBU is a unit of a company that has a separate vision and objectives and which can be planned independently from other businesses of the company. See, for example, I have 11 divisions once upon a time, and these all 11 divisions are made into 3 SBUs right now. Okay. SBU 1, SBU 2, SBU 3. See, earlier I have 11 divisions. But right now I am having 3 SBUs. That means all these 11 are further classified into 3. And how did I do that? Basing on the profitability, the returns that I get. Okay. And each SBU will have a separate vision, separate mission, separate objectives. VMO. Vision, mission and objectives. Each division will have separate. Because in the first SBU I am getting 10% returns, in the second SBU 15% returns, and third SBU 20% returns. Then how can I have the same objective and same vision and same mission for all the SBUs? Definitely I will not have. For 10% return SBUs, I will have a different vision and mission. Okay. And for 15% I will have a different vision and mission, like that. And SBU can be a company division or a product line within a division or even a single product or brand. See, this is up to you, how you divide your company into SBUs. I have given you 2 examples, but that is not exhaustive. You can have different models of having SBUs in your business. An SBU can be a company division, can be a product line, okay, or can be a single product. For example, for Coca-Cola in India, Thumbs Up is a separate SBU. That is a single product, but that is a different SBU because that is a different profit center that gives good returns compared to other products. So it can be like that. And SBUs are common in organizations that are located in multiple countries with independent manufacturing and marketing setups. See, it is not common, it is compulsory also. Once you are a multinational company having presence in multiple countries. See, some companies, they have geographic division like Asia Pacific, Mid-Atlantic, Mediterranean, like that also you can divide. Okay, geographical division. See, once you have multiple products, companies like Nestle, Cadbury, they have number of products, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, okay, they have number of products. So they have to divide their companies into SBUs. And SBU is a single business or collection of related businesses that can be planned separately. I told you, for example, you have a 4th division which gives some 25% returns. And you have only one business, that is 12. Now this 12th division can be placed as one SBU separately. That means there is no rule that in one SBU there will be more than one. There should be more than one. No rule like that. An SBU can even contain one particular product or one particular business and has its own set of competitors. That means each SBU will have its own set of competitors and has a manager who is responsible for the strategic planning and profit of that particular SBU. That is what I told you. Already for every division you will have a divisional manager, and for better control and for better management, now you will appoint one more senior manager as an SBU manager who controls all these divisions in that SBU. And after identifying SBUs, the company has to assess their attractiveness and decide how much support each SBU requires. See, I have already told you, division gets you clarity. Division gives you clarity. So once you have divided your 12 division company into 4 SBUs, Now you get a clarity. And now you can just think of each SBU. Now you need not think about 12. You just think about 4. Because all the 12 are made into 4. Okay. That is the greatness in the concept of SBU. Okay. So we will stop here and continue in the next session. Thank you. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So in the previous session, we have seen a very important concept that is related to portfolio analysis, that is the concept of SBU. And now we need to learn another important concept, that is experience curve. See, all companies, they will have some experience curve effect. So we need to learn what is that experience curve. See, the concept is very simple. The cost per unit of production will decrease with the cumulative volume increasing, or when the volume of your production increasing due to some experience, automatically the cost per unit will decrease. This is the core concept of experience curve. Okay. And the concept is similar to learning curve, which explains the efficiency increase gained by workers through repetitive productive work. That means there is another thing called as learning curve. That learning curve also is similar to experience curve. That means when you are doing a particular work repetitively, you will learn a lot of things, you will learn the shortcuts, you will gain a lot of experience so that the wastage can be removed, the efficiency can be increased. Efficiency means using minimum inputs and getting maximum outputs. Okay. So this experience curve is also similar to that learning curve. And the concept of experience curve is based on common experience that average cost per unit declines as a firm accumulates experience in terms of volume of production. That is, when your volume of production is increasing, automatically the average cost per unit of production will decrease. This is the core concept of experience curve. The implication is that larger firms in an industry would tend to have lower unit costs as compared to those of the smaller companies, thereby gaining a competitive cost advantage. See why this concept of experience curve is to be learned during portfolio analysis, because large companies, they will have low unit cost of production, so that they can get good profit margins and they can compete with the new entrants, with the new arrivals. Okay. So that means when you are analyzing the portfolio, you should also take into consideration the experience curve effect, which is very, very important. And it is an important concept used for applying a portfolio approach. That is what I told you. That means you need to look at the experience curve effect of the businesses or the products that you want to analyze in the portfolio. Basing on that also, we will take the decisions. Okay. That means you are going to learn about the portfolio analysis. In that portfolio analysis, we come across a lot of things. Okay. Portfolio analysis, as I have already told you, it is helpful to decide about the products and businesses, about the stability of the products, about the retrenchment of the products or businesses, about the expansion of the expansion or retrenchment of the businesses or products. So in that case, the businesses which are having good experience curve effect needs to be stabilized. For that reason, we will study about experience curve effect. See, experience curve effect results from factors like, see, how will you get this experience? You will learn a lot of new things, you will learn the shortcuts, you will learn the problems, okay, you will have a clear understanding of the things. And when your volume of production increases, automatically you will get some economies of scale, and with the passage of time you may redesign your product so that the product takes less inputs and give more outputs. And the technological improvements in production, some new machinery may come which may reduce the time of production, automatically the cost of production also comes down. So these are the reasons which will accrue to experience curve. And the concept of experience curve is relevant for a number of areas in strategic management. It is considered as barrier for new firms which are thinking of entering into the industry. This is what I told you. That means if the existing people, if the existing businessmen, they have good experience curve effect, definitely that will work as a barrier to entry for the new entrants. That means the new entrants who wants to come into the business may look at the experience curve of the existing players and they can make a decision whether to enter into the business or not. Generally, this experience curve will discourage the new entrants to enter into the business. It is also used to build market share and discourage competition. See, whenever there are no new entrants, okay, and if you are having very good experience curve effect, when your cost of production is very low compared to the others, then definitely you can enjoy a competitive advantage in the market. So that is about experience curve. Now let us move to another important concept, product life cycle. That means in portfolio analysis, we need to analyze the product life cycle. That means whether your business or product, at which stage it is, whether it is in the introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage or decline stage. You need to analyze all that, because depending on the life cycle situation, whether your business or product is in the introduction, growth, maturity or decline, your decisions will change. Once your business is in the introduction stage, there will be some kind of decisions, and if it is in the growth stage, there will be other kind of decisions. So our decisions related to our portfolio of business or products will change depending upon the life cycle situation. That is the most important thing you need to understand. PLC is a useful concept for guiding strategic choice. What do you mean by strategic choice? Whether to continue the product or stop the product or expand the product or stabilize the product, these are all called as strategic choices. So these all choices can be made using the concept of PLC, that is product life cycle. PLC is a S-shaped curve which exhibits the relationship of sales with respect of time for a product that passes through the 4 successive stages, that is introduction, growth, maturity and decline. That means, see, generally you will have, the diagram is misplaced, but actually this diagram should go to the above question, that is in question number 22 it should be there. So this is the product life cycle curve. That means in the introduction stage, the sales will be less, and with the passage of time, slowly the sales grows, okay, and at some point it reaches some stagnation, that is called maturity, and later on it will decline. So this diagram will give you a clear understanding regarding the introduction, growth, maturity and decline stages of your product. And you will have different strategies. When your business is declining, you will have different strategies. You may consider to retrench your business, you may consider to divest your business, and in the maturity stage you may consider stability strategy, and in the growth stage you may consider expansion strategy, and the introduction stage again you may consider stability strategy. That means depending on the level, okay, you may have different strategies. That is the main reason why we are learning the product life cycle. So in the introduction stage, in this stage the competition is almost negligible. See, that is known to everyone. When a new product is introduced into the market, or when you start a new business which is new of its kind, where other competitors are not having that kind of business, automatically you will have very less competition in the initial stages, and prices will be relatively high, because at the introduction stage what happens, that is a new thing to you, and there will be no experience curve effect. So automatically the prices are relatively high and markets are limited. That means the people in the market, they don't know about your product, they don't know about your business. So that's why the market is limited. But it takes time, that you need to make a lot of marketing and advertising, and you need to increase the size of your product or the size of your business. Sales grow at a lower rate because of lack of knowledge to the customers. This is what I am telling you. That means whenever a new product enters into the market, people are not aware of it. People don't know about it. So the company which introduced the new product into the market, they have to make a lot of advertising, they have to conduct a lot of marketing activity, and then only the sales will keep on growing. Okay. And in the growth stage, what happens? In this stage, the demand expands rapidly, because in the introduction stage, what you did, you have done a lot of marketing activity, you have done a lot of PR activity, you have done a lot of advertising. So now people starts knowing about your product. Now they come to know the advantages of using your product. Now they are aware of your product, and your product identity, brand identity will increase. So automatically what happens? Demand also increases. And when demand is increasing, you have to produce large amounts of the product, and automatically you will get some experience curve effect, and with that reason the prices will fall. This is a common phenomena which we observe in the markets for any product. And competition increases. See, in the growth stage, automatically when the demand is very high, everyone will want to enter into that market. That is why you should enter into the market in the introduction stage. Then you are called as a first mover. And generally in management we say there is a first mover advantage. That means if you are first in doing something, definitely you will get some advantage. If you pioneer, okay, if you are pioneer, then you will definitely get some advantage. Pioneer is first in doing something, that is called as pioneering. Okay, and market expands in the growth stage. The customer has knowledge about the product and shows interest in purchasing it. That is the result of the efforts that you put in the introduction stage. See, you take the example of smartwatches. Now they are slowly crossing the introduction stage, and now they are slowly growing in their sales. And if you observe in the market, initially there are very few companies like Apple, Samsung, but today we have many companies in the smartwatch market, and many more companies are going to launch their smartwatch brands in the market, because the market for smartwatches is slowly picking up. It is slowly growing, and this growth will be there for some time, maybe 2 years, maybe 5 years, depending on the product and the technology. And if there are some driving forces, this may be reduced. That means suddenly if a new technology comes, then people may go to that technology. Okay, so the growth stage will be continued for some time, and you please don't ask me how much time. I can't tell, because there are many factors, there are many reasons, like triggers of change. So that may bring about a lot of change, and that may shorten the life cycle. Okay, see, once upon a time this product life cycle is very wider, but now all the products, they are having very short product life cycles. That means the time span is very less. That means once upon a time, if you launch a product into the market, it used to take a lot of time for moving to growth to maturity. But today it is taking very less time. Okay, that means the product life cycles are shortened. Okay, so what is maturity stage? See, in growth stage, many new people, many new entrants come into the market, and the competition gets intensified. There will be very high competition, and when the sales are becoming stagnating, that means they reach a particular point, a stagnation point, there will be very high competition, because many people entered in the growth stage, no? So those all people will do business till the product reaches the maturity stage. So that is the reason in maturity stage the competition gets very tough and markets get stabilized. Market gets stabilized, it means, see, many people think wrongly about this maturity stage. See, this maturity stage is not wrong. What this maturity stage tells you, that there is no more sales growth. Already we have some sales, and that sales is continuing. There will be no fresh year-on-year growth. Already the product has grown in the market, and it will maintain its stage. It will stabilize. See, in growth there is no stability, no? In growth always there is an increase trend, increasing trend. But in stability, what happens? That increasing trend stops and everything gets stabilized and stagnated. Okay. So, profit comes down because of stiff competition. See, when the sales is increasing, then you can sell more. But now what happened? The sales got stabilized and your profit margins may come down, your sales cannot increase. So that's why your profit margins may come down. At this stage, organizations may work for maintaining stability. See, we have 4 strategies: stability, growth, retrenchment and combination. So at maturity stage, you may think of stabilizing your product or stabilizing your business. And in the decline stage, sales and profits fall down sharply as some new product replaces the existing product. See, that is happening to smartphones. Slowly, now smartphones are at the stabilizing stage or at the maturity stage. So in future, slowly this comes down because new products like smartwatches, smart rings and smart bands, they enter into the market. And slowly the sales for smartphones may come down. That means then smartphones enter into declining stage. Already desktop computers are in the declining stage and many other products are in the declining stage because they are replaced by some other more technologically efficient products. So a combination of strategies can be implemented to stay in the market either by diversification or retrenchment. So in decline stage, what the companies can do, they may think of stopping the product, they may think of entering into other business. So these all choices are there. Now, why we should study this product life cycle during portfolio analysis? The main advantage of PLC is that it can be used to diagnose a portfolio of products in order to establish the stage at which each of them exists. See, in portfolio already we discussed what is portfolio. It is collection of your products and businesses. So, some of your products may be in the introduction stage, some of your products may be in the growth stage, some of your products may be in the maturity stage and some in declining stage. So, depending on the stage at which they are, your decisions will change. If the product is in the introduction stage, you may think of continuing them. If the product is at the growth stage, you may think of expanding the investments and sales efforts. If the product is at maturity stage, you may consider stability strategy. If the product is at declining stage, you may consider retrenchment strategy. That means, in portfolio analysis, if you want to take decisions about the products, if you want to make strategies for your businesses and products, this product life cycle will be of great help to you. Okay. Particular attention is to be paid on the businesses that are in the declining stage. Depending on the diagnosis, appropriate strategy can be chosen. See, why particular attention is required for the businesses or products in the declining stage? Because if you continue them, you may get some losses. So that is the reason you may think of retrenching that product or business or divesting. See, this divesting, everything comes under retrenchment only. So you may consider that strategy. And now we are going to learn about the things, okay. Various models of portfolio analysis. See, I have already told you, we have lot of portfolio analysis tools that are available in the market. But here, 3 basic and at the same time very effective tools which are used to analyze the portfolio are given in our syllabus. They are the first one, BCG, growth share matrix, GE matrix and ADL matrix. So we will learn about them one after one. Now let's start with BCG, growth share matrix. See, this BCG growth share matrix is a portfolio analysis tool, probably the first of its kind in the industry. Okay, it was made by a very famous consulting company called as BCG. BCG stands for Boston Consulting Group. Okay, so that BCG has made this software. This is a very important portfolio analysis which is used for conducting your operations in a perfect manner. Okay. What is the name of this matrix? Growth share matrix. So this Boston Consulting Group, what it did is, it has made lot of analysis, it has made lot of things, and finally it has created a matrix that is called as BCG matrix. And what they have done, they have taken two things, that is, the first one growth and second one share. Basing on these two criteria, they had made a matrix. That means they have taken the growth of the business or the product in the market and your share in that growth. These two things are taken as the criteria. One more time I am telling what the BCG matrix has taken into consideration. BCG has taken into consideration two factors. First one is the growth of the product or business in the market. What is the growth? Is it high or low? So that they have taken as one criteria. And now they want to check out what is your share. Okay, what is your share in that growth? That is also taken into consideration. By taking these two things, the growth and share, now they come across four different types of situations. Means if there is high growth and high share, what should be done? If there is low growth and low share, what should be done? So likewise, four different criteria, four different situations are analyzed in this BCG matrix depending on growth and share of the products. Okay. Now, large companies with number of SBUs face challenge of allocating resources among them. That is the reason we are learning about portfolio analysis, because who should use this portfolio analysis tools? The companies who are having large number of products and services. Okay, large number of businesses, large number of SBUs. See, sometimes in companies like Tata, they face problem with SBUs also. That means there will be again many number of SBUs. Already in the previous session we have studied what an SBU is. SBU is a collection of certain products or businesses, and sometimes an SBU can have a single product or single business also. But generally in an SBU there will be collection of products or businesses. But see, why you have made into SBUs? Already you have many divisions. That is what we learnt now. Already you have many divisions like this. You have 12 divisions, and all these 12 divisions are broken down into 4 SBUs. But sometimes what happens in very large companies like Pepsi, GE, ITC, Tata, what happens? The SBUs are again, the SBUs will be very high in number. They are very large in number. Then again, it becomes tough to manage these SBUs. Then you need to take decision regarding those SBUs. What decision you will take regarding those SBUs? The allocation of resources, the channelization of resources. See, this is the biggest problem faced by the business people. Where to invest, how much to invest, they wanted to know always. How much to invest, where to invest, and when to invest. So, how can you find answers to these 3 basic questions? Where to invest, how much to invest, and when to invest. So, in order to get answers to these 3 questions, you need to make a portfolio analysis. Okay. In early 1970s, Boston Consulting Group, that is what is BCG, developed a model for managing the portfolio of different business units or major product lines. That means this BCG matrix can be used to analyze your products or product lines or your businesses. Now, the BCG matrix can be used to determine what priority should be given to the different SBUs of the company. That means on what SBUs you have to concentrate more, on what SBUs you need to invest more, on what SBUs you have to divest. So, these all things can be known if you thoroughly study the BCG matrix. That means the companies have to make it. Okay. Now, see what this BCG matrix takes. This BCG matrix takes 2 parameters or 2 factors. What are they? The market growth rate is the first thing, and the relative market share. See, you should clearly understand this. Many people think that these things are important. Stars, cash cows, question marks and dogs. So they are not really important. They are just situations. But what is more important is, how do you arrive at that situation? When you are calling some of your product as stars, when you are calling some of your products as question marks, that is important. How can you say that this is a star? For example, you have 10 products. You are calling 2 products as your stars. How do you call them? Basing on what you are calling those 2 products as stars? That is the most important thing you need to understand. And how do you know among your 10 products, how do you know that some are stars, some are question marks, some are cash cows and some are dogs? How do you know? You can know that by analyzing 2 parameters. First one, the market growth rate of that particular product. For example, you take a product called X. Now you need to collect data regarding the market growth rate of that product. During the last 5 years, what is the market growth rate of that product? Is the market increasing? Is the market decreasing? That means sales. Is the sales increase, sales of that product? That means not your sales. The combined sales of all the companies in the market. That is called as market growth rate. So how can you know the market growth rate? For example, along with you, some 5 companies are producing the same product. Okay, then you have to sum up the sales of all the companies. Then you will get the market growth rate. Then you can find out how the market is growing for the product. And now what you have to do? In that market growth rate, what is my share? See, for example, the market may be growing. The market growth rate is 72%. Let us assume like this, 72%. This is the market growth rate. So in that market growth rate, what is your share? That is the point here. What is your share in that growth? Market growth rate is not your own growth rate. Market growth rate is the sum total of all the companies' sales. Now in that, what is your share? Okay, so that is the thing we need to find out. And for that, what you have to do? You have to collect lot of data. See, for example's sake, we will take some numbers and we will explain you the concept. But in reality, in real time, you have to collect lot of data to make this portfolio analysis tool to work out for you. That means in order to use BCG matrix for your organization's portfolio analysis, you need to collect lot of data from the external sources as well as internal sources. See, the relative market share is easily known. That is your sales. But in order to know the market growth rate, you have to get some external data. External data means the sales figures of your competitors and the sales figures of all the companies that are participating in the market. You have to bring at one place and then only you will know the market growth rate. Okay, right. For example, if you are in the market growth rate of 72%, if your share is also very good, if your share is 80%, then you can say that your particular product is a star product to your organization. Let me tell you one more time. See, you have a product called X and the market growth rate of that X product is 72% year-on-year growth, and in that 72% market growth, 80% share is yours. 80% share is yours. Then you can certainly consider that this product X is a star to you. It is a star performer or it is a star product to your organization. This is the most important point you need to understand. You see, the BCG people, they have used some metaphors which symbolizes the status of the products. See, generally we use metaphors to symbolize. That means rather than telling the actual situation, we will use some metaphors to represent the situation, to tell the situation. That's why they have used 4 metaphors. What are they? Stars, question marks, cash cows and dogs. These are the metaphors used. So stars means the name we can easily understand. Star product or star performer means that product is performing well, that is expanding, that is growing. And question mark means you are in a dilemma. Okay, you are in a dilemma. What to do regarding that? Cash cow means it is giving you good returns. It is giving you good cash returns. And dogs means you have to consider them. You have to reconsider them. You have to think about them. Okay. Likewise, they have used 4 metaphors depending on the market growth rate and the relative market share of the products. Right. So, what we will do in this BCG matrix? So, this BCG matrix will have a vertical axis and horizontal axis. In the vertical axis, we take the market growth rate, high and low, and on the horizontal axis, we will take the relative market share. Okay. Under the BCG approach, a company classifies its different businesses on a 2-dimensional growth share matrix. In that, vertical axis represents the market growth rate and provides a measure of market attractiveness. See, this is helpful to you to understand GE matrix also. Okay, almost all the matrices which are related to the portfolio analysis, they take the similar parameters with a different name. See, you can call it as market growth rate as well as market attractiveness. Both are same. Okay, because if you say that the market growth rate is very high for your product, what does it mean? It means that market is attractive. And if you say the market growth rate is low, what does it mean? The market is not attractive, isn't it? So, we can replace the word market growth rate with market attractiveness. And in the same way, relative market share. Horizontal axis represents the relative market share. That is your share in the entire market. Okay. And serves as a measure of company's strength in the market. That means, what are the other names for market growth rate? Okay. This market growth rate can be thought of as market attractiveness. Market attractiveness. And relative market share can be thought of as your company's strength. Isn't it right or not? You just think for yourself. Okay. Because if you have high market share, what does it signify? What does it tell you? It tells your strength, your company's strength. The company which is having higher market share will definitely have a strong hold on the market. Without having a strong hold on the market, you cannot increase your market share. So, definitely we can think this relative market share as company strength. GE matrix uses these 2 words and BCG matrix uses these 2 words. That is what you need to understand. Now, BCG matrix depicts quadrants as shown in the above diagram. What are the quadrants? For example, for a particular product or business or SBU. See, you can use this portfolio analysis for your products or your product lines or SBUs or single businesses. That means it is a multi-purpose tool. You can use it to analyze anything, to analyze about single products, to analyze the product lines, to analyze the single businesses or to analyze the SBUs. You can use BCG matrix for any purpose. Okay. Now, what is being done in this BCG matrix? The products or SBUs which are having high market growth rate and having high market share, they are considered as stars. And the companies which are having high market growth and the products which are having high market growth rate and low market share, they are considered as question marks. Okay. And the businesses or products which are having low market growth rate and high market share, they are considered as cash cows. And the products with low market growth rate and low market share, they are considered as dogs. So, these are the 4 metaphors which represents 4 different situations to you for your better analysis. Okay. Now, let us see about one after one. Now first let us see about stars, what we should do with the stars and what actually are stars. Already we know what stars are. Stars are the products or businesses that are having higher market growth rate as well as higher market share. They are considered to be stars. See, these stars can generate their own internal cash flows in view of low cost advantage, large scale economies and cumulative production experience. See, these stars are having higher growth rate, isn't it? That means the market is expanding, the market is growing for these products. So when the market is automatically growing, your production will also increase because you are having higher market share, no? So that's why what happens, you will produce more and more of the product. So automatically what happens, the experience curve effect will be there. With that experience curve effect, what you can do, what you will get reduced cost of production. You will get large scale economies. So by all these reasons, stars will give you good returns. And some stars can meet investment requirements from their own internal cash flows, while others need additional investments. See, generally stars are best performers, isn't it? They perform well. So that is the reason you don't need to bring some additional investment and put into that stars products. If in some situations you may do that, but in most of the situations, these star performing products or businesses, they generate their own revenue which you can use to invest in them. You need not require any additional investment into the star products. Okay, they represent best opportunities for expansion. See, once you made a portfolio analysis and you thought of a particular thing as star, then what decision you can take for stars? You can continue that product. Why? Because there is very good market growth rate, the market is growing and also you are having very good share in it. Then what is the need to rethink? What is, when you should rethink? When the market growth rate is low or when your performance or your market share is low, then you need to rethink what to do. But here, in the case of stars, there is no need to rethink. You can just go ahead because it is very good, no? Having high market growth rate and high market share, definitely you can continue that business or you can continue that products. Say for example, in Indian context, for Coca-Cola company, thumbs up becomes star. Okay. And one more thing I wanted to tell you here. All these are not permanent. These will change depending on time to time. Sometimes the stars becomes cash cows and cash cows becomes dogs and question marks become stars. That means this circle will go on depending on the situation. See, one thing you please remember, depending on the market situation, everything will change. We are working in a very dynamic and uncertain market. So we cannot take things granted. That means you should not assume that a star will always be a star. Because there is a product life cycle, no? In that product life cycle, there is introduction, growth, maturity and decline. So this life cycle will happen always. So depending on this life cycle, a star product of today may become cash cow of tomorrow. And a question mark of today may become star of tomorrow. So this is not all permanent. That is the reason you need to make portfolio analysis regularly. See, companies, they do it regularly for every 6 months. They will try to analyze their portfolio, the strength of their portfolio. Because the strength of the business, the profitability of the business, it all depends on the strength of their portfolio, the performance of their portfolio. What do you mean by successful business? For example, if I am having a business of 10 products, if my business wants to be profitable, what should I do? I should look at the performance of my products. All my products should perform well in the market. Then only I will get good returns. Then only my business will be profitable. So, in that way, what we can say, the strength of your business is nothing but the strength of your portfolio. That is the reason you need to make a portfolio analysis. Okay. So, for example, in Indian context, For Coca-Cola company, the thumbs up will be the star. So for that thumbs up, what they can do? They can expand the sales efforts. They can make more marketing, they can make more advertising, and they'll try to grab more and more market. Because the market is growing, no? The market is running ahead. And you should also run with the market. And you should grab the most amount of share possible. You should try to be the leader. You should try to be in the number one position in that growth run. That is the most important thing. And now coming to cash cows. See, I told you, there is always a product life cycle. The growth rate of a product will not be always constant. There will be growth only up to a certain point of time. But after that, there will be stagnation, there will be stability. So at that time, what you need to do? At that time, your stars may become cash cows. Why? See, what is a cash cow? Cash cow means a product or business which is having low market growth rate but having high market share. That means what? The market has become stagnated. There is no new growth rate. Already the market has grown and it has reached to one particular point. Now there is no more new growth rate. That is what we say, market growth is low. But you are having very high share in that. So that is a cash cow. So you can think of Maaza. You can think of Maaza as a cash cow to Coca-Cola company. Because there will be no very high growth rate for Maaza. But in that mango drink market, Maaza is the market leader. It is having highest market growth rate, market share. So Maaza gets lot of returns to the Coca-Cola company. But they cannot invest more on Maaza because the growth rate is low. Even though the growth rate is low, but you enjoy good returns because your product is having higher share in the market. That is what you need to understand. Now let us study about the cash cows. They generate cash and have low costs. Why they have low costs? The reason, already these products reached the maturity stage. Now you need not spend more money for its growth or expansion. See, expansion requires a lot of investments, whereas other things, maturity don't require a lot of investment. Okay? They are established, successful and need less investment to maintain their market share. See, these are the three important points. They are established. That means already they are having good share in the market. Already they have good results in the market. Already market knows about that product. See, once a product reached maturity stage means what? Already it has passed two stages, no? Introduction stage and growth stage. Then only it reaches the maturity stage. So at that maturity stage, you need not make much advertisements. People already know that. See, only in the introduction stage you need to conduct more marketing activity. In the growth stage you need not do that. You need not spend more for advertising. See, if you watch the TV ads, you can easily understand this. Okay, how many ads are given to Maaza? What is the ad spend on Maaza by Coca-Cola company? What is the ad spend on Thumbs Up? The ad spend on Thumbs Up will be very high. They make very attractive ads, very costly, expensive ads for Thumbs Up. But they don't do it for Maaza. They make very less advertisements regarding Maaza. Because that has already reached the maturity stage and already Coca-Cola company is leader in that mango drink market. Okay. So, they are established, successful and need less investment. Successful means you are having very high growth rate, market share. That means they are successful. Okay. Next, in the long run, when the growth rate slows down, stars become cash cows. That is what I told. Nothing is permanent in this portfolio analysis. The circle goes on like that. That means the stars becomes cash cows becomes dogs. Okay, dogs may be divested and sometimes this question marks may become stars. So this circle always happens like this. Okay, that is what you need to understand. And they become the financial base for the company. What is the reason? Because you will get a lot of returns from that product. So obviously that becomes the financial base for the company. Now the question marks. Low market share business in high growth markets. That means the product is having very good growth rate in the market, but somehow your market share is not good. That means it is your problem. It is not the problem of the market. See, again in this portfolio analysis, you can understand two more things also. That is, whether the problem is with you or whether the problem is with the market. See, in the case of cash cows, the problem is not with you. The problem is with the market, because market is not growing. But in the case of question marks, the problem is with you, because the market is growing, but somehow the sales of your product is not good. That means there may be some problem with your product. You need to redesign the product, or you need to make some modifications to the product. You need to develop your product. So these kind of things you need to do. Okay. So these are low market share business in high growth markets. That means market is growing very high, but the problem is with your product. They need heavy investments but have low potential to generate cash. Why they need heavy investments? Because there is some problem in the product, no? You need to rectify it, you need to correct it. For that you need to make, or you need to pump in lot of investments, and you need to revive those products. Say for example, in Coca-Cola, we can say that Sprite or Fanta, they are in question mark category. But this is not constant, I am telling you. Just for example sake, I am telling. Okay. Right. Question marks, if left unattended, may become cash traps. That means, if you don't revive those question mark products, if you don't pay attention to those question mark products, then they may become a very lossful products to you, and they may take a lot of cash and they will not give any returns. So they may become cash traps. That means you need to pay attention to them. See, for example, Tata Tea. In Tata's beverages portfolio, Tata Tea, somewhat it is not doing good, but tea market is growing very high. But this Tata Tea brands, they are not performing well. That product line is not performing well. So that's why Tatas are reviving that product. Recently they purchased Chakra Gold. Already they have Tata Gemini Tea. Why they are doing all this? Because they want to increase their share. Already market is very good for tea, but Tatas want to increase their share. So that's why they are making new investments. They are purchasing some other tea brands and they are adding to the portfolio. The reason, they want to expand their share in the tea market. Okay. As growth rate is high, increasing investment should be relatively easier. See, you need not worry about investing in the question marks, because the market is growing. Then you can happily invest into those question marks. And firms have to initiate action to convert question marks into stars. See, what is a question mark? It is your problem. It is not the external problem. It is the internal problem. So if you rectify your problem, if you correct your problem, then question mark of today may become star of tomorrow. Okay. And then cash cows when the growth rate reduces. So this cycle always goes. Question mark becomes star, star becomes cash cows. So this cycle runs like that. And dogs, they may generate enough cash to maintain themselves but do not have much future. Stars do not, dogs don't have much future. That means the business is unattractive because the market growth is coming down and at the same time you are not having good share in the market. Then why this is happening? Because the product is at the declining stage. The product is at the declining stage. So that's why you have to rethink, you have to reconsider what to do with the dogs. And if you have better alternative than this dogs business, it is better to keep away these dogs. It is better to divest from these businesses, and with that cash, it is better to enter into another businesses. That means regarding the products of dogs, you may reconsider. See, once upon a time, this Minute Maid pulpy orange, that is like a dog to the Coca-Cola company. And now they are reconsidering what to do that. somehow they want to add more things into the Minute Maid category, and today we have lot of flavors in Minute Maid category. That means somehow they want to turn that dog, they want to revive those businesses, okay? And sometimes they may need cash to survive, and dog should be minimized through divestment or liquidation. That means if the time permits and if you feel that divesting or liquidating this business is good, you do it, and with that cash you just enter into another business, or with that cash you please invest in stars or question marks. So see how much of valuable information that we got from this portfolio analysis. That is the reason this portfolio analysis is of great importance to the companies to make strategic alternatives. See, we have different strategies, no, stability, growth, retrenchment and combination. What to do? How will you know? You will know by portfolio analysis. That is what you need to understand. Okay, so what are the strategies? Build stars. Build stars means you invest more in the stars to increase your market share. Don't look for short-term gains or short-term earnings in the case of stars. Always focus on long-term, because market is growing. You also please try to grow with the market. Don't look for profits. Profits will come. You have to run with the market, and you have to stop where the growth stops. Till there you need to run with the market. Okay, that means you invest more into your star products. Okay, no need to worry, because the market is growing. Next, there will be cash cow stage. At that stage you will enjoy more returns. So that is why harvest cash cows. Harvesting, enjoying the yield. You will get more yield in future. Don't think about returns in the stars. You will get returns. Please wait. At some point this running stops, this growth stops. So at that time you will get more returns. So till that time you invest in stars, you build the stars and harvest the cash cows. When the running stops, when the growth rate stops, automatically it becomes a cash cow. Then you will have lot of share at that time. So you please enjoy the profits, okay, and hold question marks. That means you try to preserve your market share and try to rectify your mistakes and correct your mistakes and try to make these question marks into stars if possible. And if time permits, you please look at divesting the dogs. That means try to sell off them, okay, try to divest from them and try to put them into other businesses. So divest the dogs. These are the strategies. See, this is a very beautiful analysis, BCG analysis. Now let us understand GE model of portfolio analysis. See, the metaphors used in BCG matrix are dogs, cash cows, question marks and stars. And the metaphors used in GE matrix is stoplight strategy. They have taken the traffic light metaphors to explain. But explaining GE is very easy. See, what are the parameters they have taken? Market attractiveness on one side and business strength on another side. Already we have studied what is market attractiveness. Okay, what is market attractiveness? I have already told you. Market attractiveness is nothing but market growth. That means this is not a new parameter. This is the same old parameter that we have taken in the BCG matrix. And business strength or company strength, what is it? It is again relative market share. That means the parameters that are taken in this GE matrix are not new. They are the same old parameters, market attractiveness and business strength. They can be read as, market attractiveness can be read as market growth rate and business strength can be read as your share in the market, relative market share. Then, sir, what is the difference between BCG matrix and GE matrix? See, there is a big problem in BCG matrix. It has taken only two levels into consideration, high and low. But generally, in the practical sense, you will have a situation where there will be a medium level. That means sometimes the market growth will not be very high and very low. Sometimes it will be moderate. So this BCG matrix will not address that problem. Okay, and regarding market share also, it has taken only two things into consideration: high market share and low market share. But in practice, you can see many companies, they are having medium market share. Okay, so now how can you handle that? So that's why General Electric company along with McKinsey business consultancy, they have developed a special portfolio technique called as GE 9-cell matrix or GE portfolio matrix, which used the traffic light metaphors. Okay, so in this GE matrix, we will have three levels: high, medium and low. And again in the business strength, we will have three levels: strong, average and weak. And depending on the situations, depending on the things, we will try to analyze that. So this is called GE 9-cell matrix. Okay, so we will learn about this GE 9-cell matrix in the next section in detail. We will read it line by line and we will know the concept. Okay, thank you. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So in the previous session, we have seen GE matrix, an introduction to GE matrix. Now let us study about the GE matrix. This model was developed by General Electric company with the assistance of consulting firm McKinsey and Company. So that is why generally it is called as GE McKinsey matrix or GE 9-cell matrix or simply GE matrix. So this McKinsey is a very famous consultancy company. This model is also known as GE 9-cell matrix or General Electric model. See, General Electric is a very famous company established by Thomas Alva Edison, and General Electric company is having number of businesses like GE Electrical, GE Health, GE Finance and many other businesses GE is having. It's a very big American company. The strategic planning approach in this model has been inspired from traffic control lights. That's what I have already told you in the previous session. And now, what are the dimensions we take in this GE 9-cell matrix? That means, what are the parameters we take? We take the parameters like market attractiveness and business strength. I have already told you, market attractiveness means market growth rate and business strength means market share. Okay. The vertical axis indicates market attractiveness and the horizontal axis indicates the business strength of the industry. So this is a GE 9-cell matrix. So here the greatest thing here is the presence of the medium level, where we cannot find this in the BCG matrix. Okay, and that means compared to BCG matrix, it is more practical, it is more useful to the companies to analyze their portfolios, because in the real sense we will have certain companies which are in the medium level or in the middle level. So BCG matrix will not talk about those companies. So we will not have a perfect analysis using BCG matrix, but here we will have a perfect analysis. And now, how the business strength is measured? See, you have to take all these things: market share, growth rate, profit margin, distribution efficiency, brand image, ability to compete on price and quality, customer loyalty, production capacity, technological capability, relative cost position, management caliber. So these all things you need to take into consideration, and then you calculate the business strength. Business strength is not just calculated by market share alone, but in addition to market share, you need to take all these factors into consideration. You need to make a weighted average of all these things, and then you will arrive at the business strength of the company. And how the market attractiveness is known? Again, you need to take the weighted average of several other factors like size of the market, market growth rate, industry profitability, competitive intensity, availability of technology, pricing trends, overall risk of returns in the industry, opportunity for differentiation of products, demand variability, segmentation, distribution structure. So these all things you need to take into consideration, and you have to determine the market attractiveness of the market, attractiveness of your product, I'm sorry, it is not market, the market attractiveness of your product or your business by taking all these factors. Now you should understand why these matrices are very complex and why the analysis is not so easy and why companies use IT, information technology, to make all this analysis. Okay. Now here we have 3 zones: green zone, yellow zone and red zone. Green zone means if a product falls in the green zone, the business is at advantageous position. That means there is very high market growth rate as well as your business strength is very good. Then you can expand your business, you can invest in that business and you can grow along with the market. So if your products or businesses fall in the green zone, then that is the indication. And now coming to yellow zone. Yellow zone tells that you need caution. Means it is left to the management. Yes, managerial discretion. That means the decision is left to the management. It is up to them whether they want to continue it or they want to stop it. They have to decide. It is their discretion. It is their choice. It is the choice of the top level management. And coming into the red zone, if a product or business falls in this red zone, then it will lead to losses. Then the management may consider retrenchment, and in that retrenchment again they may consider either divestment or liquidation. So these are the different choices. So that is about GE matrix. Now come to ADL matrix. See, this ADL matrix is much more insightful, much more deeper matrix compared to GE matrix and BCG matrix. So the greatness of this ADL portfolio analysis matrix is it takes the entire product life cycle. See, we have studied product life cycle, no? For every business or for product, there will be an introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage and decline stage. And here the embryonic introduction stage is called as embryonic stage and decline stage is called as aging stage. Okay, they are one and the same. So the greatness of this ADL matrix is this ADL matrix will take the product life cycle, and that is why I told you this ADL matrix is very insightful matrix. Means it gives more options, it gives more choices for a businessman to choose regarding their portfolio. Okay, and also this ADL matrix takes lot of positions, not simply high low as in the case of BCG matrix, high medium low in the case of GE matrix, but this ADL matrix takes almost 5 competitive positions: dominant, strong, favorable, tenable and weak. Now you have 5 into 4, 20 choices for the businessman, what they can do. Okay, for example, yeah, let's start from the beginning. Or what is the full form of ADL? ADL means Arthur D. Little Consulting Company. ADL means Arthur D. Little Consulting Company. Okay, and it has introduced this ADL matrix in 1970. Along with BCG, McKinsey, this ADL is also a famous business consultancy company, and it is often associated with strategic planning at business level. That means if you want to plan at your business level, which products to continue, which products to stop, this matrix is very much helpful to you. However, it works equally well for a purchase product line or even for a particular product. That means you can use it for determining about the choices of a particular product or a business. ADL matrix is a method of portfolio analysis based on the concept of product life cycle that I have already told you. It involves a 2-dimensional matrix based on 2 parameters. What are the 2 parameters? The first one is the firm's competitive position. That firm's competitive position is taken as 5 areas: dominant, strong, favorable, tenable and weak. And state of industry's maturity. That means product life cycle, introduction or embryonic, growth, mature, decline or aging. Okay, and state of industry maturity is an environmental measure that represents a position in industry's life cycle. See, this is a very beautiful point. Stage of industry maturity is an environmental measure. That means whether the business or product is in the embryonic stage or in the growth stage or in the maturity stage or in the decline or aging stage, it all depends on the environment. You are not responsible for it. It all depends on the demand and supply conditions, the purchasing power of the people, the triggers of change and many other factors. So these all factors will influence the industry maturity. Okay, that is an environmental condition. As a company, you cannot determine or you cannot control this industry maturity. You cannot take it from introduction to growth or growth to maturity and maturity to decline. And to that extent, no company wants any maturity and declining, isn't it? Every company wants growth only. But it is mandatory. Maturity and decline is also mandatory. For every product it is there. But if a company can determine that, then no company will go for maturity and decline, no? Because no company wants its product to be stopped. It wants to continue its product. It wants to sell its product for a lifetime. But that is not happening. Like a human, a product is also having different stages and finally it is leading to decline stage, aging stage, okay? And competitive position is a measure of business strength that helps in categorization of products or SBUs into one of 5 competitive positions: dominant, strong, favorable, tenable and weak. Now let us see the choices. For example, I'll explain 2 or 3 things so that you can understand. For example, you are in the growth stage, the industry is in the growth stage and your position is weak, then what you should do? What are your choices? What you can do? See, this you can do. You can look for turnaround, or you can go for retrenchment, or you can go for a niche, or you can withdraw from the market. See, these are all different choices given to you. That is the greatness of ADL matrix, because it is giving wider choices, not 1 or 2, many choices at every situation. For example, if your business is in the growth stage and your position is very weak, then you can think of turn around your company or retrench, that is divestment or liquidation, or you can look for a niche or withdraw from the market completely. And let us take another situation. The market has reached the maturity stage and your condition is favorable in the market. You are doing good. Okay, then what should be done? Now you have many choices here. Okay, what are they? If you want, you can go for focus differentiation, or you can enjoy the profits, or you can find a new niche. Niche means a specific market, or you can hold the niche, or you can turn around, or you can grow with the industry, or hit the smaller firms. That means acquire the smaller firms. See how many choices are there? That means you can do any one of those things. That means all those things are appropriate at that particular instance. At that particular situation, all these are perfect things. You can choose any strategy. You can focus differentiate, you can hold the niche, you can find the niche, you can harvest, you can turn around, you can grow with the industry, and you can acquire the smaller firms. See, these many choices are there. And all these choices are left to the management discretion. Now the management can think and act what they wanted to do. Okay, and right now let us see the last one. For example, your industry is in the growth phase, okay, and you are dominant in the market. That means you are number 1 in the market. Okay, and generally the dominant position is a very rare position. Generally we have companies in the strong position or favorable position, but dominant position is a very rare position. Okay, but what we need to do when your business is at the growth stage and you are in the dominant position, what you can do? You can fast grow. That means you can put more focus on your growth, or you can go for cost leadership, you can renew your products, you can defend your position. That means you need to keep your position intact and act offensively. Okay, generally you are in if you are in dominant position, then you can act offensively towards your competitors and you can make offensive strategies. Because you should always remember, I have already told you in the previous sessions, always we have two strategies. What are they? Offensive and defensive. Okay, offensive strategy and defensive strategy. See, this is what you have to choose. Ultimately, all your strategies will come down to this level. Whether you want to have an offensive strategy to attack the competitors and win the competitive advantage, or to defend your position, because once you have a lot of threats and weaknesses, you have to think of protecting yourself. You have to defend your position in the market. And already once you are in the dominant position, what will be the thing to you? You have to defend your position. You have to protect your position. That is the most important thing. Okay. So this is about ADL matrix, and remaining things you can easily understand from the explanation I have given here. And if the firm is in a dominant position, what happens? This is a comparatively rare position in many cases, I have told you, attributable either to a monopoly or a strong and protected technological leadership. See, in medical electronics, GE, General Electric, is having this dominant position. Of course, it is not a monopoly. There are many other competitors, but GE is in the dominant position. So likewise, very few companies in very few situations will have this dominant position. Okay, and strong. By virtue of this position, the firm has a considerable degree of freedom over its choice of strategies and is often able to act without its market position being unduly threatened by its competitors or competition. That means you need not be a dominant. Even if you are in the strong position, that is a very good position. You are a strong player in the market. So definitely you will have freedom to do whatever you want because you are in the strong position. Okay, you can choose any kind of strategies, any kind of things because you are in the strong position. And favorable, this position generally comes about when the industry is fragmented and no one competitor stand out clearly, results in the market leaders a reasonable degree of freedom. So even in the favorable situation, you will have a lot of freedom to choose whatever you want. To choose whatever you want means what? See, these are all things. See, that is why I explained favorable. See, once the industry is mature and you are in the favorable position, how many choices are there? You have a lot of freedom. You can focus, differentiate, you can harvest, you can find the niche, you can hold the niche, you can turn around, you can grow with the industry, you can acquire the smaller firms. This is what is called as freedom here. Means you have freedom to do whatever you want. Okay. So that is the most important thing. And generally when you will have a favorable position, when there is no clear-cut competitor, that means when there is no clear-cut leader, that means all of your competitors and you are doing at the same level. But you are having a respectable share in the market. You have a very good share in the market. So that is called as favorable position. And now the tenable position. Although the firms within this category are able to perform satisfactorily and can justify staying in the industry. That means your position is not favorable, neither favorable, nor strong, nor dominant, but okay, doing good, that is called tenable. Okay, they are generally vulnerable in the face of increased competition from stronger and more proactive companies in the market. So if you are in the tenable position, okay, you are doing good, that is okay. But if a new competitor with additional capabilities comes into the market, then you may face threat in the business. Okay, so you have to take care of that. And it is better if you are in the weak position. In most of the cases, especially during the maturity times and during the aging times, it is better you withdraw or divest from the business. Okay, the performance of the firms in this category is generally unsatisfactory, although the opportunities for improvement do exist. That means there are some opportunities to expand your business, but the market is not very attractive. Then it is better you drop away. Okay, and this already we studied about embryonic growth, maturity and aging, but let us see one more time. Embryonic is the introduction stage characterized by rapid market growth, very little competition, new technology, high investment and high prices. This is same what we learnt in product life cycle, introduction stage. And now coming to growth, same. In growth stage, what happens? There will be increase in sales. Okay, new competitors will come, and as there is a lot of growth in the market, you definitely enjoy good profits. And in the maturity stage, what happens? The competition is very intense and the market share is stable. Okay, and you may think of differentiation. You may think of showing differentiation strategy compared to your competitors. And in the aging, the demand decreases, the profit margins decreases. Okay, and the fight for market share will become too expensive and intensive because market is declining, no? And there are many competitors. So in that declining market, everyone tries to grab their share. So then the competition becomes so intensive. Okay, right. See, here there is a note. When you are asked to write about a short note on ADL matrix, you need not write about the firm's competitive position and the state of industry maturity. If specifically it is asked as a separate question, you have to write this. But on the other hand, if ADL matrix is asked, it is just enough you write this. Okay. Next. Yeah, with that we finished portfolio analysis and portfolio matrices. Okay. Now we are going into entirely new concepts. See, many students, they are thinking that this 27th question, the growth strategies under Ansof's product market growth matrix also comes under portfolio analysis. No. See, this Ansof's product market growth matrix is a solution to the analysis that you find in portfolio matrix. That means now the portfolio matrix tells you to expand. Now you may get a doubt, sir, how can I expand my business? Okay, and the portfolio matrices may tell to make stability in the business. Sir, how can I achieve stability? So these all doubts you will have. So the answer to all those doubts is given by Mr. Igor Ansoff, who is considered to be the father of strategic management. He has made a matrix which gives us a clear-cut idea regarding the strategies that you have to follow to expand your business. How many ways you can expand your business? That is why it is called as product market growth matrix. That means how can you achieve growth for your business? There are 4 different strategies. Using these 4 different strategies, you can get growth in the market. Okay. Now, the Ansoff's product market growth matrix proposed by Igor Ansoff is a useful tool that helps businesses decide their product and market growth strategy. With the use of this matrix, a business can get a fair idea about how its growth depends upon its markets in new or existing products in both new and existing markets. This is the most important thing here. See, the growth in new market and existing market, the growth of new product and existing product. This he has made into a matrix, and he has given a beautiful 4 beautiful strategies like market penetration, okay, product development, market development, and diversification. Okay, but here one important point you should remember. The product market growth matrix is a portfolio planning tool. It is not a portfolio analysis tool. It is a portfolio planning tool. For what? For identifying the company's growth opportunities. How can you grow your business? Portfolio analysis is telling you to expand. How to expand? Portfolio analysis is telling to increase your market share. How can I increase my market share? So, once you make a portfolio analysis, you get a lot of doubts. See, the task of portfolio analysis is over when it says expand, when it says stabilize, when it says find niche, when it says withdraw. But how to expand? What are the ways to expand? Then the question comes. Then the answer is this Ansoff's product growth matrix. Okay? Right. Here, Igor Ansoff has taken 4 situations. First one is when you are selling in the existing market, and if you are selling the existing product, what kind of strategy you need to follow? Then you need to follow market penetration strategy to improve your sales, to expand your sales. That means For example, a company is already doing business in India. That means it is having existing market in India, and it has already launched a product and the Indians are using it. That means the product is also existing. So market is existing as well as products are existing. Then now the company wants to expand its sales. So what kind of strategy the company should follow to record or to register more amount of sales? What they have to follow is market penetration, right? See, what is that market penetration? To sell existing products into existing markets. Market penetration is making more sales to the present customers. This is what Ashirwad Atta is doing right now. Have you observed the latest ads of Ashirwad Atta? They are having a website. In that website, they are posting different recipes that you can make out of atta. Some 300 plus recipes, what you can make with atta. So why the Ashirwad Atta brand is making that kind of promotional strategy? The reason is they want to make people to use more atta, and they want people to make more recipes made out of atta. So that automatically what happens? The consumption of atta will increase once you try several recipes. See, if you have all the standard recipes, what happens? So you will be doing the same thing again and again. So the consumption is normal. But if you try new recipes, if you like them, okay, then what happens? Automatically the consumption pattern increases. That is what Ashirwad Atta is doing. Because for ITC, that is an existing market. And at the same time, Ashirwad is not a new product. It is there in the market since 15 years. Okay. Now it wants to expand the sales because the sales has stagnated. Now it wants to expand. So what strategy they are following? They are following market penetration strategies. Okay. Means making more sales to the present customers. How can you make more sales to the present customers? By providing them with new ideas of using the product. The same atta. You know how to make roti out of atta, or you know how to make some chapati or puri out of atta. But now the Ashirwad's website is having 300 plus recipes that you can try with atta. So that definitely is a great idea to the people. So some of the interested people, they can log into the website and they can know the recipes and they can make. And even for this semolina packets or in some other packets, some sample recipes are given at the back of the packet. So that will definitely increase the consumption when people try out of it. Okay, and companies also conduct some cooking shows, especially the food companies, they conduct some cooking shows and all. And like that, the toothpaste companies, they ask to use the toothpaste regularly 2 times a day. And Pepsodent asks the children to brush their teeth every time they eat sweets. So these are all market penetration strategies to sell more and more to the existing customers. So market penetration, that is making more sales to present customers without changing products in a major way, might require greater spending on advertising and personal selling. See, advertising is a non-personal way of promoting the product, and personal selling is going to the customer directly, knocking their door and trying to sell them. So that again depends on the strategy of the company. Okay, right. And market penetration can be achieved by increasing the market share, increasing product usage or utilities. That is what Ashirwad is doing. Increasing the frequency of usage. That is what the Pepsodent is doing. Increasing the quantity used. Increasing the quantity used, it means this detergent soaps, detergent powders. They tell you to use more powder or more soap, and finding new applications for the current users. That means already you are using the product. With that product, what you can do much more. That is what Dettol did. Initially, Dettol was advertised as an antiseptic lotion, as an antiseptic liquid. And they have given more ideas to the people. You can use Dettol for shaving cuts or the wounds, or you can use Dettol for washing the clothes. When you are washing the clothes, you can use Dettol. For mopping the floor, you can use the Dettol. Then the company has given many ideas to the people, new applications of the product. Then automatically what happens? You buy more and more of the product, isn't it? That is what is market penetration. And second one, market development, to sell existing products into new markets. That means you have entered into a new market. Product is old, but you have entered into a new market. Like an American company came to India to sell its products here. Domino's Pizza, it is there since a long time in the US. They launched in India. Now they have to develop the market for that product, because that is a new, that is an existing product, but the market is new for them. The market is new for the company. Okay. A company which is very famous in North India may come to South India and sell their products to expand their business. Geographical expansion of the business. So that comes under market development. So in market development, what you will do? You will enter into new geographical markets. You will change the packaging and product dimensions based on the market. See, for example, if you want to sell your pickles in other countries, especially European countries and Americas, you need to change some formula and packaging. Then only they are allowed to be sold in the markets. Okay, likewise. And you can find out new distribution channels to reach the customers and different pricing policies to attract different customers. This is what McDonald's do. It initially sets very low price to attract the customers and creating new market segments. New market segments means, for example, you are having a men's fairness cream in another country. And for example, in India it is there, but I am telling you, for example, in India there is no men's fairness cream. Now you can create a new segment called men's fairness cream and you can market your product like that. And product development, to introduce new products into existing markets. What all these smartphone companies they do? Every time they launch new products, the market, see, Samsung is doing business in India since a long time. That means the market is existing. But every time, every 6 months, it launches a new phone, new product with some additional features, with some improvements to the product. And they want to sell that product. So by improving the products, you can sell more. See, people also gets bored, no? If all the time if you are selling the same product. So that's why what you have to do, you have to modify the product. See, in market penetration, there is no product modification. But here in product development, sometimes the product is entirely new and sometimes there will be a major change in the product makeup and you will try to sell the product. How? By adding new features to the product, by developing a new generation product. That is what we say, Activa 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G. So these are all there in Activa. Like that we have Hero, Passion, Passion Plus, Passion iSmart, like that. And this strategy may require the development of new competencies and requires the business to develop modified products which can appeal to the existing markets. Sometimes companies make a mistake here. They make some unwanted changes into the product and which are not at all valued by the customers. See, one thing you please remember, whatever you do is not important. Whether the customers value what you do, that is very important, okay, in business. And the last one is diversification. That means a company is entering into a new market with a new product. For example, ITC is entering into two-wheeler segment. So two-wheeler market is new to ITC and it is also new product. ITC did not make any two-wheelers so far. So the product is new to them and also the market, automobile market is new to them. Then what it is called as? It is called as diversification. That means the company is diversifying into a new business, into a new market, okay. And we will learn about this diversification in much more detail in the lesson of corporate level strategies, okay. And this strategy is very risky. Everyone knows that, because once you enter into a new market, here both are new. Market is new and the product is also new. Then the strategy becomes risky, okay. But if you want more growth, this is the best strategy, diversification, okay. Right. So one more time I am telling you, never think that the questions will be directly asked in the subject of strategic management. Always focus on application oriented questions, scenario based questions. That is very important. And write a short notes on SWOT analysis. See, SWOT analysis is the basic analysis of your business to make any major decisions. Without knowing your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, you cannot carry out your business. So that is the most important thing what you need to understand. SWOT analysis is a tool used by organizations for evolving strategic options for the future. Strategic options, that means in what way you want to go. Whether, I have told you, you have two main options. What are they? Offensive and defensive. So what to choose? Whether to choose offensive strategy or whether to choose defensive strategy. See, choosing offensive and defensive strategy again depends on your SWOT analysis. If you have more number of strengths and more number of opportunities compared to your weaknesses and threats, then you can choose an offensive strategy. But on the other hand, if you have more weaknesses and threats, then you can choose defensive strategy. That all depends. Okay? Right. Now, you should remember one more thing. Strengths and weaknesses are internal to you or internal to your organization. So if you want to know the strengths and weaknesses of your organization, you have to make a self-analysis or an internal analysis. That means you should look into the culture of your company, the employee relations of your company, the customer relations of your company, the structure of your company, the financial capabilities of your company, the policies, procedures and practices and organization structure of your company, your vision, your mission. These all you have to analyze. These are all internal to you. You have to analyze all these things. Then you will know your strengths and weaknesses. So that's why we say strengths and weaknesses are internal. Whereas opportunities and threats can be known by analyzing the external environment like political environment, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, technological environment, global environment, demographic environment. So by analyzing all the external environment, which consists of both micro and macro factors, which in CA foundation level you have learnt, the micro and macro environmental factors like cosmic and spell G. What is cosmic? Competitors, organization, suppliers, market, intermediaries and customers. What is spell G? Socio-cultural, population, economic, legal, political, technological and global. So by analyzing all these 12 factors, both micro and macro environment, okay, so that micro and macro together they are called as external environment. So by analyzing the external environment, you will come to know about your opportunities and threats. And by analyzing the internal environment like culture, your employee relations, your policies, procedures, your structure, you will come to know about your strengths and weaknesses. But all in all, at the final level, you need to know the SWOT analysis of your organization. That is very, very important. Right. Now, let us try to know the definitions of these 4 words: strength, weakness, opportunity and threat. What is a strength? An inherent capability of the firm to gain strategic advantage over its competitors. See, strength is your inherent capability. Inherent means inside of you, inside of your organization. The capabilities that you have inside of your organization, using which you can get advantage over your competitors. That is called as strength. So strength is an inherent capability to gain strategic advantage over your competitors. And what is a weakness? An inherent limitation or constraint of the firm which creates strategic disadvantage to it. That means a weakness is an inherent limitation. See, you will have certain limitations. Sometimes technology may be your limitation, sometimes the government policies may be your limitation, sometimes weak employee-employer relations may be. See, the same things may be strength as well as weakness. If you can do it, if you can handle it better, it becomes strength. If you cannot handle it better, it becomes weakness. Say, take for example employee relations. If you can handle them properly, if you have good synchronization between employer and employee in your organization, then it becomes your strength. And if you cannot handle it properly, then it becomes the weakness. Same thing. Now, what is an opportunity? It is a favorable condition in the firm's environment which enables it to strengthen its position. See, in environment, different events takes place. Events means events in the social space, technology space, government space, political space, lot of events takes place. And if those events are favorable to you, you will call them as opportunities. And if the events are unfavorable, then we will call them as threats. That means opportunities and threats will not happen like that. One event happens, and if it seems to be favorable to you, you think that it is an opportunity. And if it is unfavorable, you think that it is a threat. Okay. And here one more thing, in at CA foundation level you learnt, a particular event may be favorable to you, but may be unfavorable to the others, and vice versa. A particular event, a decision by the government may be unfavorable to you, but favorable to your competitor. It so happens sometimes. So, it is multifaceted. Environment is multifaceted. Means, an opportunity is not opportunity for everyone. A threat is not threat to everyone. It may be a threat to you, but not to the others. Okay. So, that you need to understand. And a threat is an unfavorable condition in the firm's environment which causes a risk or damage to your firm's position. Okay. And what are the strengths? I told you the strengths may be in the form of, see for example, an organization. Let us talk about some strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. See for example, a company is having a good branch network. That may be a strength to the company. And companies like Unilever, they have distribution capability. Companies like Unilever, Domino's, okay, they have good distribution capacity. That may be a strength. Employee relations may be a strength. Financial capability may be a strength. And what may be the opportunities? Large potential rural market. Means there is lot of market that you can tap. Lot of untapped market is there. Lot of market which you did not touch is there. Now you can touch that, you can tap it and you can get more profits. So large potential in rural markets, that can be an opportunity. And government's decision regarding exports can be an opportunity. If government allows exports of the goods, particularly of your manufacture, then that will be an opportunity. Likewise, you can have many opportunities. And coming to weaknesses, technology may be your weakness, that is you are not technologically upgraded. And the same employee relations may be a weakness, because in many companies this is the biggest weakness. And rigidity of strategy, that means you made a strategy and you stick on to it, you will not make your strategy flexible, that may be a weakness. So these all things may come. And coming to the threats, entry of a very big, very aggressive competitor may be a threat. The government policies, that is what I told, the same thing can be a threat or can be an opportunity depending on the situation. The government decision regarding imports. See, government is right now during this COVID-19 situation, government announced Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, and with respect to that, government is making a lot of decisions regarding exports and imports, and government is banning imports on many items. Okay, imports of many items, so that some businesses are getting heavy losses. But this take some time to get it balanced. Okay, so this is a small list of how a company can have certain strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Right. See, if you make a SWOT analysis, what it will do for you? SWOT analysis helps managers to craft a business model that will allow a company to gain a competitive advantage in its industry. See, here a beautiful word is used, business model. The business model is the most important thing. How you get the money, how you do the business, how you interact with the society, how you get your stakeholders, what is your modus operandi, okay, in what way you do the business, in what way you grab the income, the revenue for your business. That is called as business model. And the success of your business depends on the business model. See, you will be very much excited if you know the business models of all these social media companies like FB, Facebook, Insta, YouTube, and especially WhatsApp. It is a top secret business model how WhatsApp generate revenue. Okay, so that is a business model. So if you know what are your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, then you can design, you can craft. See, craft is a very important word, I have already told you. Craft means carefully and consciously, okay, with utmost skill you have to do it. You have to design your business model because it is your business model. See, generally people say, I got a business idea, but you know, investors and all, they don't want business ideas, they want business models. Don't tell me the idea, tell me the practical, workable, actionable model. You can tell business idea, we will do this, we will do that. No, we don't want that. Be very precise, be very particular. Okay, with proof, you please tell me how we will go into the market, who is our target market, how we will reach them, how we will get the business, how we will get the revenue. That is called as business model. Business model is a very important word. Okay, and this SWOT analysis, you have to use this SWOT analysis. And you know, in companies like Pepsi and Coca-Cola, not only those companies, almost in every companies, they will have SWOT teams. And you know the duty of these SWOT teams? Every 15 days they will analyze the SWOT of the company. Yes, we are working in a very dynamic and uncertain business environment. So in this dynamic and uncertain business environment, very frequently we have to analyze because the situations are changing. Within 10 days, a competitor may announce an entry of the launch of a new product that may be a threat to you. So regularly, especially in fast moving consumer goods industry, in food and beverages industry, in this kind of industry, and also in IT industry, you need to, and retail industry, yeah. So in all these industries, you have to frequently do the SWOT analysis because the environment is so dynamic. It always keeps on changing. So large companies, they have SWOT teams fully dedicated to analyze. That is why we say strategic management is a costly affair. Because you have to give them a lot of salary. And what work they do for the day-to-day business? They don't do any work. They just analyze your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. The analysis is their job. They don't participate in the day-to-day affairs of the company. And you need to pay them a lot of salaries. That is why we say strategic management is a costly process. Okay. But you have to do, you have no other option. You have no other option. Okay. Right. And you know, some companies, in order to know their SWOT analysis, they pay huge fees as consultation fees to companies like Boston Consulting Group, ADL. These all companies are there, no? Business Consultant, McKinsey, KPMG, Deloitte. For all these companies, companies pay a lot of fees for knowing their SWOT. And you know, once ONGC paid 50 crores to BCG, Boston Consulting Group, to know their SWOT analysis and the problems they are facing. Yes, this strategic management and strategic consulting is a very lucrative area. That is why ICAI wants chartered accountants to be business consultants also. Because if you work as a business consultant, definitely that is a lucrative area, very attractive area which gives you good returns. Okay, right. And in its competitive advantage, see, we already know that whatever we do it for the sake of competitive advantage. So the significance of SWOT analysis. So SWOT will also help you to get the competitive advantage. When you will get, if you make your strategy basing on the SWOT analysis, then you will get the competitive advantage. Now the significance of SWOT analysis in the following points. It provides a logical framework. SWOT analysis provides a logical framework for systematic analysis of issues having influence on the business situation, generation of alternative strategies and the choice of strategy. Very beautifully said. See, this is what we want. In the management, always we want the frameworks, the outlines. This is very, very important. We want to know that. So, whatever decision you make inside this framework. All the decisions you make in this framework. That means, whenever you are making a decision, you should always know your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Then you make the decision. That is the most important point you need to understand. Okay. Next. And second one more point is here. Generation of alternative strategies and the choice of strategy. What do you mean by choice of strategy? You have two choices, no? Offensive strategy and defensive strategy. So, if you have more strengths and opportunities, you choose offensive strategy. And if you have more weaknesses and threats, you choose defensive strategy. Okay? That means whether to opt for offensive or defensive strategies, you have to know the SWOT. That is what you need to understand. And it presents a comparative account. SWOT analysis presents the information about both external and internal environment in a structured form where it is possible to compare external opportunities and threats with the internal strengths and weaknesses. See, this is the greatness. In 1960, some Harvard professors made this SWOT analysis. And from that time onwards, it has become the most important thing in the business world. Because here in SWOT analysis, we are taking two internal factors called strengths and weaknesses and two external factors called opportunities and threats. And whenever you make a decision, always keep it, remember it. Whenever you make a decision, always you should match your, you should take your decision in such a way that it should be a matching to your internal and external environment. See, this is the biggest mistake many people commit. What they do is, there is an opportunity outside. That is a very lucrative, attractive, very tempting opportunity. And they'll try to attempt it. We generally do that. What tempts us, we attempt it. So that is why the word attempt comes. That is how the words comes. Something is tempting you outside. And what you will go? You will go near it. At means going near. Okay. And you will attempt. That means what is tempting to you? You will give an attempt. And if you don't do it properly, then in that attempt, okay, this ATT will be striken off and emptiness will be remaining. That is what you need to understand. So that's why there will be lot of temptations, lot of opportunities. But the most important thing what you have to see is, do you have the required strengths to exploit that opportunity or not? That is the most important thing you need to observe. Do you have the required strengths? Do you have the capabilities to utilize those opportunities? Yeah, that is the analysis you need to make. That is what in the next question called Tau's matrix we understand that. Okay, very beautiful subject it is. Okay, some patterns or combinations can be high opportunities and high strengths, high opportunities and low strengths, high threats and high strengths, high threats and low strengths. Yes, by making a SWOT analysis, we can have this understanding where we have high strength, where we have high opportunity. So, these all we can know. It guides the strategist in strategy identification. It is natural that a strategist faces a problem when his organization cannot be matched in the 4 patterns. It is possible that the organization may have several opportunities and some serious threats. And in such situations, SWOT analysis guides the strategist to think of overall position of the organization that helps to identify a suitable strategy. See, if you know just the opportunities and if you don't know the strengths, that is wrong. And if you know just the strengths and if you don't know the opportunities, that is also wrong. So you need to know completely in a comprehensive way. See, the SWOT analysis is a comprehensive way of knowing the things. Okay. So that is about the SWOT analysis, very important analysis. So the question may be asked in this manner. A CEO of a company recently attended a seminar on strategic management. He is quite enthusiastic but does not understand how to use SWOT analysis for his company. Act as a consultant and advise him on how to use SWOT analysis to formulate the business strategies. So in this way the question may be asked. Now how to start your answer? That is what I told you. Try to learn to connect your answer with the question. Okay, as a consultant of a company, first of all, the CEO will be explained about the concept and significance of SWOT analysis. See, we will write the same answer given in the material, but the important thing is this line. Because what is the context asked? Act as a consultant and advise him on how to use the SWOT analysis. So you should feel, you should play that role as a consultant. So as a consultant, what you do? So you just start your answer. As a consultant of a company, first of all, I will ask the CEO of the company, or first of all, the CEO of the company will be asked, will be explained about the concept and the significance of SWOT analysis. So this one line gives a big advantage, a big attraction to your answer. So this you should learn in the subject of strategic management. Okay. So that is very important thing. Okay. So we will stop it here and continue in the next session. Thank you. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So in the previous session we have seen about the SWOT analysis and its significance. Now let's start with the TAUS matrix. See, without SWOT there is no TAUS, because if you observe what is TAUS, SWOT reversed is TAUS. Okay. So, and don't try to expect the full form of the word TAUS, because it is a reversal of SWOT. Okay. Already we know SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. And basing on that SWOT analysis, this TAUS matrix is prepared. And this TAUS matrix gives a very great insightful knowledge to the decision maker. Because in SWOT, what we have done in SWOT, what we have done is we just tried to know what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats of the organization. But just knowing is not enough. What we have to do? We have to do a perfect matching. Our strategy should be a perfect matching of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. See, sir, what do you mean by matching? See, let me explain you clearly. Say for example, a company is having different strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Now you have 1, 2 and 3 strengths, 1, 2 and 3 weaknesses, 3 opportunities and 3 threats. Just for example sake I am telling you. Now what you have to do is you have to do a matching. That means with this strength 1, how can you make use of opportunity? How can you make use of these opportunities? Say for example, you can make another matrix like this, strengths and opportunities. That means with strength 1, you can make use of opportunity 3. Likewise, with these opportunities, okay, what weaknesses can you remove? That also we can make, weaknesses and opportunities. For example, second weakness can be removed using opportunity 3. So that is called as matching. Likewise, strengths and weaknesses and threats. See, you have a weakness called 3 and you have a threat called 1. So, they become one pair. So, like that you need to make pairs of your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. And you know, this is very important because SWOT is like a diagnosis tool. Okay, it is an analysis tool, but TAUS is an action tool. That means what action you need to do depending on the strengths, weaknesses and opportunities, you need to do lot of actions. So, you need to have a clear idea, what strengths should I use to make use of the opportunities. So, that is done in the TAUS matrix. This is a very beautiful, excellent action tool which gives a great idea to the business managers regarding what should be their strategy, in what direction they need to do the things. Okay. Let us try to understand this TAUS matrix. Through SWOT analysis, organizations identify their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. We know that. While conducting the SWOT analysis, managers are often not able to come to a conclusion about the strategic alternatives that are relevant to them. Yes, this is the biggest point. SWOT just gives you a picture. See, SWOT is like the diagnostic tests. For example, I am having a problem and I went to a doctor. Doctor asked me to get some tests done. Okay, then I got the reports. So, they are like SWOT. They are just the diagnosis reports. But now what I have to do? I have to take some action, no? I need to go to the doctor. Ask him, okay, show my reports to him so that he will prescribe some medicines. So, what is more important? The prescription is more important. Of course, in order to get the prescription, you need to have the tests done. But what is more important is prescription. Because I have to use those medicines and get rid of my disease. So, SWOT is the diagnostic reports. TAUS is the doctor's prescription. And using medicines is strategy implementation. In this way, you need to understand the things. Okay. So, SWOT will not be helpful to you to identify the strategic alternative. What should we do? You will just have a picture of all your strengths at one place, all your weaknesses at one place, opportunities at one place and threats at another place. But what we require is, what knowledge we need to have is, what strength can I use to make use of the opportunity? See, that is what, see for example, you have manpower strength, you have good manpower, you have innovative products, okay, you have branch network. So, for example, these are your strengths, and in market you have a very beautiful opportunity of acquiring smaller firms. Okay, some small firms are ready to be sold. So, you feel that if you can acquire those firms, you will do well. But now you please think, do you have the strengths to make use of the opportunity 1? You have one opportunity called acquiring the smaller firms. Now, can you do that with these 3 strengths? Are manpower helpful to you to acquire another company? Or your products, your innovative product portfolio, is it helpful to access the products, to acquire the firm? Or is your branch network helpful to you to acquire the firm? No, definitely not. That means you have some opportunities, but you don't have strengths. Okay. Actually, what is required to acquire the smaller firms? Financial prosperity. You know, you need to have financial strength, but you don't have financial strength to make use of this opportunity. So, in this way, you need to make a matching. For example, opportunity 1. Okay, for this opportunity, what strength should I use? Should I use first strength, second strength? In that way, you need to make a matching. It is kind of match the following, matching between strengths and opportunities, matching between strengths and weaknesses, matching between opportunities and threats. matching between weaknesses and threats. Then you will get a clear idea what to do with your strengths. See, there are two important things here: having strengths and having knowledge regarding what to do with those strengths. See, these are the two important things. You are having some strengths, but you don't know what to do with those strengths or what you can do with those strengths. See, that is a very sad thing, you know. That is a very sad thing, that you don't know what to do with your strengths. Now, Taos matrix will give you that idea. Taos matrix will tell you what to do with your strengths, what to do with your opportunities, what to do with your weaknesses by matching. Okay, that is a fantastic idea. Heinz Weyrich developed a matrix called Taos matrix by matching the strengths and weaknesses of an organization with the external opportunities and threats. The incremental benefit of the Taos matrix lies in systematically identifying relationship between these factors and selecting strategies on their basis. Thus, Taos matrix has a wider scope when compared to SWOT analysis. But that is right. Taos and matrix has wider scope. It can be used more practically than SWOT analysis. But SWOT analysis is basic, because without SWOT analysis, without SWOT, there is no Taos. You need to know your SWOT. Then only you can make matching. So don't underestimate the power of SWOT. SWOT is helpful, but Taos is an extension to that. What you can do with that SWOT analysis, that Taos will tell you. Okay. And it is a useful technique that helps in brainstorming and generating alternative strategies. Brainstorming means thinking. This matching is a brainstorming. See, I have 5 opportunities, I have 3 strengths. So with these strengths, which opportunity should I use? If I use first opportunity with my first strength, will it give me more returns? Or if I use my first opportunity with second strength, will it give me more returns? So in that way, you need to brainstorm. You need to think deeply. Okay. And then you need to arrive at a solution. And it is a useful technique that helps in brainstorming and generating alternative strategies. It helps strategic managers to design various corporate level strategies such as growth, stability or retrenchment strategies, as well as business level strategies. See, for everything, not only corporate level strategies or business level strategies, but for everything, to plan everything, you can use this Taos matrix, a beautiful, wonderful technique. Okay. And as I have already told you, Taos is an action tool, because people wanted to know about the actions, no? What actions you need to perform. So Taos is very helpful in that matter. And alternate strategic choices. See, this is what I am talking about. You can have this kind of strategies like SO, maximum. See, you have a lot of strengths and there are opportunities. But what you need to know, you need to match with what strength you can use which opportunity. So that you need to understand. Okay. So SO is a position that any firm would like to achieve. The strengths can be used to capitalize or build upon existing or emerging opportunities. See, this SO strategy is called as offensive strategy. See, you have a lot of strengths and there are opportunities in the market. Now you can make better use of these two things and move in an offensive manner in the market. And now you have ST, maxi-mini. Means you have certain strengths and you have certain threats. Now you are thinking, you made a matching. With these strengths, what threats can I avoid? What threats can I face? Likewise, WO. You have certain weaknesses and you are waiting for certain opportunities to come. And you have certain opportunities. So with what opportunity you can reduce your weakness? That you need to think. That means, again, SWOT is the basis. Without knowing your weakness and opportunity, how can you match? See, you have a weakness of design. Your products are not attractively designed. But now you have an opportunity to purchase a company. One company is for sale and they have innovative designers. Now you can use that opportunity of acquiring a small company, okay, in order to reduce your weakness of designing. So in that way you can do matching. And the next one is WT, weaknesses and threats. So here you need to have a defensive strategy because you have certain weaknesses and there are threats in the market. Now you need to be very careful in analyzing or making your strategy. By using Tauss matrix, one can intelligently look at how best one can take the advantage of the opportunities open to him, at the same time that how he can minimize the impact of weaknesses and protect oneself against threats. This is what I told you, offensive and defensive strategies. Taking advantage of the opportunities using your strengths is offensive strategy, and minimize the impact of weaknesses and protect yourself from the threats is defensive strategy. Okay, so that is the beauty of Tauss matrix. Very good matrix it is. And now coming to the global environment. See, this global environment is again a very interesting topic because today we are in a globalized world. So definitely we need to know about the globalization and its impact on the business. Okay, that is a very, very important thing. Today's competitive environment requires that companies must analyze global environment as it is rapidly changing. See, rather than domestic environment, globally many changes takes place and they are very quick and dynamic. They are very quick and at the same time they are very dynamic. So what factors you need to analyze regarding the global environment? Potential positive and negative impact of significant international events like sports meet or terrorist attack. See, for example, there is a terrorist attack at one place and the businesses at that place will be greatly disturbed. And today in this globalized world, there is a very tight interaction between the countries, between the business environments of different countries. So, for example, India and US are having very good economic relations, very good business relations. So, if something happens in US, that definitely have a negative impact on India. And that already happened. We have seen how IT companies suffered with the recession in the US economy. And also some positive things. Say for example, one country got an opportunity to conduct Olympic Games. So that country requires a lot of manpower, lot of materials, lot of things. So that can be supplied to those countries. So in that way, we can have some both the positive and negative impact of globalization. Identification of changing and emerging global markets includes shift in the newly industrialized countries in Asia that may imply the opening of new markets for products or increased competition from emerging globally competitive countries such as South Korea and China. See, a wise businessman, an intelligent businessman should always observe the global environment regarding what new countries are emerging, what new markets are emerging, with what countries we need to make tie-ups, okay, and where we need to expand our business. For example, in Asian context, China is on high rise and after China, South Korea is on high rise. So now Indian businessman has to make good relations with South Korean businessmen. You can expand to South Korea, okay, and you can do business there. Even State Bank of India recently started its first branch in South Korea. So because South Korea is a developing, it is a emerging economy, it is emerging to the top. So now if you go there and start your business there, then that will be a perfect thing. So an intelligent businessman, a wise businessman should look into the world, should observe the global changes that are taking place and accordingly he has to make the decisions. That is very important. And differences between cultural and institutional attributes of individual global markets. See, all the markets across the world are not same. There will be a lot of differences from Indian markets. There will be a lot of differences between Indian market and the markets of the other countries. The culture is different, the traditions are different, the investment patterns are different, the government policies are different, these are all different. See, many international companies, they face this problem. A company which is very successful in India may not do its business very successfully in China or in South Africa. Because a lot of changes, government, political, legal, economic, social, technological, a lot of changes will be there. So that also you need to keep in mind. That means there is no guarantee that if you are successful in India, that you will also be successful in England. See, Tata's, they face a lot of problems in UK regarding their steel factories. See, Tatas are very much experienced in running the steel factories, but they are facing some problems due to political and labor issues in UK, and they are selling off the steel factories in UK. So this is what you need to understand. All countries are not alike. A lot of differences, cultural, political, economic differences will be there. And what is the nature of globalization? See, globalization means doing several things for, globalization means several things for several people. For some, it is a new paradigm. What is a paradigm? A paradigm is the way of thinking, your belief system, your thinking, this all comes under paradigm. And see, with globalization, what is happening to many people? Now, many people got a chance to do offshore operations, to do foreign operations. Okay, and that chance is there. That means new ideas, new insights, new opportunities for growth. For some people, globalization has brought this. And for some people, increased competition. See, once a country opens door for globalization, what happens? There will be both outgoing and incoming. Many foreign players will enter into your market. That gives more domestic competition, more competition from foreign players. And at the same time, you will have opportunity to go to other country. So both things you will have. Okay, incoming and outgoing of foreign people, incoming of foreign competitors into your country, and you are going to another country and doing the business. Both things happen at the same time. So in this context, some people may feel it as an opportunity because they are doing offshore operations, foreign operations, and some people may feel it as a threat because there is an increased competition from the foreign players. So this actually happens, usually happens, okay. And in simple economic terms, globalization refers to the process of integration of the world into one huge market. Such unification calls for removal of all trade barriers among countries. Even political and geographical barriers become irrelevant. Okay, that means what is the biggest motive or theme behind globalization? It is removing of trade barriers. See, once upon a time, countries are very much insulated. They are protected. Okay, they have a lot of restrictions for the entry of foreign firms and also for giving permissions to the companies to do business in other countries. But with globalization, what happened? All the countries, they are coming out of that insulation and they are freely accepting their people to go to other countries, and they are also welcoming other people to come and start business in the country. So this is a massive change which is very much helpful for the developing countries especially. Okay, next. Effects of globalization. At the company level, globalization means two things. That this I have already told you. The company commits itself heavily with several manufacturing locations around the world and offers products in several diversified industries. See, you can go to any country, you can do business there without any much restrictions and trade barriers. Okay, and you can make several products at several places. Wherever you feel that the labor costs, wherever you feel that the material costs are very low, you can go to that areas and you can do your business. And it also means the ability to compete in domestic markets with foreign competitors. Yes, that I have already told you. Next, what is a multinational or global company? What is it? You know, a multinational or global company is a company which is having operations in many countries. It is also called as transnational company. So we have three names for it: a multinational company, or a global company, or a transnational company. That means you are operating in more than one country. And the biggest advantage of a global company is, see, for example, Tata's, they have purchased some automobile companies like JLR, Jaguar Land Rover from UK. And with that, they got a lot of technology, a lot of patents that the JLR is having. And now Tata's can use the technology in the Indian business. So you will have that kind of advantage. You will have labor cost advantage. You will have material cost advantage. Right now in tea industry in India, that is what is happening. That is what is happening. Many people, okay, they are moving to African countries and they are growing tea over there and they are getting the tea back to India, the harvest back to India, they are selling here. Because the material cost, the cost of production is very less in African countries compared to Indian market. So these all advantages you get because of globalization. Okay. And a multinational company views the entire world as one market. See, for companies like Nestle, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Tata's, they always think about the prosperity of the entire world. They never think about only one country. Because the reason is, they are having operations in all the countries. They are having operations in all the countries. So they want, they don't care about the national boundaries. Okay, because the entire world is their market. They are operating in almost all the countries. So then what happens? The entire world becomes their market and minimizes the importance of national boundaries. That is what I told you. They are the real people. They are the global citizens. These companies are global citizens. They want every country to be prosperous because they have operations in almost all the countries, especially FMCG companies like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, food and drink beverage companies like Nestle, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. These all countries, they are operating in many countries. So they want all countries to be prosperous and happy and raises its capital and market its products wherever it can do the job best. Wherever it can do the job best means wherever you find low cost labor, low cost materials, there you can do. Okay. Next. Characteristics of a global company. It is a conglomerate of multiple units but all linked by a common ownership. Okay. That means you may have companies, factories across the world, but all are owned by you. Okay. And multiple units draw common pool of resources such as money, credit, information, patents, trade names. That is what I told you, no? For example, your company in UK or US had filed a patent and you got that patent. Now you can use that in your Indian business, in your Indian context. And that is a biggest benefit. That is why companies, if they want some new technology, they'll try to acquire some companies in other countries and use that technology in our Indian market. Example, I told you, Tata's in the case of JLR, Jaguar Land Rover. And in spite of pressure in different nations, the units or divisions of MNC may have common strategy. See, this is optional. We cannot say that. Sometimes companies follow common strategy across the world. Companies like McDonald's, once they followed common strategy across the world. But later, due to some cultural differences, they stopped following it. So that all depends on the situation, whether you follow a common global strategy or you follow different strategy for different regions of the world. See, what are the reasons for globalization by companies? Because all the countries have came out of their insulation. Now all the companies have become open-minded, and today with the development of telecommunications, internet and transport facilities, there is a rapid shrinking of distance and time between the countries. Once upon a time, it used to be very hectic to do business in US, because if people want to move from India to US, it used to take 1 month. I am talking about some 120 or 150, 100 years back. But today, it is just a matter of 16 hours or 12 hours from some of the destinations in India, from some of the places in India to various destinations in the US. It is just a matter of 12 hours. So this has given rise to globalization, and also availability of raw materials cheaply in other countries. So like this, these are some of the reasons why companies wants to go globally. So with that, we have finished the questions related to dynamics of competitive strategy. See, this is a very important lesson. This dynamics of competitive strategy is a very important lesson, and we have very beautiful concepts in this lesson, which are very much essential, okay, which are very much essential for companies to analyze before making a strategy, okay. So very important lesson. Now, let us see some questions given in the supplementary material for this listen, dynamics of competitive strategy. First one, what are the issues to be considered for strategy analysis? See, when you are making a strategic analysis of the market, what issues you have to keep in mind? First one, strategy, you should keep in mind that strategy evolves over a period of time. That means, an important aspect of strategic analysis is to consider the possible implications of routine decisions. And strategy of a firm at a particular point of time is a result of series of small decisions taken over an extended period of time. That means, see, we are functioning in a dynamic environment. Everything is dynamic here. You cannot have a rigid strategy for the coming 5 years or 10 years. That is what in the first lesson we studied. Strategy should be always made flexible. Okay. Strategy should be flexible. It should not be rigid. That is what you need to understand. Because several things change. Economies change. A country which is having a very prosperous economy may suddenly fall into recession. So, a lot of changes, domestic changes, global changes, local changes, regional changes, they take place. So, you have to make changes accordingly. Every time you need to analyze the external factors, the global factors, the internal factors, and accordingly you need to make changes in your decisions also. That is the most important thing you need to understand. And balance of external and internal factors. That is, once you are formulating a strategy, always you should formulate your strategy in such a way that your strengths means internal potential of the organization, that is your strength. Your strength should always be matched with the environmental opportunities which are outside. That is why you need to have a thorough understanding of the TAUS matrix, because it is TAUS matrix which gives you that knowledge, the matching of strengths with the opportunities. What strength should be used for what opportunity, for which opportunity. So, that understanding you need to have. And in reality, as perfect match between the two may not be feasible. Strategic analysis involves a workable balance between diverse conflicting considerations. See, using TAUS matrix, you can make some matching, but what it is said here, doing a perfect match is not possible. Out of your knowledge, you will do it, but sometimes your matching may be wrong, or sometimes your matching may not give you good results. Okay. So, according to the changing environment, all the equations will change. So, at least using these techniques like SWOT analysis or TAUS matrix, at least you should try to achieve some workable balance, even though a perfect match cannot be achieved. Okay. Next, a manager working on a strategic decision has to balance opportunities, influences and constraints. See, a manager at first should know how to work in constraints. There are constraints all around us, a lot of limitations all around us. So, you need to understand, you need to know about all those limitations, about all those things, and accordingly you need to make the strategies. Okay. Next, how can a company regard its competence as core competence? Or according to C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel, major core competencies are identified in 3 major areas. See, already we have learned this, but this is again a new way of asking the question. Already you know what is core competence and how can you call a particular competence as a core competence. Already you know all of that. But here we are just trying to put the same concept with a different perspective. If the question is asked like this, how should we present it? See, according to C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel, major core competencies are identified in 3 areas. What are they? Competitor differentiation, customer value and application to other markets. That means, if you strongly feel that you have a core competence, okay, then how that core competence should be helpful to you? See, your core competence should be helpful to you to show some differentiation when compared to your competitor. Already we studied, your core competence should be scarce, your core competence should be durable, your core competence should not be imitatable. Okay, no one should imitate it. That is called as competitor differentiation. That means your competitors should not imitate it, and even though if they want to imitate it, it should be very scarce. It cannot be easily obtained. In that way, the core competence should be there. Now, let us study what is given here. It is one of the main three conditions. The company can consider having a core competence if the competence is unique and it is difficult for the competitors to imitate. That means imitability test already we studied. But if the question is asked like this, you should know how to write the answer. If you just write those 5 tests, you may not get the marks. So this is newly added. So you should learn this thing. The concept already we know. But this C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel mentioned these 3 categories. These 3 things, these 3 conditions to be called a particular competence as a core competence. Okay. Now, so what is the first thing? Competitor differentiation. That means your core competence should be in a position that it is non-imitable to your competitors. And this can provide a company an edge compared to competitors. Definitely. Once you have a competence and your rivals could not copy it, could not imitate it, definitely that is an advantage. That is an edge. Edge means advantage. So definitely that is an advantage to you. You can use that competence to win over the customers and gain competitive advantage. And don't forget that core competence is for achieving the competitive advantage. And it allows the company to provide better products and services to market with no fear that competitors can copy it. See, this is the biggest fear the business people always have. The fear of getting copied by the competitors. But once you have a core competence which is non-imitable, very scarce, then you can do it. And although all companies operating in the same market would have equal skills and resources, if one company can perform this significantly better, the company has obtained a core competence. This is a very valid and valuable point. See, generally, all companies in the same business, all direct competitors, they have the same set of skills. But if you specialize in one skill, okay, if you have proficiency, excellency in one of the skills, then you can think of it as your core competence because no one can do better than you. Okay. Next, customer value. This is again very, very important. See, here there are 2 things. Having a core competence and using that core competence to create value to the customer. What the customer wants. You have to create value to the customer. See, I know a lot of things, but I could not explain. Then what is the use? The same logic applies here. You have a core competence, but you cannot use it properly, or your core competence is not helpful to you to deliver value to the customer, then it is no more called as your core competence. You are simply feeling, you are in an illusion that you are having core competence. If you are really having a core competence, that core competence should definitely help to create value to the customer. The customer should perceive value in your product. That your core competence should be reflected in the final product. That is very, very important thing. When purchasing a product or service, it has to deliver a fundamental benefit for the end customer in order to be a core competence. Otherwise, it is not a core competence. See, if your core competence is not giving you competitive advantage, not giving you increased market share, what is the point? What is the point in having the core competence? Okay, that is the important thing. And it will include all the skills needed to provide fundamental benefits. The service or the product has to have real impact on the customer as the reason to choose or purchase them. That is what? By looking at the value in the product, the customer should purchase it, and that value has to be created using your core competence. Okay? And if the customer has chosen the company without this impact, then competence is not a core competence and it will not affect the company's market position. See, you are feeling, let me tell you, yes, now you are feeling that design is your core competence, but customers are purchasing your product not looking at the design. they are looking at several other factors and they are purchasing. But you strongly feel that design is your core competence. This is again an illusion, because your projection is design is your core competence, but customers are looking different other things in your product and they are purchasing your product. Do you understand? Now, that means you can no longer think that design is your core competence. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Next, application of competencies to other markets. That means you need to extend or leverage. That means once you have a core competence and you are doing business in India, and if you want to expand into other markets, into other foreign markets, now you should be in a position to use this particular thing, to use this particular skill or competence in other markets also. Then it is considered as core competence. See this C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel, how many conditions they have kept, because many people will have some skill, a basic skill, and they may think that it is their core competence, and they may unnecessarily make some false assumptions and they may make some wrong investments using thinking that they are their core competencies. So in order to avoid that, in order to make things very clear, Gary Hamel and C.K. Prahalad, they are precisely telling you when you can think a particular competence as a core competence. Okay? And core competencies must be applicable to the whole organization. It cannot be one particular skill or a specified area of expertise. That means you can do design better and you feel that design is your core competence. But in order to make the design, all the departments of your organization should participate in it. It should be not an individual activity, it should be a group activity. And although some special capability would be essential or crucial for the success of business activity, it will not be considered as core competence if it is not fundamental from the whole organization's point of view. That means every department in your organization should feel that design is very important. See, in iPhone, even the screws that are used in Apple products, they are entirely different. That means now that design philosophy has been driven deeper into the entire organization. So everyone thinks that design should be separate. We should be unique at design. A screw designer should design it in a unique manner. Okay, the glass designer should design it in a unique manner. The processor design, the board design. That means the sense of uniqueness in the design should be there in all the departments. It should be in the DNA of the organization. It should be in the DNA of the organization. That is the most important point. Now, next question. How does a firm's ability to earn profits from its competitive advantage depend? Very beautiful question. See, you have some competitive advantage. Why you are looking for competitive advantage? Because you want to derive some profits out of it. But some companies, even though they have competitive advantage in the marketplace, they could not derive profits continuously. That means their competitive advantage is not sustainable. Their competitive advantage is not permanent. Okay, that is what you need to understand. The sustainability of competitive advantage and a firm's ability to earn profits from its competitive advantage depends on four major characteristics. What are they? First one is durability. That means how long can you keep the competitive advantage? This is the biggest question. See, you may have competitive advantage in the marketplace for a shorter span of time, but that is not important. What is important is how long can you sustain this competitive advantage? How long can you extend it? How long can you keep it? That is the most important. Because if you are getting competitive advantage based on some short-term things, then you cannot get it. You cannot get the competitive advantage for a long time. Okay, and if you are getting competitive advantage by basing on some selected individuals in your organization. See, there are there are two good designers in my organization and they are designing the products well and the products are being very successful in the market and I am getting a lot of competitive advantage in the market. But you please remember some important things here. Men are mortal. This is the first thing. These two designers may die at any point of time. This is point number one. Or these two designers may leave my organization. This is point number two. And there may be some legal battles between my employees and myself. That is what happened in Apple and in some other companies. So several things may happen. Now, if these two designers are not there, they went away from my organization. Now, immediately what happens? I lose my competitive advantage in the market. So, basing on those short things, if you get competitive advantage, you cannot sustain it for a long time. That is what you need to understand. In industries where the rate of product innovation is fast, product patents are quite likely to become obsolete. This is very much applicable to industries like information technology, okay, IT, CT, communication technology, pharma. See, in pharma what happens, a company spends a lot of money and comes out with a latest molecule to cure a disease. And immediately another competitor comes into the market with a better version of this molecule. And what happens? This company has made a lot of investment in research and development and it did not get the returns. It did not get the returns. And another better molecule entered into the market and all people are using that particular medicine or molecule. Now you will get a lot of loss. So this frequently happens in IT, CT, information technology, communication technology and pharma industries, okay. And many consumer brand names have a highly durable appeal. That means brands like Rolls-Royce, brands like Bench, Audi, okay, likewise Apple, they have some brand value which will act as a long-term competitive advantage. And the transferability. That means this is again imitability. That means if the technology is easily transferable, if the same technology what you are using can be acquired by your competitors with less effort, automatically you lose your competitive advantage in the market because your competitors are also getting the same advantage, isn't it? And imitability, that is always a big problem. And appropriability. Appropriability means what? That means sometimes even though you have resources, but you are not using them in an appropriate manner or the returns may not get to you. Some others may get benefited by it. That means you have resources, you have core competencies, you have capabilities, but somehow you are not getting the benefits, you are not getting the competitive advantage. So this type of situations also happens. And Rohit Sodhi runs a charitable organization for promotion of sports in the country. His organization conducts regular free training camps for youth interested in playing cricket, football, hockey, badminton and so on. Many of his trainees have reached national level contexts. Rohit noticed that with success of IPL in cricket tournament, there is an increasing trend to extend similar format in other sports as well. He wishes to know how the development is going to help sports and to which industries it will offer opportunities and threats. See, you need to expect this type of questions in strategic management, application oriented or scenario based. A scenario is given, you have to apply some concept and you have to write in detail about the scenario given there. Okay, and see, this type of answers we need not explain, but because already we know the concept. But what is the most important thing is you should know how to connect your answer to the question. That is the most important thing. Okay. So how to start the answer? See, you need to take some lines from the question and you need to make a context and you need to start writing your answer. This is called as connecting your answer with the question. See, if question is like write, describe, explain, then you can immediately start writing your answer. But if a question is asked context based, scenario based or application oriented, definitely you need to learn to connect your answer with the question. That is the most fundamental thing. See, now how you will start the answer. With the success of IPL, league matches are taking place. With the success of IPL, league matches are taking place in other sports as well. These are held in a grandeur manner between several teams. See, for example, you may say, sir, I cannot present in this way. What should I do? Okay, what should I do? Now, you can start your answer in another way also. See, please try to understand. There is no one best way. You can do it in any way. Because the scenario based questions and application oriented questions, we cannot expect the same thing to be asked in the examination. That means concept may be same, but the context may be different. Okay. So now here one version is given, or otherwise you can have another version also. Okay. Rohit Sodhi as an idea to conduct IPL like tournaments in other sports, but before making his idea to turn into reality, he wants to know about the strengths and weaknesses, the opportunities and threats that are there for the sports industry in the country. Okay, and you have to imagine what are the opportunities. If in our country we need to have a lot of stadiums. Stadia is plural of stadium, and for sports goods industries it will be very much profitable, because if all sports are played in IPL or similar format, there will be greater demand for the sports goods industry. And the media industry, they can have their live telecasts and all. And for hotel industry, see, sports and hotel industry are tightly interrelated. That's why whenever a match happens there, all the hotels will be full in that area, all the 5-star hotels. Okay. And what are the threats? In entertainment industry, people may not watch the serials and all, cinemas, because many sports enthusiasts, they may watch the sports channels. And event management organizations, in non-sports event, they may get some threats. But don't think that this is the only extensive list of opportunities and threats. You can write on your own, depending on the context, depending on the idea you get. See, that is the advantage again in context-based questions. You need not reproduce the same thing what you read. If you want to add 1 or 2 points on your own which you feel they are valid, then you can do that. Okay. Next, Rohit Patel is having a small chemist shop in the central part of Ahmedabad. What kind of competencies Rohit can build to gain competitive advantage over online medicine sellers? Again, this is one question where you have to take the context, connect your answer with the question, and try to write some points on your own, depending on the understanding, depending on your understanding. Okay. Now, Rohit Patel is having a small chemist shop in the central part of Ahmedabad. Means he is having one locational advantage. The shop is in the central part of Ahmedabad. And what kind of competencies Rohit can build to gain competitive advantage over online medicine sellers? Because today online medicine sellers are biggest threat. So Rohit Patel wanted to know what competencies he should have in order to win over the, or in order to outsmart the online medicine sellers. What he has to do? See, capabilities. Now what you have to write is, if you can write on your own, you do it, or otherwise you just write about core competency definition. What is a core competence? Because here in question it is asked what kind of competencies Rohit can build. So you just try to write the definition of what a core competence is, what actually it is. And a small chemist shop has a local presence and functions within a limited geographical area. Still, it can build its own competencies to gain competitive advantage. For example, if you cannot write this line on your own, what you can do? First, write what is core competence, 1 or 2 lines definition you write about core competence. And small chemist shop owners like Rohit Patel can gain competitive advantages over online stores in the following ways. You can write in that way and just write 4 or 5 points. How can we write, sir? That again, see, this is not fixed. This all depends on your subject, your understanding of the subject. Developing personal and cordial relations with the customers. In CA Foundation, you learned sole proprietor concerns are integrated with the economies. They can have personal relations, because in an online sales, you will not have personal relations with the customers. So here he can maintain, he can win the trust of the customers that he always sells good medicines, good brands of medicines, and providing home delivery with no additional costs in the restricted geographical area, and developing a system of speedy delivery that can be difficult to match online sellers, because online sellers are very far away. But you can cover up to 3 or 4 or 5 kilometers area so that you can make faster delivery compared to the online sellers. Having extended working hours for convenience of buyers. Again, this depends on government permissions and all. Providing easy credit or a system of monthly payments like EMIs for medicine. Yes, there are some medical stores which provide that facility. So, again I am telling you, this is not the final list. If you want to add 1 or 2 points, you can add. Or if you want to write everything on your own, you can write it, but it should be valid. Because I have already told you, we cannot expect what context will be there. Okay. So that is what you need to understand. So that is about dynamics of competitive strategy. With that, we have finished all questions along with the supplementary material. Okay. And we will see the third lesson, strategic management process, in the next session. Thank you. And welcome to the session, all of you. So from today, we are going to start a new lesson, that is strategic management process, the third lesson. So in this lesson, you will start with the strategic management process. See, what are the main things in strategic management process? You need to have a vision statement, a mission statement, you need to set the objectives, okay, you need to craft the strategy, and you need to implement the strategy, and you need to evaluate the strategy. These are the most important steps in the strategic management process. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about strategic decision making, strategic intent, strategic management model, and details about vision statement, mission statement, and objectives. Okay. Now let's start. Now let's start with the first question. What is strategic planning? Okay. See, already you know, planning means what? Deciding what needs to be done in the future. That is called as planning. That means what to do in the future, ranging from this day to the coming 10 years or 20 years or any extended point of time. Okay. And in planning, what you have to do, you have to generate blueprints for action. That means planning makes blueprints for action. That means in what way you should move forward. Okay. And good planning is an important constituent of good management. That is why if you look at the functions of management, the first thing is planning. So you need to have good planning to make your management very efficient and effective. Planning involves determination of the course of action to attain the predetermined objectives. See, already you have an objective and you want to reach it. So for that you need to make a blueprint, you need to make an action plan. So that is called as planning. That means how to reach your goal. That is the most important thing. It bridges the gap between where we are and where we want to go. So why we require a plan? Because we require a plan because we are here and we want to go to a particular place. So for that we require a plan. This is your source and this is your destination, and you require a plan to reach your destination. And planning can be strategic or operational. That means you can have long-term plans made by the senior management for the coming 5 years or for the coming 10 years. or you can have operational plans made by the middle level management and low level management. Next, what is strategic planning? It is a process of determining the objectives of the firm, resources required to attain these objectives, and the formulation of policies to govern the acquisition, use and disposition of resources. See, this one point gives you clarity regarding what is strategic planning. See, there are many things here, many things in this particular point. First, you need to have the objectives of the firm, and then you need to think about the resources that are required to achieve the objectives. See, in order to achieve the objectives, you require a lot of things, no? You require a lot of resources like men, money, materials, methods, machines. These all things are required. So, how to procure them? Okay, because to achieve the objectives, it is not so easy. It requires a lot of financial assistance. It requires a lot of manpower, machines, technology. These all things are required to reach the goal. So, how to acquire them? Okay, and every organization should have policies put in place to follow in true letter and spirit to reach the objectives. And you should also concentrate on the usage of the resources. That means there are two things here, acquisition of resources and usage of resources. So, you need to have a plan for all these things. Then only we call it as strategic planning. And it involves a set of interactive and overlapping decisions leading to the development of an effective strategy for the firm. See, that means sometimes we make some overlapping decisions. That means one decision will be decision will be crossed by another decision. See, first of all, what is the most important thing you need to understand is a strategy is not a single plan. A strategy is a combination of many plans. In your strategy, you have many plans, a HR plan, a marketing plan, a financial plan. Likewise, you will have number of plans that are embedded in a strategy. Okay, that is the most important thing you need to understand. And strategic planning determines where an organization is going over the next year or more and the ways of going there. The process is organization wide or focused on a major function such as a division or other major function. See, generally why we make strategies? We make organization wide strategies, we make business level strategies, we make functional level strategies. So, generally strategies are made to achieve an objective in the future, okay, which is quite far away. So, we need to achieve that, and for that we require organization wide effort. That means all the departments in the organization should work together to achieve the objective. So, that is about strategic planning. Now, we are going to learn a very important question. What is strategic decision making, and briefly explain the features or major dimensions of strategic decision making. And you know, when we will arrive at a decision, when we have alternatives, okay, when we have alternatives, then only we talk about decisions. So, having alternatives is the most important thing. So, whenever we have alternatives, we will be in a dilemma. Which one to choose? Which one is best for us? See, that is why the literal meaning of the word decision, from where the word decision comes, it is decision. Scission is cutting. D means away. So, cut away. That means you keep whatever you want and cut away the not needed things, cut away the unnecessary things. That is called as decision. So, when you have number of alternatives, definitely you need to make a decision and choose the best alternative. That is the most important thing. Right. Decision making, see, this question tells you about how the strategic decisions look like, how the strategic decisions are made, what are the characteristic features of the strategic decisions. So, these all things will be covered in this question. First, the meaning of decision making is given. It is a managerial process of choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses for the purpose of accomplishment of organizational goals. See, you have a goal it is just like your journey on your journey. That means you have a destination point and you have a source point, and in order to reach your destination you have many paths available, okay, and you can make your journey in more number of ways. Now you have to choose, basing on your SWOT analysis, you have to choose which path is best for you. Don't say that my competitor is going in that path, so I shall also move in that path. No, that is not the concept here. The concept here is you have to choose the best path for you. You have to choose the best direction for you, depending on your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. That is why SWOT analysis is the basic analysis for decision making, for choosing the best strategy, the best direction. Okay. So depending on your SWOT, you have to choose the best alternative among the alternatives that are present. Okay. Now, decisions may be operational or strategic, that we have already discussed in the previous question. And now, what are the features or major dimensions of the strategic decisions? Strategic issues require top management involvement. See, generally, it is the function of the top level management to make strategies for the entire organization. That means, the top level management have to make the strategies. Okay, because it is the top level management who can think in a holistic way. See, what is more important for strategy making is thinking in a holistic way, and you can write it in either way, HOLISTIC or WHOLISTIC. Okay, so thinking in a holistic way. Thinking in holistic way means what? Thinking in the totality of the organization. See, for example, if you ask a marketing manager to make a strategy, he can only make a strategy for marketing function. Likewise, if you ask an HR manager, he can make a strategy for the HR function. And if you ask a business level manager, he can only make a strategy for his line of business. But here we require an corporate level strategy, we require an organization level strategy, and who can make that? Definitely the top level management, the corporate level management can make the strategies, because they think in the totality of the organization. They will not think about a particular function or a particular business, but they think about the total organization. So that is why strategic management require top management involvement, and strategic decisions involve commitment of organizational resources. See, making strategies on paper is very easy, but implementing the strategies, they require 5 M's, which we already know, like men, money, materials, methods, machines. These all things are required to implement the strategy. And you know, sometimes strategies require very large number of funds. Some strategies are very expensive. You require well-trained manpower, good financial resources to execute the strategies. Now you please tell me, who can procure all these things for the organization? Is it the business level manager or the functional level manager or the top level manager? It is certainly the top level manager who can procure the required resources for business, for the organization. What kind of men are required, how much money is required, what kind of technology is required. Because you always please keep in mind, strategy is not a simple plan. It is a vision. It is a process. You need to achieve it. And that requires the deployment of lot of funds, men, machines, technology. These all things are required for a strategy to be successful. And now who can get all these things? It is the top level management who can get all these things. So that's why definitely strategic decisions involve the top level management. Okay. Next, strategic decisions necessitate consideration of factors in the firm's external environment. See, before making a strategy, it is very important to perform environmental scanning. Okay, what do you mean by environmental scanning? You need to scan the external environment, and this external environment consists of both micro factors and macro factors. Micro factors means cosmic, means competitors, organization, suppliers, market, intermediaries and customers. And macro factors means spelt G, that is socio-cultural factors, population factors, economic factors, legal factors, technological factors, global factors. That means a sum total of 12 factors ought to be analyzed before choosing your strategy, before choosing your direction. That is why the initial definition of strategy tells you that a strategy is an integrated, comprehensive plan, unified, comprehensive, integrated plan. It's not very easy to make the strategy. It requires a lot of experience, a lot of resources, considering the external environment, what is happening around you. Environment is your surroundings. Environment is what is covering you. Environ means cover. So, you have to analyze the external environment. Both the micro factors and macro factors you have to analyze, and accordingly you have to take the decision. That is the most important thing you need to understand about strategy. And strategic decisions are likely to have a significant impact on the long-term prosperity of the firm. See, if you are implementing a strategy, you cannot see results in the short run. Okay, because you need to execute that strategy, you need to procure the resources, you need to implement it, and by the time you get results, it takes a lot of time. Okay, you cannot see immediate results of your strategies, and sometimes your strategies may also fail. There is a thing called strategic risk which you studied in EIS. Sometimes you may not have right kind of strategies, and sometimes your strategies may not give you right kind of returns. So that also may happen. So you need to be very careful while formulating the strategy by taking all things into consideration. Again, I'm making you to remember that strategy is an unified, integrated and comprehensive plan according to William F. Gluck. Okay, and strategic decisions are always future oriented, obviously, because we have an objective. We set an objective in the future and we are trying to reach that objective, and for that we are crafting a strategy. We are crafting a strategy for that purpose. Okay, and strategic thinking involves predicting the future environmental conditions and how to orient for the changed conditions. See, the beautiful word here is orient. Orient means turning towards that side. That means you have to analyze, or you have to make a forecast what will be the future look like, what future looks like, what capabilities we need to have to achieve our objectives in the future, how we can achieve our objectives, what capabilities we require, and you have to orient yourself. Orient means, we generally say like IIT oriented coaching. That means that coaching will turn you towards IIT. Likewise, you need to turn your organization towards the achievement of the goal. That is called orientation. So that orientation has to be done very carefully. You have to make a very good strategy to orient your organization to reach the future objectives and to face the challenges that come across your way. Okay, and strategic decisions usually have major multifunctional and multi-business consequences. As strategic decisions involve organization in totality, they affect the different sections of the organization with varying degree. Again, the same definition. It is unified, integrated, comprehensive. Unified means you have to bring many things at one place. And whenever you are implementing a strategy, your strategy will show impact on your marketing, your finance, your human resources, your production. That means everything is touched by your strategy. All your business functions are touched by your strategy. That means you have to make changes in all these functions. See, without making changes in your marketing, finance, HR, production, logistics, supply chain, research and development, how do you think that you can achieve the strategy? You cannot. It is not possible at all. So, everything has to be changed. Everything has to be changed or aligned according to your strategy. Strategy is the top level direction, and strategy tells in what direction you have to move, and if you want to orient yourself in that direction, all of your activities, all of your functions have to be changed. The thought process of your organization should change. The policies should change. The processes should change. Then only you can achieve your objective by following that strategy. That means strategy will have a multifunctional and multi-business consequences. That means all of the functions of your business gets affected by the strategy. Gets affected means not in a negative sense, in a positive sense. That means you need to change everything. You need to change your marketing policies, marketing strategies, HR policies, finance policies, logistics policies. You have to change everything. Sir, why I have to change? Because we have a new strategy, we have a new path, we have a new direction, and we want to orient ourselves in that direction. So definitely if you want to orient in that direction, definitely you have to change all these functional aspects. Then only it is possible. Okay. So that is what you need to understand. Right. See, here we have a important question, an application oriented question. Rohit Seth, in an informal discussion with his friend, shared that he has to move very cautiously in his organization as the decisions taken by him have organization-wide impact and involve large commitment of resources. He also said that his decisions decide the future of his organization. Where will you place Rohit Seth in the organizational hierarchy, and what are the dimensions of decisions taken by him? So, by looking at the keywords given in the question like organization-wide commitment, okay, organizational-wide impact, large commitment of resources, okay, and his decisions decides the future of his organization. These three keywords tells us that Rohit Seth is a member of the top level management. So, whatever decisions that are taken by Rohit Seth will definitely have a strategic dimension. So, how to write the answer for that question? See, several times I am telling you, you have to learn to connect your answer with the question. That is the most important thing. Once a context is given, you have to start your answer with that context in mind. Okay. So, this is the way how you need to start your answer. As the decisions taken by Rohit Seth have organization-wide impact, involves large commitment and have implication on the future. This all you need not write on your own. You can take lines from the question and you can just reproduce here. Okay. And from these lines, what you should understand that Rohit Seth is at the top level in the organization. And now you write your answer. You write the answer given above. That is enough. Just you should master the art of connecting your answer with the context given in the question. That is the only art you need to master in application oriented questions or scenario based questions. Okay. Right. Now let's start with the strategic management model. The strategic management model consists of three broad phases: strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and strategy control. That means if you want to know broadly and in a simple manner, in a brief manner, what is all about managing an organization in a strategic way? How can I manage my organization in a strategic manner? Then you need to have three things in mind. First, you need to formulate the strategy, you need to implement the strategy, and you need to evaluate the strategy. And if something goes wrong, you have to control your strategy. That is called strategy control. Okay. And the process of this formulating, implementing, and controlling is a continuous and ongoing process. Why? See, you always please remember that our business is in a dynamic environment. Everything changes, all factors changes. There will be a lot of change in the external environment. So, this formulation, implementation, and evaluation and control, these all activities should be done in a cyclical manner. It is an ongoing process. See, strategy making is not a one-time process, or it is not a one-step process. There are many steps involved, and many iterations will take place. You know what is iteration? The word iteration is used. So this is called as iteration, going on and on and on and on and on. That is called as iteration. So strategy making is an iterative process. Okay, and a change in any of the major components in the model can necessitate a change in any or all of the other components. That means, for example, if there is a change in the external environment, that definitely will have an impact on your strategy. So you have to pay attention towards that, and accordingly you have to change your strategy. Okay, and the major stages in the strategic management process are: develop the vision and mission statement. That is what we are going to learn in this lesson. Starting from this lesson, we are entering into strategic management process. That means you are learning how to build a strategy, how to craft a strategy for your organization. So it all starts with vision and mission statements. The strategic management process starts with vision and mission statements, and you have to make internal and external audit. That is called environmental scanning, which I have already told you. You need to scan the environment, both external environment, both micro and macro. All the 12 factors are to be analyzed. And generate, evaluate and select the strategies. That comes under crafting the strategy, and you need to implement the strategy, and you need to have strategies at 3 levels. That is why we have 3 lessons. Okay, that is what I told you. We have a very excellent schema of our syllabus. The first lesson introduces you to the strategic management. Second lesson tells the groundwork that you have to do to make your strategy efficient. And from third lesson we start the strategic management process. And in fourth lesson we learn about corporate level strategies. And in the next lesson we learn about business level strategies. And next we learn about functional level strategies. So strategies are to be formulated at 3 levels in the organization: corporate level, business level and functional level. Then you need to go to implement the strategy, and you need to, for implementation of the strategy, you need to take care of the structure, culture and leadership. These all you will learn in lesson number 7, and in lesson number 8 you will learn how to implement the strategy and how to control the strategy. What I am telling you is, this is a beautiful schema. The arrangement of the lessons is very good, so that it will give you a complete knowledge regarding the implementation of strategies in your organization. Right. And you need to measure and evaluate the performance. So that is a strategic management model. Now, explain the stages in strategic management. Explain the stages in strategic management. Crafting and executing strategy are the heart and soul of managing the business enterprise. Very important point. Crafting and executing the strategy. What do you mean by crafting? See, this word craft is, requires a lot of attention, because instead of using several other words like formulation, making, designing, devising, preparing, we are using the word crafting. So why we pick up this word? Why we pick this word called crafting for strategy? Because the word craft will tell you that you have to do it with a lot of capabilities. You have to do it very carefully. You have to do it very meticulously. You have to do it with utmost care. Strategy has to be done in that way. So that's why we choose the word crafting the strategy, not any other word. Okay. And this craft is also having some negative connotation, and it is also having a negative meaning. Sometimes we say he crafted the plan for the murder. He crafted the plot for murder. So craft is also used in negative sense, but here we are taking a positive sense to denote that you need to design and devise your strategy in a meticulous, careful, cautious, conscious manner. So in order to, rather than saying all these words, careful, cautious, skillful, meticulous, it is just enough if you use the word craft. So that is what it is said. Crafting and implementing the strategy are at the heart of managing a business enterprise. That means if you want to manage your business enterprise in a profitable way, you need to craft and execute the strategies. Okay. And strategic management involves the following stages: developing a strategic vision and formulation of statement of mission, goals and objectives, environmental and organizational analysis, formulation of strategy, implementation of strategy, strategic evaluation and control. So we will learn one by one. Let's start with the stage 1, strategic vision, mission and objectives. See, first a company should have a vision. See what you want. So the biggest problem is most of the companies, most of the individuals, they don't know what actually they want. Okay. See, many personality development coaches will tell you, start with the end in mind. Start with the end in mind. So there is a famous book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. In that the first habit is this one only. Start with the end in mind. That is, have a vision. Have a vision. Where you want to go, what you want, where you want to land, where you want to reach. That thing you need to have a clarity, and that is called as vision. Okay. What is your dream? What are your aspirations? What you want to achieve? In what direction you want to move? So this you should have clarity at first. So that is called as vision. Okay. And mission. Managers need to be clear about what they see the role of their organization, and this is often expressed in terms of statement of mission. So after vision, you need to have a mission. Means, okay, you want to reach there. So what you should do? What you should do to reach there? What is your purpose? For what you are doing the business? You are doing the business to reach the vision. So that clarity also means vision. If you have a vision, okay, if you have a vision, that vision gives clarity regarding what you want to become. So first you need to have a clarity regarding what you want to become. And that is not enough. The game do not end there. The game just starts there. And next what you need to have? You need to have mission. You need to have mission. And mission tells you how you should behave. That is very important. So in order to become something, you have to behave properly. You should work with a purpose. You should work with a purpose. And you should know what purpose has to be served. What we should do. How we should behave to reach our vision. That clarity also every organization should have. Of course, we will learn about this vision, mission and objectives in a very detailed manner in the coming questions. And third one, you need to have objectives. The managerial purpose of setting objectives is to convert the strategic vision into specific performance targets. See, vision will be laid down in a conceptual way. That means, okay, by 2030, we want to be like that. But that is not enough. We want more specific, measurable targets. Okay, by 2030 you want to achieve something. So by 2021 what you should do? By 2022 what should be done? By 23 what should be done? By 24 what should be done? So you need to have yearly objectives, annual objectives, semi-annual objectives, quarterly objectives, because it is a long journey. It is a long journey. So we need to break that into specific targets. Okay, and those are called as objectives. Okay, next, stage 2, environmental and organizational analysis. See, you need to make strategic analysis. That means once you have a vision and once you have a mission and you have an objective, now you have to analyze. You have to scan the environment. How the environment looks like, how the government, political, legal, technological, socio-cultural, demographic, global environment is. You have to analyze the environment, the changes that are taking place in the environment, so that you will get an idea regarding how you should behave. And you also should make organizational analysis, means internal analysis. See, you have to make environmental analysis to know the opportunities and threats, and you have to analyze your organization internally. That is an internal analysis to know your strengths and weaknesses. That means ultimately what we want our SWOT, and these two, strengths and weaknesses, are known by internal or organizational analysis, and we will come to know about opportunities and threats by external analysis. Okay, that is what you need to understand. Now you need to formulate the strategy. In the second stage, we clearly know our SWOT analysis. Now you need to formulate the strategy. Means you need to formulate the steps you should make, the direction you should choose to reach your vision. Already destination is fixed in the form of vision. Already you have a clarity how you should behave. Now, how to start your journey? Okay, that is what is important. Where you should start your journey. In what direction you should move to reach your vision. Which is the best direction. So, these all things have to be crafted. Means crafting a strategy. That comes under formulating a strategy. Okay. And the second step is the deep analysis of various strategic alternatives for the purpose of choosing the most appropriate alternative which will be used as a strategy of the firm. That is what I told you. We have to make the right kind of strategic decision, because we have n number of alternatives. Then we will be in a dilemma. Okay, what path to choose, which way to tread. Okay, so that is what is very important. And implementation of strategy. Implementation and execution is an operation-oriented activity aimed at shaping the performance of core business activities in a strategy supportive manner. That means once you have a strategy, all of your activities should be oriented towards that strategy, and everything in your organization should be done in a strategy supportive manner. That is the most important point. And strategy evaluation and control. See, no one can predict what happens in the future, however proactive you may be, because many sudden exigencies will come, emergency situations will come, COVID-19 like situations will come. So you always need to keep your strategy flexible. The top level management of your organization should be open-minded to accept the challenges that come in your path, and accordingly you have to rejig your strategy. You have to make your strategy fit to the changing situations. That's why you should not have a rigid strategy. See, some companies, if you refer to the histories of the companies, many companies, they will have strategic risk. Means in two ways. Some companies, they don't have proper strategy, and some companies, they have rigid strategy. Whatever may be the changing external conditions, they do not take them into account. They will not be receptive. They will not be responding to that. They simply and blindly, they follow the strategy. They are committed. They think that they are committed, and they tell that once we commit, we don't bother anything. That is a wrong thing. See, the environment itself is dynamic, man. So when the environment is dynamic, then you should also be dynamic. That is the most important thing. See, for example, everyone will tell you have to change. That is not the correct. You need to adapt to the change. That is the correct. Because change comes in the environment. See, the environment is changing like this. And if you are changing like this, then there is a disassociation. There is no alignment. That should not be the case. If the environment is taking the right turn, you also should take the right turn. You should align yourself with the environment. Your organization should align with the environment. That is the most important thing. For that, continuously you have to monitor whether your strategy is giving results or not. What are the changes in the external environment? How they are going to affect your strategy? These all things you need to understand, and you need to make your strategy more flexible. Okay, that is the most important thing. Now, a very important question, concept-wise and from examination point of view also. What is strategic intent and what are its elements? See, every organization should have a strategic intent. Okay, that is the most important thing. See, everything comes from intention only. First of all, an organization should have an intention to make strategies. Okay, so strategic intent is very important. And when can you say that an organization is having a strategic intent? An organization will have a strategic intent if it has clarity regarding some concepts. For example, if an organization is having vision, if an organization is having mission, if the organization has defined its business properly, if the organization is having a detailed business model, and if the organization have some goals and objectives, then we can say the approach of the organization is very good and they are having a intention to manage their organization in a strategic manner. All in all, they have strategic intent. They have an intention to manage their organization in a strategic manner. So this is the base point. This is the launching pad. Having a strategic intent is the launch pad for the strategy of your organization. If an organization is not having vision, mission, objectives, goals, they don't define their business, they don't have their business model, and they don't have any goals and objectives, then what this organization is going to do, no one knows. Where it will land, no one knows. So every organization should have a strategic intent. See, if you have a strategic intent, you will get a clarity regarding your path, your movement, your direction, your attitude. That is very important. Clarity is very important. That is why in management circles, many people used to say that clarity is rarity. Very few organizations will have clarity regarding their future, what they want to achieve. Very few organizations will have that clarity. That means very few organizations will have this strategic intent. So once you have a strategic intent in place, that means once you have all these 5 things, then it tells your clarity, it tells your attitude, it tells your purpose, and you should make your purpose clear. That is the most important thing, even at the individual level or at the organizational level. See, the beauty of this strategic management is you can apply these concepts both at the individual level and at the organizational level. They are equally applicable. Okay, so even at individual level or at the organizational level, you need to first have a purpose. What is your purpose? What do you want to do? What do you want to achieve? How you want to work to achieve your objective? So this clarity you need to have. That is most important. And once an organization has all these things like vision, mission, objectives, goals, business definition and business model, that means it is having the clarity. Okay, right. Strategic intent refers to the purpose of what the organization strives for. That is what I am telling you. Be careful with your purpose. Try to clarify to yourself and to your stakeholders regarding the purpose. What you want to do, what you want to serve, what markets you want to serve, what customers you want to serve, in what model you want to do the business, in how you want to earn money for your business, in what direction you want to move. See, these are all many complicated questions which the top level management has to answer before moving forward. Without answering all these questions, if you do your business in a clumsy, in a confused, in a dilemma manner, you will not get results. So have a clarity regarding the purpose, because all of your stakeholders, your employees, your shareholders, okay, your suppliers, your intermediaries, your customers, they are eagerly waiting regarding your clarity, regarding your purpose, regarding your approach, regarding your attitude. And you should tell them that this is our purpose, this is our attitude, this is our approach, we want to do this. In that way, you should tell very clearly. Okay, Right. Strategic intent gives the idea of what the organization desires to attain in future. Okay. It indicates the long-term market position which the organization desires to create or occupy and the opportunity for exploring new possibilities. This is what I am telling you. Especially the shareholders are eagerly waiting whether the top level management of the organization is having a well-crafted strategy. See, you can take a synonym for strategy, that is clarity. Your strategy, especially the strategic intent, tells your clarity. Okay? And what you want to achieve, what possibilities are there in the future, how you want to grab them to your advantage, what is your plan to achieve them. See, you are just projecting the objectives, but people don't want the projection of your objectives. People want the purpose, people want the path, people want your attitude, your approach. How you want to reach those objectives, in what manner you will achieve those objectives. That is the most important thing. And strategic intent provides the framework within which the firm would adopt a predetermined direction and would operate to achieve the strategic objectives. So, by looking at the strategic intent of an organization, everyone can understand, all the stakeholders can understand the attitude, the approach of the management of the organization, how they are going to take the organization forward. Okay. Next, elements of strategic intent. The following are the elements of strategic intent. First one is vision again. Already we discussed about vision and we are going to discuss in a deeper manner in the coming questions. And every organization should also have mission. And this one is very important, business definition. See, you need to define your business precisely. See, Revlon is having a business definition. How they define their business? In factory we make cosmetics. In factory we make cosmetics, and in the drugstore we sell hope. That means, what is your business? Means, we will try to know the hopes of the people. How people want to groom themselves. What are their hopes regarding their presentation, regarding their personal grooming. What aspirations they have, what hopes they have. That is our business. See, that is a nice way of defining the business. That means, here he has given a very dynamic definition of the business. He did not say that we are restricted to cosmetics. No. What he is telling, as the hopes of the people are changing, we also change our business. And we always cater to the hopes of the people. Very beautiful business definition. Likewise, we have a business definition for Nestle. Nestle defines its business in such a way that it wants to do the business to serve the people in all eating occasions from morning to evening. That is the business of Nestle. Means a very big business definition. From morning to evening, there are many eating occasions. Breakfast, brunch, lunch, snacks, dinner. In that, Nestle wants to do business in all these segments, both with food and beverages, with foods and drinks. That is the business definition of Nestle. That means it is having a very broad definition. Nestle can make a business definition like we want to offer snacks, or we want to offer chocolates, or we want to offer drinks, but it did not define in that way. Nestle wants to present in every eating occasion. At breakfast, there should be some Nestle product on the customer table, some drink and some solid food. Likewise, at the brunch time, at the lunch time, at the snack time, at dinner time. From morning to evening, they want to meet all the eating occasions. And there are many, they create many eating occasions like celebrating victory, celebrating the failure. So they can find lot of eating occasions for their chocolates and their foods. So in that way, you should define your business. That is the most important thing. So once you have that business definition, it seeks to explain the business undertaken by the firm. What kind of business you do? Revlon wants to do the business of hopes of the customers. Means they want to turn the business according to the hopes of the customers. And Nestle wants to do the business from morning to, by meeting all the eating occasions from morning to evening. So likewise, what business you are in, you should define it in a broad manner with respect to the customer needs, target markets and alternative technologies. See, generally Revlon told according to the customer needs, okay, and target markets. For example, you may define your business as we are a kid care company. That means we make everything that kids require. That may be your business definition, okay. And with the help of business definition, one can determine the strategic business choice. The very, very, very important point. See, we will be in a dilemma. Once there is an opportunity, we will be in a dilemma whether to choose that opportunity or not. Then we require a reference guide that can guide us whether to choose that opportunity or not. See, for example, if I restrict my business that my company is a kids food company. Now I have an opportunity to purchase a kid footwear company. Now I will be in a dilemma. Can I purchase that company? Is it better for me to purchase a kid footwear company? Then I will be in a dilemma. But if my business definition tells we are a kid care company, so footwear also come under kid care only. So I can enter into that business. So this clarity you will have depending on the business definition. And now business model, it's very, very important. See, many people tell that they have a business idea. That is a wrong idea. That is a wrong thing. You should not have business idea. You should have a business model. Because once you go to any investor and tell that you have a business idea, from morning to evening these investors, whether angel investors or venture capitalists or anyone, they listen to number of business ideas. They are vexed up with listening to the business ideas. But what they require is a perfect, profitable, productive business model. That means how you serve your customers, how you get the revenue, how you make money in business. That is very important. See, today we have excellent business models like Zomato's business model, Swiggy's business model, Ola's business model, Uber business model, Rapido's business model, FB's business model, and even today the business model of WhatsApp is a mystery. But how they generate money in business? Okay, so that is the most important point you need to have. What kind of customers you serve? How you generate revenue from the customers? This is the most important thing you need to pay attention. And the goals and objectives, you need to set the goals and objectives that I have already told you. And now let us go to learn a very important question. What do you mean by strategic vision and what are its elements? See, vision is what a firm or a person would ultimately like to become. Ultimately. At the end, by the end of 2030, how you visualize yourself? What is your dream? What is your aspiration? What ultimately you want to become? See, for example, if someone asks you, then what is your vision? You should not say becoming a chartered accountant. That is not your vision. That is not the ultimate thing. That is the starting thing for many things to achieve in your life, isn't it? So that becomes your objective. Becoming a chartered accountant is your objective. Why you have that objective? Because you have a much bigger vision. After becoming a chartered accountant, you have to do many more things. So that kind of vision you should have. Okay. And vision expresses the position that a firm would like to attain or achieve in the distant future. Means in the coming 10 years or in the coming 15 years, what you want to achieve. Next, a strategic vision is a roadmap of the company's future. See, once you have a vision, you can make a map. Okay. And if you follow that map, you will reach your destination. Providing specifics about technology, customer focus, geographic and product markets to be pursued. See, once you have a vision, your vision should give clarity regarding how can you reach there? What customers you will serve, what technologies you use, where you want to expand your business, how you want to do that. This all clarity vision will give you. The capabilities it plans to develop and the kind of company that the management is trying to create. It's a very important thing. The kind of company you are going to create. The kind of company in the minds of your stakeholders. How your customers want to look at you. How your shareholders want to look at you. Okay, that is the most important thing. A strategic vision describes management's aspirations for the business, providing view of where we are going and a convincing justification or logic. Yes. See, whatever you do in your organization, it should be convincing to all the stakeholders. It should be convincing to your investors, to your shareholders, to your customers, to your employees, to the government, to everyone else connected with your business. It should be convincing logic. Okay. It should not be irrational. It should be rational. Okay. And a clearly stated strategic vision communicates management aspirations to stakeholders and helps steer the energies of the company personnel in a common direction. Very beautiful and very important points these all. See, when can you reach an objective? Is an organization a one-man show? No. It is a coordinated activity of several departments, of several divisions of your company. So you have to steer the energies of all the people to reach that goal, to reach that vision. And how can you steer them all? How can you take them all to the destination? You have to convince them. You have to communicate to them. You have to convince them. Then only they will extend their cooperation. And with their cooperation only you can reach. That means what is the first step you need to do? You need to tell them the logic. You need to tell them how you are going to do that through your vision statement. And vision statement defines what business the company is presently in and conveys who we are and what we are now, where we are now and where we are going. And means a vision should give clarity regarding these two things. Where are we now and where we want to go in the distant future. And the organization's vision must be clear, inspiring, stated in exciting terms to obtain the commitment of all employees. That is the most important thing. You want the commitment of all employees of your organization. Then only you can achieve anything. So your vision should be inspiring and motivating to the employees. That they also should visualize the same thing. See, everyone should look at the same target. Then only you can achieve. Because organization is a coordinated activity. It is not an individual activity. It is not just enough if the top level management have a vision and all the middle level and low level, if they are not having the vision, if they do not understand where they are going, there will be a lot of confusion. Okay? Right. See, here we have a very beautiful vision of ICAI. See, ICAI wants to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services. So that is the reason, basing on this vision, ICAI makes its syllabus, its policies, its processes, everything. That means ICAI has a vision. It wants to make its students to be world-class professionals, having competencies with world-class capabilities in 5 major areas like accounting, assurance, that is auditing, taxation, finance and business advisory services. And for the sake of that business advisory services only, you are learning these subjects like financial management, strategic management. These all come under business advisory services. That means the syllabus is not made just like that. They had a vision in their mind, and basing on that vision they are making the syllabus. Okay. So that is what you need to understand about the vision statement, and we will continue in the next session. Thank you. Greetings of the day and welcome to the session, all of you. So in the previous session we have seen about vision, what vision is. So a vision is a roadmap of company's future, providing specifics about technology, geographical markets, customer focus, and the product markets which you want to serve in the future. So this clarity every organization should have. See, the most important thing is you should know what you want. That is the most important thing, right? And now we have another important question here: how to develop strategic vision or write short notes on essentials of strategic vision. See, some visionary leaders photographs are given here, like Dhirubhai Ambani, J.R.D. Tata, Jack Welch, Brij Mohanlal Munjal, Bill Gates, and Karsanbhai Patel of Nirma. So definitely these are all great visionary leaders who had a great vision and have made their organizations to be more profitable and more valuable organizations to the world, generating a lot of employment to the world. See, that is the most important thing, generation of employment opportunities to the people. Right. The entrepreneurial challenge in developing strategic vision is to think creatively about how to prepare a company for the future. That means the most important point here is think creatively about how to prepare a company for the future. Means making your company future ready. In future, what challenges you may have to face, what opportunities you will have, and how to prepare your company to face those challenges and make use of those opportunities or avail those opportunities. So this attitude the visionary leader should have, and he should prepare his company for the future. And forming a strategic vision is an exercise in intelligent entrepreneurship. That means when you are making a vision, you should think very creatively, rationally, intelligently. There should be no place for emotions. There should be no place for irrational thinking. Okay. So you should think properly, and you have to make the right vision for your organization and move your organization in that particular direction. A well-articulated vision creates enthusiasm among the members of the organization. This is the most important thing. Creation of enthusiasm among the business level or divisional level and functional level. Because when will you get enthusiasm? When you have a clarity regarding where you are heading towards, where you are moving, then you will have enthusiasm. And that enthusiasm can move mountains. So what we require is enthusiasm. And from where we can get that enthusiasm? That enthusiasm comes from the clarity of your goal. The more clear you are regarding your goal, what you want to achieve, where you want to go, what you want to do, okay, then you will feel that you are not doing the work, but you will enjoy the work because you have a clarity, you have a vision where you want to reach. That is the most important point. See, these all are very practical. This can be realized only when you put things in practice. Okay. And the best worded vision statement clearly illuminates the direction in which the organization is headed. See, that is what the most important thing. All the time we are confused about the direction. In which direction we are moving. Okay. And lack of clarity regarding the direction, regarding the approach creates a lot of problems. So we need to understand in what direction the organization is moving. Okay. Next, mission statement. After vision, another important statement is mission statement. I have already told you, vision statement tells or vision statement will give you clarity regarding what you want to become, and mission statements gives you clarity regarding what you in what manner you have to behave. Okay. Next, and you know, every person, every organization should have both these statements, vision statement and mission statement. Mission statement of a company is focused on its present business scope, who we are and what we do. Present business scope means what? See, you have a long-term objective, an aspiration, a dream and a vision. So what you have to do at present, what you have to do. Okay. So that is all in future. Vision is always talking about the future. But what you have to do today? What markets you have to serve? What products you need to offer? What kind of business you should do? What you should do for your existence? See, You have a vision for 5 years or you have a vision for 10 years. But your organization should exist till that time. So you should also think about your existence, your purpose, what you want to do at present. Because your vision is always talking about the future. But what about the present? At present, what you have to do? That is the most important thing you need to keep in mind, and for that you require a mission statement. Mission statement of a company is focused on its present business scope, who we are and what we do. And it broadly describes an organization's present capabilities, customer focus, present activities and business makeup. That means how your business is made up of, what you should do, what customers you should serve, what activities you should perform. These all things you need to have clarity. That is what we are telling. Always keep the end in mind and try to work at present. That means each and every step you make should be made with an orientation of the future, and you should also have clarity regarding what you do today. Okay, what you do today should be helpful to you tomorrow. So that means you need to have a clarity of tomorrow and also what you do today. Vision talks about tomorrow. Mission talks about what you should do today. Because without doing anything today, without performing properly today, how can you reach your goal tomorrow? This is a basic logic, isn't it? So for that, you definitely need to have a mission statement. An organization's mission states what customers it serves, what needs it satisfies, and what type of product it offers. So you need to have clarity for that. In order to reach your vision, what kind of products you need to make today, what customers you need to target, what is your target market. So these all things you need to have clarity. And mission is the purpose or reason for an organization's existence. Existence means you have to be in the business, no? See, you have an objective and you forgot it and you are doing something unrelated to your objective. So that is not correct. So always you should keep in mind your objective. That is very important point. Always you should keep in mind all of that, and you should think about the purpose or existence of your organization. What purpose you want to serve, what you want to do. That is very important. Mission is defined as an enduring statement of purpose that distinguishes one organization from other similar organizations. That means, see, for example, there are two companies, two automobile companies, say X and Y. Two automobile companies, say X and Y, and both of them may have the same vision. There is no problem. There is no problem. But how you reach your vision, what you do to reach your vision, that is different. And that should be decided based on your SWOT analysis. Okay, it is an enduring statement. See, you have to endure till you reach your vision. See, endurance, even in general terms, is a very important concept to become successful. Durability. Endurance comes from durability. And that durability, EN means doing it very good. Endure. Endure means you need to work consistently and constantly till you reach your vision. So that is an enduring statement of purpose. That means, what is your purpose to reach your vision? For that, what you need to do? You need to do something. And how, in what manner you need to do? You need to do it in an enduring manner. Means, you need to do it constantly and consistently. That is the most important thing. See, there is a very beautiful logic here, which you can implement and you can get successful. That is what I am telling you. The subject of strategic management is equally applicable at the individual level as well as the organizational level. You can do it. You can use it. Okay. So, we have a purpose, and in order to reach that purpose, we should endure. We should work constantly. We should work consistently. That is what is mission. That means what work you do to reach your vision. that is described in the mission. Okay. It is an expression of the growth ambition of the organization. That means vision will always be progressive, no? Vision will not be recessive. Already we reached here, and see, already we reached this point, and from this point you have a vision to another point, and that means if you want to reach your vision, means you have to work hard and achieve the growth, isn't it? So, your mission is a growth ambition. Growth ambition to what? Growth ambition to reach your vision. That means your mission should help you to reach your vision. Okay. Right. Some important points to provide clarity about mission. Mission clarifies why the firm is here, what existence it seeks, and what purpose it seeks to achieve as a business firm. This already I have explained. Mission serves as a justification of the firm's presence and existence. Yes, everyone will ask, what do you do right now? What is your purpose? What do you want to achieve? Then our mission statement should answer. So this is what we want to achieve. This is what we want to get. So this clarity mission statement gives you. Vision statement tells about your dreams, and mission statement will justify what you do to reach your dreams. And mission is also an expression of the vision of the corporation, its founder or the leader. It is through the mission that firm spells out its vision. This is a very important point. It is through the mission that the firm spells out its vision. Spells out its vision means what? In order to achieve your vision in true letter and spirit, you have to work hard. And that hard work and the purpose of your work is clarified by the mission statement. Okay. And it represents the common purpose which the entire firm shares and pursues. Not only this, the vision and mission should be shared by all the people in the organization. Then they'll get a clarity regarding the future direction and also the clarity regarding what they should do. Okay, so that is the importance of mission statement. And mission is not a confidential affair and confined at the top. It has to be open to the entire company. See, that is why wherever possible at all prominent locations in the company, the vision and mission statements are written on the walls, because this vision and mission statement need not be confidential, and they should not be confidential. They ought to be shared with others. They have to be shared with others, because the top level management's vision and mission should be understood by the people, by all the stakeholders. That is very, very important. Then only you can get the cooperation of the stakeholders and you can work in achieving that vision and mission. Mission is the foundation from which the networks of corporate aims are built. See, first of all, you need to have a clarity regarding what work you want to do. And basing on that work, you can have aims. See, the problem is many people, they will have some aims, but they don't know what work to do or what can they do. So first of all, you have a clarity regarding what you want to do, and then you have the aims. So, and definitely with your mission statement, you can reach those aims. And it serves as a proclamation to insiders and outsiders on what the corporation stands for. Means, what do you mean by proclamation? Saying it loud, stressing it. This is what we do. This is what we are. This is what we want to do to achieve our mission. And it tries to establish a link between its internal and external environment. That means, whenever you are making your mission statement, you should analyze your internal environment and external environment. And in order to reduce the gaps between the internal and external environment, we have to work. See, always there will be a gap between the internal environment and the external environment. What you have to do is you have to reduce the gap between this internal environment and external environment. How can you reduce the gap? By having a vision and mission. You can reduce the gap. That means you can make your organization to work well. You can make your organization progressive. Okay. In that way, mission will help you. And here, already yesterday, we have seen the vision of ICAI to be the world's leading accounting body and the developer of a regulator and developer of trusted independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services. So this is the vision of ICAI. Now you will get clarity. Now let us see the mission of ICAI. Means in the vision, it always says to be, means to become, what it want to be in future. But what the ICAI should do to achieve that vision? Does it have any clarity? Yes, let us observe the mission statement of ICAI. Here it is given. ICAI will leverage technology and infrastructure and partner with its stakeholders to impart world-class education, training and professional development opportunities to create global professionals, develop an independent and transparent regulatory mechanism that keeps pace with the changing times, ensure adherence to highest ethical standards, conduct cutting-edge research and development in the areas of accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services, establish ICAI members and firms as Indian multinational service providers. See, now you should get the clarity. Here, in the vision statement, it expressed its aspiration that it wants to be a regulator, an accounting body, a developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in 5 major areas like accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services. But if you read this vision statement, it is just expressing its aspiration, nothing more than that. Here, by reading this vision statement, we can understand the dream of ICAI, the vision of ICAI, the aspiration of ICAI. But here we don't have clarity what ICAI will do, okay, to achieve that vision. So that clarity you will get in mission statement. See, ICAI wants to do all these things to achieve its vision. It wants to impart world-class education. See, how can the CA fraternity, how can CAs become world-class professionals? At first you have to impart world-class education, training, and you have to provide developmental opportunities. That means, what is the vision? Develop world-class professionals. How it has to be done? By imparting world-class education. And it wants to be a very good regulatory body. How it can become? Develop an independent and transparent regulatory mechanism that keeps pace with the changing times. And it wants to be more trusted body. How it can do that? And by ensuring adherence to highest ethical standards. And it wants to make the candidates to be world-class professionals in 5 major areas. How it can do that? By conducting cutting-edge research and development in the areas of accounting, assurance, taxation and finance and business advisory services and introducing those concepts into the syllabus. And how can you give good opportunities? By establishing ICAI members and firms as Indian multinational service providers. That means, to each and every point in its vision, to each and every aspiration in its vision, ICAI has an answer in mission. Okay. So this clarity you need to have. Means, whatever words you have in your vision statement, in order to achieve all of that, what you should do? That is expressed in mission statement. That is why this is said. What? Mission statement spells the vision statement. That means now this is the perfect example for that. In each and everything that is discussed in the vision statement, ICAI has a clarity regarding what to do. Okay, what it wants to do to achieve that vision statement. So that is the relation between vision and mission statements. Now, state the points that may be considered while writing a mission statement of a company. Mission statement broadly describes an organization's present capabilities, customer focus, activities and business makeup. Already we studied. Now what you need to do? To establish special identity of the business one that differentiates it from other similarly positioned companies. That is what I told you. There is no problem if two companies called X and Y have the same vision, but they need to have their individual unique mission statements, because every organization has its own internal environment, has its own strengths and weaknesses. See, we have a proverb in English which says all roads leads to Rome. That means all roads leads to Rome. You can travel in this way, you can travel in this way, you can travel in this way. Of course, all the people want to reach this location, but they may choose different paths to reach. And what path they choose, that depends on the resources they have, the strengths, the capabilities, the competencies they have. That is the beauty here. See, X may have a core competence 1, Y may have core competence 2, Z may have core competence 3. And you know, all these core competencies are helpful to achieve the competitive advantage. Now, X may use core competence 1 to reach its vision, Y may use its core competence to reach its vision, and there is no rule that all of the companies should have the same core competence. So, you have to choose the right means to reach the ends. That is why Swami Vivekananda says, means are as important as ends. But the problem is, many people always they talk about the ends and they forget about the means, and they don't give importance to the means. And always you should keep in mind, in order to reach the ends, ends means what? Goals. In order to reach your ends, you should have proper means. Means what way you choose to reach the end. And there lies your intelligence, your wisdom, your knowledge, your experience, your vision, your rational thinking, your analysis power. Everything lies in choosing the mission, in choosing the means to reach the ends, in choosing the ways to reach the goals. That is very, very important. Okay. Needs which business tries to satisfy, the customer groups it wishes to target, and the technologies and competencies it uses, and the activities it performs. See, there are two companies having the same vision, no problem. But what you do, what customers you serve, in what way you serve the customers, what are your target customers, what technologies you develop, what competencies you develop, that is all different. That will not be same, and that cannot be same, and that need not be same. Everyone may have their own resources, their own competencies, their own capabilities, and they can try to achieve the vision, right? And good mission statements should be personalized and unique to the organization for which they are developed. This is what I am telling you. Your mission statement should be unique to you. Unique means you should not try to be something different. No, that is not the point you need to understand. Here we are not telling you to be different. What we are telling is, do what you can do. Don't try to imitate. Learn, inspire, get inspired, learn, but don't try to imitate others. Because if you try to imitate others, you cannot do like others all the time, and you may miss out your goal. So don't try to imitate. Have your own mission statement, have your own purpose, okay, and try to achieve. Next, see, for example, take the case of Hero and Bajaj. Bajaj and Hero both are two-wheeler companies, and regarding two-wheeler market they have the same vision, but Bajaj's approach is different. It always concentrates on production efficiency, waste management, climatic, regarding the climate change, reducing the cost of production. Bajaj concentrates on those things. That is its purpose. And whereas Hero concentrates on developing new technology, new models, and cost efficiency. That means both of them are having the same vision, but the modus operandi, the model in which they work, that is different, because that all depends on their thought process, their capabilities, their competencies, their strengths. That means you always should keep in mind that all are not alike. All men are not alike. Likewise, all organizations are not alike. Even though they sell the same thing, even though they are in the same market, but their DNAs are different. Each organization has its own DNA, has its own approach. So that you need to understand. The mission of a company should not be to make profit. Surpluses may be required for survival and growth, but cannot be the mission of a company. See, a wise businessman should always understand that profits are byproducts. Profits are byproducts. Okay. So you should concentrate on your work, and you should always concentrate on value proposition that you want to give to your customers. Okay. So you should always work for this value proposition. And in that process of creating value to the customers, you will get a byproduct called as profit. And no one says that profit is bad and wrong. But you should not work for profits. You should work for something bigger. And once you work for something bigger, which is creating value to the end customer, automatically, see, if you are concentrating on a main product, and if you are delivering more main product, automatically the byproducts also generate. You need not worry about the byproducts. See, you should worry about the main product. Automatically the byproducts comes. This is intelligence. This is wisdom. Okay. Every businessman should have. So you should not concentrate. You should not concentrate on these things, on profits. You should concentrate on value, creating value to the people in the market. Then profits will definitely come. Okay. Next. Mission statement should be precise, clear, feasible, distinctive and motivating. See, you have to write your mission statement regarding your capabilities and what you feel. You should not copy paste the mission statements and vision statement. Today it has become a fashion to copy paste the vision and mission statement of great companies and just modifying the word. See, that is very wrong. How can you take the dream of others? That means if you are copying and pasting the vision and mission statement from Google for your company, that means you don't have a vision. You don't work for yourself. You don't have any clarity. Then why you have a vision and mission statement? Because now it has become a trend. Every organization wants to have a vision and mission statement. So let us not make things like that. That is wrong. That is not the right approach. And there is no rule that mission statement should be some 5 pages. No. Just a single word can change your company. See, what is the tagline of IBM? Think. HP, invent. So one single word, it is enough. Nestle, good food, good life. So that itself is enough. SBI, my SBI. Everyone should think my SBI. Employees should think my SBI. Customer should think my SBI. Investor should think my SBI. So my SBI is their vision. Simple logic. You need not have a very long statements of vision and mission. That is not required. Okay. And mission statement should be justification for the presence and existence of the firm. That means by reading your mission statement, everyone should understand what you do. What you do to survive. What you do for your existence in the market. How you want to serve the market. So that clarity should be there in the mission statement. And according to Peter F. Drucker, every organization must ask an important question: what business are we in? That is defining your business. See, you need to define your business, okay, properly. You should not narrowly define your business. You should define your business in a broad manner. Like in the previous session, what I have told you about Revlon. See how beautifully they have defined their business. In factory, we make cosmetics, but our business is making cosmetics. But how we make cosmetics? In the drugstore, we sell hope. Means we look at the hopes of the customers, and the hopes of the customers are constantly changing, and we work to satisfy the hopes of the customers. That is our business. Customer hopes are our business. That means there is no end to the hopes of the customers and there is no end to your business. That is the logic. Okay. So you need to have that kind of business definition. Okay. And to ensure continued evolution of growth, an organization must define their business in a broader sense to take advantage of the growth opportunities that emerge over time. See, in real time, you will definitely be in a dilemma whenever you get an opportunity, whether to make use of that opportunity or not. See, many opportunities come in your way, but the thing is, can you make use of them or not? That is the most important thing. Okay. So, who will tell you that? Your business definition. Okay. Your business definition will tell you. See, for example, if Revlon thinks itself as a cosmetic company, then it can make some basic and standard cosmetics and it will become a product oriented company. That means it will be concentrating always on making products. But rather, if Revlon thinks that we work on the hopes of the people, then it will try to understand the hopes of the people, and rather than concentrating on the products, it will concentrate on the hopes and makes the research on the products, so that every time you will come with new products depending on the hopes of the people. So in that way you need to define your business. Likewise, I told you about Nestle, that they want to offer foods and beverages for all eating occasions from morning to evening, and they create some eating occasions also. Eating and drinking occasions they create. Okay. So in that way you get a lot of inspiration for your business. Okay. So here some examples are given. You can go through that examples. And traditionally firms viewed their businesses as one of the producing some goods. This is what I told. You should not define your business in such a way that you are making some production. My business is to produce cosmetics. No. Your business is to know the hopes of the customers and make products that satisfy the needs and hopes of the customers. Then you will have a very big business. Okay. They use it to set their future plans around the production of more of these goods. Organizations that define their businesses too narrowly dig their own graves. Why? Because all the time we are concentrating on improving our products, but we never observed what the customer want. What is customer hope? Is our product capable to satisfy the hopes of the customers, to cater to the needs of the customers? We never thought that. So that is the biggest problem. That will be the biggest stumbling block for the growth of your business. So that's why you need to have a good clarity regarding the definition of your business. Next, define the term objectives. You know, once you make a vision and mission, now you have to break that vision into performance targets. See, vision is always conceptual. Okay, vision is always conceptual. So you are here and you have a vision there and you want to reach that vision, and this will be a time frame of 10 years. So in this 10 years, what you have to do? It's a very long time. So you need to break that vision into performance targets called as objectives. See, for example, you want to be a successful person in your family. You want to be a well-earned, respectable, noble professional. That may be your vision. And for that, you have chosen to become a chartered accountant. And by what time you want to become your chartered accountant? By what time you want to finish up your CA inter? By what time you need to finish up your CA final? So these all come under objectives. Pursuing CA is not your vision. You are pursuing CA for some other purpose. You have a purpose, you have a vision. And in order to reach that vision, you have chosen the path of chartered accountancy and you have completed. Now, completing CA inter, CA final becomes your objectives. So once you achieve that objectives, there is something more to be done to reach your vision. So that is the clarity you need to have. Okay. So, objectives are organization's performance targets, that is the results and outcomes it wants to achieve. They function as yardstick for tracking an organization's performance and progress. See, are you doing well? Are you on the track? Can you reach your vision? These are the questions that come when we work. And how can we know that? How can we answer those questions? We can answer those questions if we have objectives and if you achieve those objectives. Okay. They provide meaning and sense of direction to organizational endeavor. See, everything is endeavor. Endeavor means the work you do. Okay. The process you do. These are all your endeavors. And see, for example, the problem with many people is they want to become a chartered accountant. Okay. And they'll be focusing more on body grooming, bodybuilding, body grooming and all these things. That means they are not on the track. They have missed the track. They have an objective, but they are not working. They don't have any strategy to achieve that objective. And they are going in another direction. Then where will be the performance? So all the time you need to have a vision, and basing on that vision you need to put your objective, and for achieving those objectives you require strategies. Okay. And they provide meaning and sense of direction to the organizational endeavor. Organizational structure and activities are designed and resources are allocated around the objectives to facilitate their achievement. See, we have a vision and now we have an objective here. And now in order to reach this objective, what things are required? Resources are required. Your organization structure should be proper. That means how you divide your organization, what is your organization structure, it should be good. Okay, so these all things ought to be in place. That means you cannot easily achieve your objectives. In order to achieve your objectives, you need to channelize your energies. You need to put your efforts in a proper way. You need to make your organization structure, culture, policies, procedures, operating systems, everything properly. You need to tune up according to your objective, or you need to orient your strategy according to the objective what you want to achieve. Then only you can achieve the objectives. Okay, so very beautifully said it is. And they also act as benchmarks for guiding the organizational activity and evaluating how the organization is performing. See, benchmarks means standards. So we need to have some standards, no, by how we need to work. Means, who will tell you the process of how to work? Your objective will tell you. If you want to reach that objective, how much you should work, how much hard work you should do, in what manner you should do. See, that is why if you have a proper objective, see, once upon a time people stopped here with objective. Now the strategic management has extended the line and it has said you should also have vision. See, Peter F. Drucker, the father of management, has made a theory called MBO, management by objectives. But later, there is another thing called as vision. This is very long term. That means you should put your objectives basing on the vision. Once upon a time, companies used to have short-term objectives and they used to make strategies to work with that short-term objectives. But what this strategic management is telling is, instead of having short-term objectives, have a long-term vision and set your objectives in line with your vision. In line with your vision. That means whatever you do today should be helpful to you in the future. Like karma theory. Okay. So whatever you do today, you should always keep in mind about the future and you should do accordingly. That is what you need to understand. Okay. So that is what Swami Vivekananda says. A person with an objective commits 5,000 mistakes, whereas a person without an objective commits 50,000 mistakes. Why? What makes the difference? This is a very practical statement, isn't it? Even though you have objective, you will make some mistakes. But if you don't have any objective, everything you do becomes a mistake. That is a problem. That means that is the power of having an objective. That is the power of working towards a goal and objective. That is what you need to understand. Okay? And all organizations have objectives, and the pursuit of objectives is an unending process. Why? Why the pursuit of objectives is an unending process? Because if one objective is achieved, then immediately we will have another objective. Likewise, after that another objective, like that another objective, like that another objective, till we reach our vision. Okay, once we reach our vision, again, vision is not an ending point. After reaching one vision, we will have another vision. Visions also keep on changing. Visions also keep on changing. And as visions also keep on changing, objectives also changes. Because our entity is a going concern. There is no end to the existence of our organization. We want to make our business as a going concern. So, we cannot have a vision for 150 years. We will not live up to that time. So, we will have a vision for 10 years or 20 years once we reach that vision. So, there will be a lot of change in the external environment, and by keeping in mind all the changes of the external environment, again you need to have a fresh vision, and again you need to have objectives. That means this vision, mission, objectives is a repetitive thing, is an iterative thing, is an endless thing. So, the pursuit of objectives is endless. And today organizations are capable of having multiple objectives. See, in your organization today, once upon a time people worked with a singular objective. But today, the order is plurality of the objectives. The order is plurality of the objectives. That means, on one side you should look at the survival of your company. That is one objective. Survival is one objective. And you should look at stability of the company. That is another objective. You should look at growth of the company. That is another objective. You should look at technological dynamism of your company. That is another objective. You should focus on organic growth of your company. That is another objective. Now you can ask me, sir, how can we achieve all these objectives? How can we balance all these objectives? That is why you require a strategy. And that strategy should be unified, integrated and comprehensive plan. That is why clearly understanding about strategy is not so easy. That is what Michael Porter tells. So, you have multiple objectives today. You have to balance all those objectives. The plurality of objectives is the order of the day. Every organization have more than one objective, and simultaneously all these objectives have to be achieved. That is the most important thing. That is the most important thing. And how to balance all these objectives? On one side you are telling survival, on another side you are telling growth, on another side you are telling stability. How can we balance all this? Yes, you can. You can. When you have a proper strategy. Okay? Right. That means your strategy should be helpful to you to balance all the things. That is why Tatas, they are having 3S strategy. They want to balance, they want 3 things. They want to simplify, they want to scale up, and they want to synergize. That is the 3S strategy. Using this 3S strategy, they want to achieve all these objectives. Okay? Right. Organizations need to balance these objectives in an appropriate manner. How? Using a strategy, using a plan, and that plan is integrated comprehensive plan. And next, state the characteristics of objectives. See, how you should put your objectives. Objectives should define the organization's relationship with its environment. That is what I told you. Organization's environment is in this direction and your objective is in this direction. So that is not proper. Your objectives should be aligned with the organization's environment, not like this. Okay? And they should facilitate the achievement of mission and vision. Your objective should be in such a way that it should be helpful. See, one person says that I want to be a very good financial consultant. But right now he has an objective to participate in the local bodybuilding competition. What it is? What it is? You have a grand vision of becoming a financial consultant, a renowned financial consultant, and you have short-term objectives like participating in the local bodybuilding. See, bodybuilding is different. Body fitness is different. Always we need to have a fit body. For that we need not build the body. There is nothing wrong if you do some basic exercise to keep your body fit. But it becomes a problem if you concentrate on bodybuilding. So this discernment, okay, trying to understand this discrimination between the words, the difference between the things is very important in setting the objectives. Otherwise we will be confused and set some wrong objectives, so that we will not reach our vision. They should provide the basis of strategic decision making. See, whatever decisions you make, they all should be made, okay, basing on your objectives. And objectives are the standards of performance appraisal. That means whether you are doing well or you performing well or not, that all depends on the objectives only. Whether you are reaching the objectives or not, people will assess you. And objectives should be understandable, they should be specific, they should have a time frame. See, whenever you have an objective, it should be challenging and it should be achieved in a time frame. You should never say, we will get profits next year. No, that is a vague statement. We will achieve more profits next year. That is a vague statement. Make it more specific. How much profits you want to get? In what way you want to get? Using what strategy you want to get? In how much time you want to get? So you need to make a clarity regarding all these things. That means whatever statements you make, whatever objectives you have, they should have some specificness. Some measurability should be there. And they should be achievable. They should be realistic and they should be time bounded. So that is why you need to have objectives in a smart manner. Specific, measurable, achievable, attainable and time bounded. Okay. And here we have one question, shared vision and vision shared. See, it is always better to have a shared vision in your organization. Shared vision means you need to consult everyone and you need to make a vision so that everyone will participate and that vision will be very much close to the hearts of everyone. But on the other hand, if the top level management has a vision and it is trying to impose on others, that becomes vision shared. In vision shared, people are not ready to work. A company should focus on external perspectives to define its mission. Yes, definitely. External perspective means what? You need to understand what is going on in the external environment, what capabilities we need to have, what we should do. In that way, you need to think and you need to make your vision. Okay. Now let us go to the supplementary material. Why organization should have mission? We know that. To ensure the unanimity of purpose within the organization, because everyone should work in a proper manner, in a synchronized manner, in a uniform manner, and to develop a basis or standard for allocating organizational resources, to provide a basis for motivating the use of organization resources. That means to achieve the unanimity, the uniformity of purpose, we require mission statement. So, all points are related to that thing only. Explain the principal aspects of strategy execution process. See, if you want to properly execute your strategy, you have to develop the budgets, means resources, you need to recruit the staff, you need to make policies and operating procedures, okay, you need to know the best policies and practices, and you need to have IT, information technology systems, EIS, and you need to motivate the people, you need to develop the corporate culture, and you need to develop the leadership. Actually, this question is given here, but all these points you will clearly understand in lesson 7. In culture and leadership lesson, you will understand, because these all things are required to execute a strategy. Okay. And briefly discuss the difference between vision and mission. Already you know, the mission statement tells you the fundamental purpose of the organization. It concentrates on the present. On the other hand, vision statement outlines what it wants to be. That already we studied. A mission statement can resemble a vision statement in a few companies, but that cannot be a grave mistake. It can confuse people. Yes, this is very important point. If you read the vision and mission statements of the companies, they seem to be one and the same. See, like in ICAI we have studied, it has a vision and the answer to that vision is mission. Because you have lot of dreams and aspirations in the vision statement. And how you achieve them, what you should do to achieve them, that is there in the mission statement. That is a perfect example of vision and mission. It should not be confusing, okay? And these all points we know, already we studied. Now let us see one application oriented question. Shri Alok Kumar is having his own medium-sized factory in Aligarh, manufacturing hardware consisting handles, hinges, tower bolts and so on. He has a staff of more than 220 in his organization. One of the leading brand of hardware seller in India is rebranding and selling the material from his factory. Shri Alok Kumar believes in close supervision and takes all major and minor decisions in the organization. Okay. Do you think Shri Alok Kumar should take all decisions by himself? What should be the nature of decisions? Yesterday we have seen one question regarding Rohit Seth, and this question is also like that, but with a different context. And here Alok Kumar is taking strategic decisions because he is responsible for all the decisions he takes. So, how to start the answer? It is better you start the answer. Shri Alok Kumar should concentrate on strategic decisions because he is having his own medium-sized factory. Now, he has to make strategic decisions in his organization. So, start your answer with either the definition of decision, or you can directly start your answer with Shri Alok Kumar owns an industry and he has to take decisions, everything related in his industry. So, he is making strategic decisions. In this way, you need to start your answer, connecting your answer with the question. And right, depending on the weightage given, if weightage is for very less marks, you just write the subheadings like strategic decisions require top level management. And if the question is asked for more marks, you have to furnish all the explanation also. Okay. So, with that we have finished strategic management process.
Hello students, so far you have watched sample RRB videos. If you want to watch further parts of the RRB videos, you have to install Masterminds online classes app. Now let me show you the procedure of installing Masterminds online classes app. The procedure is very simple. You just click on the Play Store. Once you click on the Play Store, now you type here Masterminds online classes. If you are an iOS user, you have to download Class Plus app and you have to install our organization code MJetGun. Now you click on install here. Now the app gets installed into your device. Now once the app gets installed into your device, you just click on open. Yes, I am just now clicking on open. Once you click on open, the Masterminds online classes app opens here. Now you enter your mobile number here. So once you enter your mobile number, you will be sent an OTP. Enter your OTP. And click on verify OTP. Now the process is over. Now the Masterminds online classes app gets opened. Now you click on the 3 lines in the above top corner and you select the study material section. In the study material section, you can find videos. You click on the videos and now here you find all the free resources that are there. Now here in this part you can see the remaining parts of the RRB videos. All the best. Thank you.